Good morning from Silverton, Colorado. Skylar Hall, joined by Brett Hornig. Stream number 5 for the Hardrock 100 endurance run. Sir, how are you doing?
Cinco de Streamo.
Things have happened since we were last here.
Yep, what am I doing here?
Well, what are any of us doing here? The correct answer is watching a spectacular run unfold on both the men's and the women's side of this traverse through the San Juans.
Yeah, there's been a few shakeups, probably still going to be a few more. Our lead male, Aurelien Denard Paz, is probably either approaching or going through Putnam, which is the top of the last climb right now, before making his way back into Silverton. Historically, the fastest split ever from Putnam to the finish was 50 minutes by Nick Curry. I just learned that 5 minutes ago. So we could probably expect our first finisher into Silverton in the next 50 to 60 minutes, perhaps.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We got the view here of the finish line, where we're not going to see just our first finisher. We're going to see every single finisher. So we're going to be here bringing it to you without commentary, I would imagine, given how much Floato we have consumed. Some folks may have that sugar crash a little bit, but we will be bringing you every finisher on the stream. So regardless of who you're rooting for or folks that you've just learned about and are getting excited to see them make their way back to the Rock here in Silverton, check it out here on the Run Steep Get High YouTube page. Hit that subscribe button and we'll just keep pushing you through all the different links. But let's talk about where the state of the run is. I will start with the men, since we did just talk about Aurelien Denard Paz, our 30-year-old hailing from France. Bastille Day is over, but the charge is still on as he is pretty much in Putnam, 95-mile mark of the 102-mile journey of the Hardrock 100. Behind him, his countrymate, Benyat Marmasol. He's about 50 minutes back on course. Third male, we'll get back around, currently looks to be Arlen Glick or Javi Dominguez. They seem to be having leapfrogged each other and going back and forth up the Grant Swamp Pass, coming out of that Telluride aid station over towards Putnam. A lot of movement has happened. And then in 5th place on the men's side is Paul Terranova, who spent much of yesterday somewhere between 9th and 11th and has made quite the charge since leaving Ouray just over the halfway mark to find himself now sitting in 5th place. On the women's side, I don't know how to tell you this. In first place, Courtney DeWalter just smashed her way out of Ouray and now finds herself not just as the lead female on course, but 3rd overall. Looks to have slowed down a little bit since she's left Telluride and maybe either working with or holding off Arlen and Javier going up that Grant Swap Pass. Annalise Rousseau-Segeret is in 2nd on the women's side, and then about 85 minutes back from her on course, we find Annie Hughes, the Colorado native, sitting in 3rd, and then a tight race for 4th place between Kamino Miyazaki and Claire Bonwarth. So that's where we're at in the top 5 on the women's side as well. Since the two of us left the stream, bananas.
Yeah, there's been some fireworks. Kind of as we were somewhat predicting, the race might actually have not gotten going until Uray. Because looking at the elevation profile, there was a lot of very punchy, nasty climbs and descents, especially the one that Courtney Arlen and Javi Dominguez are going over right now. That's Grant Swamp Pass. In the dark, these ones were kind of hard to navigate during the day. So kudos to everyone who's out there. But yeah, it's been pretty wild. There's definitely been, a little bit of carnage as well. We've seen, Brian Colmo, Avery Collins, Dylan Bowman, they're kind of their trackers are all right on top of each other right now in the approach up to Grant Swamp Pass. They're just outside of, we'll see what the aid station name is there.
Would be approaching KT at that point, I would imagine, or right in Chapman.
Yeah, it's Chapman.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're just like either right in Chapman, right outside of Chapman. Massive kudos to Debo, though, for continuing to truck along. He'd been pretty vocal pretty much the entire day about having not gotten into that rhythm. You saw him at Uray.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't seem like he felt great. His Pacers and crew, they got him out of there. And, there was a lot of question marks of like, will he get to Telluride? When he does, what will he do? And what we learned is that Debo is continuing to just roll with the punches, do his best to get to Silverton, because I feel like that just shows the amount of respect these runners have for this course and, what it means to be out there at Hardrock. Where it's like, I'm sure Debo knows that he has plenty of time to finish, so.
Absolutely.
Not time to, hang it up yet.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw him at Uray, he was commenting, one, that he hadn't been in a groove at all the entire day, but two, that he'd actually taken a bit of a fall on his way down into Uray and might have bumped his head a little bit in addition to sort of the bloody knee that we had seen. So, the fact that he's still out there steady grinding forward, that is that's a testament to his clutch performance. So that's where the front of the race stands. And with Aurelian having gone through Putnam, it looks like about 20-ish minutes ago. That means we're going to be looking for him to come through potentially right around the 23-hour mark race time, 40 minutes or so from now. So we'll be trying to keep tabs on that. I believe we may have some cameras that are trying to get down the course to track the approach towards the finish. So as soon as we get eyes on Aurelian, then we'll be sure to bring that to you live. But as I mentioned, 48-hour cutoff. Let's talk about what's happening towards the tail end of the race as well, because as much as we love the pointy end of the spear, we got folks, our everyday feel-good stories that we talked about on the preview show, and that I'm sure a lot of you at home know personally, know and love, that we got to check in on. So first things first, 134 individuals still on course. That means we've only lost 12 up to this point. Currently in last, currently just ahead of the cutoff situation, the tracking snail, as it were, on the GPS map, are two individuals. One, Blake Wood, and two, our oldest entrant in the field, Rick Hodges, at 74 years young. He is grinding right ahead of the cutoff pace. Just ahead of them, somebody that we all know and love, or at least know and love his images, Howie Stern. Recently coming back from sort of fighting cancer. We got bugs in the studio. Got him. And he's out here grinding, moving forward. And those individuals have crested the engineer mountain and are working their way down towards Ouray, a little over halfway into the race and the low point of the course. So if you're looking for anybody, whether they are just beating the cutoffs, they're squarely in the middle of this race, or they're up here at the front as we're trying to track towards the finish, you have that link at the top of the chat. Feel free to click that bad boy and favorite your folks and keep tabs on them for the next 23 and a half hours as we approach golden hour and the cutoff for the Hardrock 100 endurance run.
Yep, still plenty of time for people to make their way around the mountain. You know, they didn't build Rome in a day. Is that the saying? Something like that. Speaking of building things, there's been a lot of talk about why our Flota pyramid's so small behind us. It's not actually because we've been drinking all the Flota. The pyramid behind us, those were all empties. But yesterday evening when Scott Trayer was trying to walk behind me to leave, he bumped the bookshelf and all the Flota cans came tumbling down. It made a big crashing noise and they're all over the floor, but we're on an elevated stage right now, so it would just take a little bit of effort to get all those empties and put them back up. So what I've decided to do is just get some new ones, drink them, and just start restacking. So we're just rebuilding the pyramid the only way I know how, and that's by just drinking more Flota.
Attaboy. Yeah, I actually had the pleasure of grip it and rip it. There it is. Had the pleasure of hanging out with the team from Trail Runner and Satisfy. They were offering Flota to the runners out at Ouray. Saw some kids on bikes with training wheels rolling up and getting Flota. It's for the whole family. So if you need a good caffeine kick because it's 5 a.m. somewhere, Flota. Let's make it happen. But if you don't have Flota at your disposal, feel free to grab a drink of your choosing and hang out with us because we are within an hour of seeing our top male come through the finish line here in Silverton. And we're keeping tabs on our first female approaching the KT aid station at the 89-mile mark. And I'm going to try to game out exactly when we'd anticipate seeing her come through. Typically from Chapman to KT, that's about a 2 to 2 hour and 10 minute grind for folks making their way up there. So using the power of math, which is always great when you have not slept in the last 25 hours, that means we should see Courtney hitting KT loosely in the next 15 to 25 minutes, depending on how she's feeling. So as we get more, we'll bring you more.
Yeah, as I've learned, that descent off Grand Swamp Pass can be very fast. It can also be very slow. Really depends on where the legs are. If gravity's your friend, you can get down off that one pretty quick. And yeah, if it's not, you're going to be stuck up there for a while. So far, it looks like Courtney has been moving pretty well. I think, one of the best battles I've seen in a while here at Hardrock was Courtney and Annalise Rousseau-Segura all the way through, out of Ouray. They've been going back and forth multiple times, and then all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, Courtney seemed to bridge the gap to Annalise when I don't think too many people were expecting it because Courtney didn't look great out of Ouray. We had commentary from, people who had seen her drop there in 2021 being like, yeah, she looks better than then, but not great still. And then all of a sudden, she was raging up towards Kroger's. And we were really curious to see if Annalise was going to be bridging that gap on the next descent. It looks like as of right now, the elastic is metaphorically snapped, but anything can happen, even in the last 10 miles of the Hardrock 100. I'm sure Courtney knows that as well. Courtney's going to keep pressing, and we are going to keep delivering updates to everybody.
Absolutely, and people are starting to gather here at the gym. You see a little tour within here. Go ahead and say hey to the volunteers and the med team, getting excited because sleep is forbidden. Sleep is overrated when you have finishers coming in here in just a short time. We got the aid station getting fired up because even though you finished 100 miles, you may still want to eat something. We got to make sure that we give folks the goods they need. Try to get some finish line interviews if we're lucky, if they're feeling up to it, and then we can let them go hang out and get some sleep.
Yeah, and if the jam cam just happens to find any coffee out there, feel free to come back with a cup.
Or
two.
A canister.
You
It's
guys
all
have
G.
coffee available for our commentators?
I like that he's actively asking on our behalf. It's for the runners first. We're just here trying to bring it your direction. So
Oh, no, not yet.
Okay.
I think it's still getting made.
soon. Yeah,
Very
Silverton, where coffee shops close at 5. And so we've been bingo for almost 12 hours.
Thank
It's like an ultra
All right, we're
within
at
itself,
the-
trying to go between very far-flung aid stations with no crew. That's where we're at right now. But
Yeah.
by the glory of Flota, we're still here.
Let's see, we're getting some live shots of the finishing chute and the rock. Oh, he's back. Probably right on our Wi-Fi bubble. So for those who are tuning in, it's still dark out. Probably got 30, 40 minutes before we start to see a little daylight out there. Also, one of the reasons, we don't have too many pictures out on course yet, because it is dark. We will have runner cams, running finishers in. One of our runner cams is getting ready and is going to go as far out as possible, as far as service allows. And we're going to try and run the leaders in potentially up to a mile or two in. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, so just giving a bit of a lay of the land about the land that we're running through. Obviously, Silverton here at 9,300 feet elevation, the low point of the course being Uray at about 7,700, but the average elevation is 11,000 feet plus, with some very backcountry sections where cell signal doesn't exist. And that's why we've been so stoked to be able to bring you the live video feeds that we've been able to do. Saw one on the last stream coming in from Chapman, which no signal whatsoever. So the fact that we got a Starlink up there to bring some video was pretty stellar. So imagine you have no cell signal, no street lights, no ambient light, and definitely trying to keep our impact on the trails low. So the only lights out there really are a few small aid station lights and the headlamps of these runners as they traverse. So as light pops up and gives way, and as volunteers wake up to start their day, we will continue to bring you pictures from all around the course over the next 24 plus hours. But the lights are bright here in the gym, mostly on the stage, as you can see in the far shot of the jam cam. So we're working on our tans. Thanks for that. And we will be bringing in our leader, Aurelian, here within the next 30 to 40 minutes. Meanwhile, we are looking for Beignet. Trying to see if we officially have him into Putnam, because that should be happening at any moment at this point, that he's walking or jogging into that aid station. The Putnam aid station being approximately 93 miles into the race, leaving them 9 miles to go, mostly downhill, one river crossing, because why not? Let's just go ahead and knock that out with 2.5 miles left, and then finishing up here in the beautiful Silverton, Colorado.
So I got to read this tweet from 8 minutes ago from iRunFar. It says at mile 87.5, Grant Swamp Pass, Courtney Dauwalter leads the women's race at the Hardrock 100. She's third overall, 22 hours, 13 minutes elapsed. Courtney initially came up the pass via the wrong couloir and had to descend to get back on track. She said, "I love Grant Swamp ×2. That's gnarly. Double Grant Swamp Pass. You know, she shouldn't have to descend that side on this year, but just went for it anyways.
Well, she had such a good time last year doing it. She's like, let's get weird. Let's have some fun with it. And this is one of the more difficult sections that Grant Swamp Pass. It's in a good year that isn't particularly snowy. Some very difficult traction, scree, hard to navigate. If I remember correctly, this is also where Killian went pretty off course and also had to find his way back on back in 2015 or 2017.
Yeah, there's a pretty crucial fork coming off of Grant Swamp Pass when you go down from Island Lake. If you stay on the main trail, you're going to end up at the main trailhead down there, and you don't want that. There's a fork somewhere where you hang a right that takes you towards KT, and that fork's kind of small, and it seems like people have definitely missed it in the past, and I could totally see someone doing that, especially in the dark, and you're focused on, just trying to stay upright, keeping the rubber side down.
Definitely. And Courtney still finds herself with a 1.5 mile lead over second place Annalise. So even with the misdirection, seems to still be in first place and moving along back on course. So we will keep tabs on where Courtney is as she approaches that next aid station in about 2 or so miles.
So behind Courtney, Javi Dominguez and Arlen Glick, not necessarily in that order, are probably right around the top or just going over Grant Swamp Pass as well. Orlean Paz's tracker hasn't updated in 41 minutes, so he could very well be about halfway down that Putnam descent. You think he's smelling the barn at this point? Smelling the gym? Do you want to be smelling the gym?
I mean, there are showers here, so there are worse places that you could have to smell people on the course. But all the food's here, and the rock is here. Dreams will be made here.
Okay, so here's one thing that I was wondering. Hypothetically speaking, in a scenario where there's like a sprint finish all the way down to the rock, if you finish by kissing the rock and you're like racing someone in, like, that sounds dangerous. Like, how do you lean and kiss the rock at the same time? Like, are you just going full send, headbutt?
This could go a couple ways. So if we go Tour de France rules, there's sort of a truce that comes into play until they hit the Champs-Élysées. Potentially when you make the last right-hand turn into the chute, maybe that's sort of where, okay, we're going to hold positions here, make sure that nobody face plants into the rock. Or the opposite way, and what I saw happening out in Ouray behind us as we were trying to do the coverage, there was a full-on softball game going in. And so you might just have to just baseball slide and just try to hit it exactly correct. Speaking of hitting exactly correct, we got the jam cam.
Jamil had a sprint finish. Wait, can you share about that real quick?
You can always just hop up here.
Yeah, you could just.
Here, just got the view. Just come right up.
This is just full inception.
I don't know why I'm doing this.
Because you're here. Because you're here, Jam. Jamil Curry, notoriously known for having one of the fastest splits ever from Is it from Uray to the finish or from Telluride to the finish?
I think it was Uray to the finish until last year or 2021, and maybe this year it's probably again. But 2013 had a resurrection running fast, and it was shoot. Now I'm blanking who I raced into the finish, but it was the last. It was actually I got it. Rob Youngren. So I was coming down from Putnam. I passed like tons of people. I think I passed like 95 people from Grouse to the finish, and pass Rob Youngren, and then he's the only one that stuck with me, and he's right on my tail. We crossed the river right on my tail. We're racing all the way in, all the way up that last little climb up to the shrine, and then I kind of sprint down the hill, but he's still there, and like we were in the chute together, like full on sprinting towards the rock. I beat him by 1 second, I think.
So it was like an aggressive kiss of the rock.
Yeah, I'll pull up a photo at some point and show you, but yeah.
I'd be worried about like chipping my teeth,
just smashing your face on the rock. Yeah, it's an awkward sprint finish. That's my story.
I hope we see something like that. But that sounds like something that's
it'd be epic
rare.
for the live stream, of course.
Absolutely, yeah.
I've never thought about that. Like, I mean, there's not many races where there's a solid object at the end of like.
Usually you get to run. Usually you get to
Time
run
does
through the
not
tape.
stop.
Jamil, could you tell us a little bit about what Aurelian is experiencing on this final section as he's kind of descending into Silverton?
Yeah, so from Putnam down, Putnam's actually below the high point. So you're descending for quite a while before you get to Putnam, which is it's a very tiny aid station. They have to hike everything into there. So it's quite minimal in this actually both directions, quite minimal. But yeah, the last descent, it's another Bear Creek trail. This is the Silverton Bear Creek Trail. You're coming down. You will cross the Animas River,
which Aurelian just did.
Yeah, he's 2 miles out.
About 2 minutes ago.
We don't.
You might need to get out there with your camera.
Do we have him on camera? How do we know he crossed the river?
I saw his tracker just
GPS.
updated a minute ago.
So they might have missed him.
I'll look to our production. Oh, speak of the devil.
Look at this. Let's go.
Okay, so yeah, what you're seeing here, they must have just crossed the road. This is, I think, the little climb up to the Rainbow Trail. So this is Shad Cam. Shout out to him. So we should have this all the way to the finish now at this point. Oh, and then we lose it. It'll likely go in and out this part, but yeah, coming down, it's quite a rocky trail that they had to come down from Putnam down in boulder fields. But then towards the bottom, it gets very smooth, and you can just get cranking.
And this last little bit as well, you can run pretty well on.
This part is, quite flat, actually. Just an easy cruise. Couple little rollers, a couple scree field sections. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, you're pretty much feeling like you're home at this point. After this section, there's a small section called the Newt Chute, which is this big red rock scree field. You can see it from the highway driving towards Uray. There is one last road climb, which is kind of a final gut punch. You climb up to the shrine before you come, right down to town.
So
what a pacer to have.
Yeah, Ludo.
Yeah,
a UTMB champ, multiple time, at least once. Top 10 finisher. Western States. Yeah, no stranger to racing in the U.S. And I don't know, he's just the king of cool. I don't think Ludo's ever raced a Hardrock.
You what?
I don't think Ludo's ever raced Hardrock.
Yeah.
It would be cool to see him out here in non-pacer form one day. Maybe he'll get the itch after this experience. Kind of Ludo's one of the ageless wonders of the world. Aurelian, not on the other hand, but he's the youngest male in this field. He's younger than Arlen by, I think it was 3 days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they thought it was Arlen, but it's actually Orlean is the youngest. And he's spent the shortest amount of time alive. He's going to spend the shortest amount of time on the course.
Speaking of Arlen, that guy, I saw him a few times yesterday out and just early this morning, and he seems to be having a great race.
Yeah.
All in all.
Absolutely.
I mean, every time I see him, he's been running extremely fast, feeling great, sprinting out of that Chapman aid station with Tessa. I mean,
he's been hard charging.
Yeah, he's like, I feel so good. He said this leaving mile 86, at least down low. He said the altitude he was slowing down. That was, come on up. You want to come on up?
Indeed, yeah. Arlen should be passing Island Lake in the next few minutes. He just hit that high point, hanging out at about 12,600 feet elevation at the moment, and descending now.
What's up?
We have another familiar face entering the studio, getting all set up.
I think it's going to be a big party up on the stage today, all in all.
Yeah, I think all day there's going to be a solid group of people, solid rotation.
Speaking of a solid group of people, let's give a little bit more context to where that peloton of the 3 through 10 on course are. Obviously, we have Aurelian here on screen, and we'll be here at the gym in just a matter of moments. And Bignette is about to pull into Putnam at any second now. Actually, he's probably in there at this exact moment. But meanwhile, heading back on course, you got Courtney still working her way, third overall, first female, on that descent at about 86 miles into the race. So 8 miles or so to the Putnam aid station. Javi Dominguez is just about a mile behind her. Arlen Glick, as we just mentioned, is approximately half a mile behind Javi. And then Paul Terranova and, well, really, I guess Annalise is probably next, second female, and 6th overall. Would be approximately a mile behind Arlen, and then Paul Terranova would be just behind her, followed by Jeff Browning, and much as he has been the entire race, shortly behind Paul.
Yeah. So I think this is the Newt Chute part of the trail. You can see kind of that red rock scree field that they're crossing right now. So this is getting quite close here to that final road ascent.
Mm-hmm.
They've got a little bit of a descent down, and then we'll be seeing them climb up that dirt road to the just below the Shrine of the Mines here in Silverton.
Exactly, yeah. They're going to drop back into the trees here, a few little rollers, and then a bit of a chicane before they hit that road climb. So that'll be our, when you see them make a hard right turn and a hard left turn, that'll be our clue that they will soon be seeing the houses and the far-flung street lights of Silverton. And if cars were on the road right now, given it is 4:45 in the morning, but if they were on the road, they would also have those headlights going just off to the right of our screen of this view right now. So things are popping off, and I can hear sounds behind me as people are starting to gather. The folks who were listening with their eyes closed to this live stream have arisen and started walking their way downtown, including one individual joining us on the couch. Maggie, how you doing?
Morning.
Good morning.
Did you guys sleep?
Kind of.
Okay.
Ish.
Same.
The two of us literally were in lazy boy recliners next to each other napping.
Aw.
It was probably a sight to see.
Yeah, it was pretty adorable.
You can't go to sleep. I mean, what happened
No,
overnight?
It was so
Overnight
exciting
is
out
in
there.
naps of 90 minutes.
Yeah, it was like an hour, and I'd check and everything. I'd be like, do we need to go in? No, okay, we got 20 more minutes. We said that for like 2 hours before finally being like, all right, we gotta get over there.
It's
But-
pretty warm outside, actually. It's
Yeah,
really
it was
nice out.
Yeah.
Downright pleasant. stepping outside this morning.
So he's led from no one's ever. He's been in first the entire
Gun to
time.
tape.
Yeah.
Well, he's sprinted off the line.
Yeah, he had a 10-meter gap, 11 meters into the race, it seemed like.
I think the mining horn thing strategy we saw at Cunningham in the very beginning meant, he meant business from the very beginning.
Yeah, they were assuming he was in front from mile 9.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, when I saw him cross that first river, 3.5 miles in, he had, I think it was like a 5-minute gap on the rest of the field. So he was not playing around. He meant business. He came here. It was business time, and we are going to see him cash that check here at the Silverton gym in just a matter of moments as you see our leader, Aurelian, being paced by Ludo here in the final miles of the Hardrock 100 endurance run. Thank you all for joining us on the live stream. Let us know where you're tuning in from. I imagine, was it 7 hours ahead in France? So about noon, early afternoon. The Bastille Day vibes are potentially still high. So we probably have some French folks hanging out with us in the chat. But for everyone else, let us know where you're coming from, where you're showing love from, and who you're pulling for, who you're tracking. And
It'd be pretty fun, watch Orleans come in, win the Hardrock 100, right as the tour stage is about to start. You just roll right in from one event to the other.
I mean, it's a big day at the tour too.
I know. Yeah, there's a lot going on. But I'm sure every single person over in France who's getting ready to tune into the tour is here in the live chat. So let's hear it.
Wow. It's like all over, pretty much. People are from everywhere. It's going so
The
fast.
beauty of the internet.
That's what we love to see.
Maggie, did you pace last night?
I did. I paced 40, and it was amazing. It was the most fun I've ever had pacing.
Where were you?
I picked him up at Animus, and he wasn't as late getting in as 2021.
Okay.
But he was, Handy's kills him. He lives for the summer. He lives at the Delaware Shore. He's been running a lot of 5Ks at the beach, so he pretty much figured that would kill him. That Handy's part. And he came back to life after engineer. He's like, I feel great. Let's run.
Wow.
And I was running. He's like, do you want to run a little faster? And I was like, oh, okay. And we just we passed about 7 people on the way down. He left in great spirits, but it's a lot of climbing left. But I think he's doing awesome.
I wonder if Mike has the least vert in the training block leading up to Hardrock than anyone else in the field.
We should find out.
It seemed like his overall vert number he was talking about seemed like it was pretty low this year.
It seems like he did some steps in the beginning of in the winter or something. Maybe he did some run up a building step challenge, and then stop doing vert.
Was there a follow up at all on the burpees?
Yeah, he was wondering how he's going to fit his burpees in.
Yeah, I guess Mike has a daily burpees goal.
It started in Ethiopia because he went there for a project and he couldn't run the whole time. So he started doing burpees indoors instead because it was they were like, I can't repeat the whole story because I can't remember it, but it was pretty, he couldn't leave and go run, he didn't have the freedom to do that. So he did the burpees. So he might have skipped Friday because he's been running the whole time. I don't think he did them in the morning when he woke up.
Maybe we'll see some.
Oh, I think they're on the Shrine Road now.
They are indeed. So we are within the last mile of the Hardrock 100 endurance run. Ludo making sure he's getting that content.
He wants to make sure that people know that he was there. He was the one pacing. This is all me. So relative to where we're sitting right now, they're just up that way.
Correct. If we blew open these windows, we might have a chance to see the light in the distance.
Is that Ludo taking a little video there?
Mm-hmm.
Is Ludo
You
going
hire him
live?
for the next stream.
You're hired.
Does that guy
Let's
have
do
a
it.
media pass?
It's for personal
Pacers
use.
are
Better
exact.
be.
Pacers are the loophole for media. It's like if you want to film on Kroger's,
You have to
You're
pay.
a pacer.
Oh, look at that.
And don't accidentally turn the camera on and your pack. Don't look at me like that.
don't record like a 2-hour video on the climb up to Kroger's and drain all your batteries.
From the inside of the pack.
Yeah.
Pack
What-
cam.
Pro move.
Let me live.
Hashtag 2017.
A lot happened. There
Right.
there are many videos that Jamil and I have worked on together that will never see the light of day. Just add that
Or
to the
they
list.
did see the light of the day and then they will never again see the light of day. Maybe.
R.I.P.
Love this.
But we are.
I wonder if he's
approaching-
live right now. That would be sweet.
Check his Instagram.
I'll check. I'm
I mean, I
hopping
think
on.
you get service there.
Oh, you definitely do. Yeah, we have a couple. I guess
This is a bit of a
houses that doesn't-
grind. Like this last little bit. If you can run every step of this, you are in a good place.
Yeah, I ran this section on Thursday after we did our preview show, just a little out and back. And even I, in fairness, live in California, but coming up to 9,300 feet, I was like, you know what, I might want to walk this section. But he, having already run 101 miles, just grooving. And shortly should come upon a right-hand turn that'll take him down a little steep, quick little runner directly into the heart of town. And then he has just 2 more turns after that to get to the rock and the finish line here at the Silverton Gym. This is wild.
Once he makes that turn, it will literally be all downhill.
Mm-hmm. Which is the only time you can say that factually on course. We've heard it a lot said to
Well, the
people.
opposite
downhill to the
way
finish.
is like slightly uphill. You got to leave that Kendall Lodge. It's a little bit uphill. I didn't notice until Megan Hicks told me. She's pretty right. Like it's like
Yeah.
there's a gradual climb on the road. It's not noticeable unless you run 99 miles.
Yeah, I bet that feels like a mountain on the way into town.
Were you just talking into your nitro cold brew?
Yeah,
can?
exactly. I think we're seeing a hint of light too in the sky there as well.
Yeah, it's about that time.
So this is under the Kyle Skaggs time from 2008, the historic 23-23.
23-23.
I'm trying to look at the historical splits for the first time. I can actually sort this by finish. So going this direction, we've only had 2 folks go under the 23-hour mark. The course record held by Francois, 21:45:50, and Dylan Bowman finishing in second in 2021, 22:45:50.
We're at 22:55 on the clock.
And I don't think it's going to take him 29 minutes to go this last 3/4 of a mile. So Aurelian looking like he's going to secure the 3rd fastest time ever in the counterclockwise direction.
Does he have a chance of sneaking in under 23? Or
Yes.
is he still too far out?
Nah, he's got a chance. It's a matter of. I doubt that that's in his
It's a matter
mind
of
at this exact
caring.
moment, but it's definitely well within reason.
Someone commented on the moon, and it looks like a speck there, but it's pretty epic. It's like this crazy big crescent moon on the horizon out here.
Oh.
It's really cool looking.
I wouldn't know. I don't go outside anymore. I just
I'm
hang out
across the
here.
street, so I walked
This is-
outside from there to here.
These
It's like,
studio
whoa.
lights, these are my moon.
I mean, it's a very scenic and remote part of Colorado here on the western slope. I literally lost the traditional radio driving into Silverton. It was fine on the highway, and then you get to Silverton and it just dies out. There's not a lot of ambient light. All the stores are closed at 10. You're not dealing with a lot of street lights, and so you can truly appreciate the natural beauty. And then as the sunrise comes and we start to see some of our later finishers, and you'll be able to see this picturesque view and the mountains in the distance that aren't just silhouetted shadows, you'll be able to really appreciate where these runners were running up just a day ago.
Yeah, I feel like I've been talking for forever, seemingly no time at all as well. This entire time, everyone's just been out on a nice grand loop through the mountains.
Yeah, it feels like longer than 23, almost 24 hours.
Maybe it's more
Yeah,
engaging when you're
and
out there.
there's the right-hander we talked
It is.
about. And as you can see, the specks of the street lights.
We can see the finish chute.
It is not a direct straight run in. He's going to go down this deceptively, not technical, but choppy trail, and then make a left and a right. And he will be at that rock in the distance here in just a few moments. We got the finish line cam, the steady cam, in the lower box.
So for those just tuning in, this is our first place male, first overall, Orléans Denard Payaz from France with pacer Ludo Pomeray, also French. They are making their way into Silverton. Orléans is going to be the champion of the 2023 Hardrock 100, leading from wire to wire. And this is like a pretty true wire-to-wire victory, as we were saying, like the first step. As soon as the race started, he was off the front, never to be seen again by any of his competitors. It's been a truly dominant performance.
I mean, yeah, even at Cunningham.
He checked the watch.
Smart.
He's paying attention.
Even at Cunningham, 9 miles in, he had already had an 8-minute lead.
He's got like a minute. I don't remember how long this 2 turns take, but I think he's got it.
I can hear the cheers
I know.
outside. I can hear the horn.
are
The horn.
blowing.
Do you think the mining horn's out there?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
I can.
yes.
I've only ever heard it through these headphones, but now I'm hearing it in real life, and yeah, it's got a good sound. Sounds a little bit like an advanced kazoo.
He's got just 1 turn left. A little bit of waving. Folks who are sleeping in their cars, popping their heads out to say hey and see your champion make his way through Silverton.
Le Sprint. I don't know if that's actually French.
Sounds French. It'll be just about 23 hours.
High fives all around. The final turn. The
There it
cheers of the
is.
crowd.
The final straightaway.
And just over 23 hours. But it doesn't matter. 3rd fastest time ever and the fastest of your 2023 edition of the Hardrock 100 Endurance Run. Your champion, Aurélien Denard-Payez.
Right in between the horns. Congratulations to Orléans. Our 2023 men's Hardrock champion. Oh, that's got to feel good to be done.
And gets the handshake from run director Dale Garland.
I think the French way would be 2 kisses on the cheek.
Yeah, at least 2.
At least 2.
Gonna let him get a little warm here.
One thing that was pretty amazing about Orléans' run, pretty much this entire time commentating or watching the live stream, he came into every aid station and left every aid station looking pretty amazing. And almost every time my question was like, all right, when's he going to falter? It never happened. There was it didn't seem like, at least from my point of view, there was ever a low moment on the course.
I wonder if it's one of those perfect races where everything fell in place. Obviously, he probably had a little bit of low moments, but like nothing epically low.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't happen too many times, if any, even in an ultra running career, for all the stars to align, especially over the course of a race with this many variables. Just so many opportunities for things to go wrong. And to be able to put it together on a day like this, you don't take something like that for granted.
So I think we're going to be attempting to get a little bit of audio here from outside.
La neige était très dure, avant son pas, c'était très très dangereux. Ludo, il pourra pas dire le contraire, c'était hyper dangereux. Et c'était très très humide. Et non, l'altitude. J'ai même pas pensé. And very dangerous. But the rest was fine, totally fine. Et pendant le jeu, il y avait beaucoup de boue. Non, beaucoup de boue. Oui, la neige fondait à des endroits et il y a beaucoup de boue. Très humide, surtout la partie de plus vrai, ouais. La partie de tellurite très très humide. From Telluride, it was very bit slippery actually.
Slippery out of Telluride. That's what I heard.
I heard the ice was pretty bad. Snow, frozen snow.
That would be ice.
Yeah.
Il m'en manque 700 mètres.
Ouais, qui fait une boucle un petit peu, mais laisse le faire.
Gosh, if the winner of the race is saying that it seemed a little bit dangerous out there, I wonder how everyone else is feeling.
I know we sent Mike with exo spikes. Joe Grant up at Kroger said pretty necessary.
Sounded like that's probably a smart move.
Yeah.
I would like to.
What was your favorite part of the course?
C'est quoi ta partie favorite de la course?
Tu peux embrasser le caillou?
Non, on dispute. On dispute, ouais. On dispute, yeah.
Ah, okay.
I think we have a translator there.
Much appreciated.
Non?
Actually struggling to ID what shoe he's wearing. My gut says Scarpa. Oh, it's totally a Scarpa Spin Planet.
Of UTMB to the
Their new
finish
shoe.
line of Hardrock.
C'est quoi la comment tu
regarde, il est là.
La fin du TMB, la fin de la différence avec UTMB, j'ai
Bah, il a un. Il a gagné. Oui. Il est. Tu veux que je te le passe?
Hein?
Attends, il est en interview là.
You know, when you win the Hardrock, you automatically get an entry for next year. What do you think?
Aurel.
Je sais pas encore.
Yeah.
Aurel, il y a ta femme.
I don't know yet. Coucou Martin. Coucou. Coucou.
Some FaceTime love from home.
I think that was Megan Hicks of Iron Fire asking some questions.
Yeah, asking if he was going to accept his automatic bid into the race next year, and probably wisely he said, I don't know yet.
I love when people ask if you're going to do this again, like 2 minutes after they're done.
Et on fait un pipi là. On est
You don't
français,
wanna
on
make
fait un
any
pipi
decisions
là.
right now.
Ouais, pour voir un lien, pipi. Ouais. Pipi. Ouais. Pipi. Ouais. Achik, achik, achik.
That was amazing cheer. I feel like I'm at the tour.
His crew has been that hype the entire day.
Yeah,
I mean, I would be.
that's absolutely true.
Juste ça pour ça, tout ça pour ça.
Oh, I can tell the cheer's going to come again.
Moi, je pensais
I
que
guess
t'avais
we'll have
gagné le
our TV
denier
on
là.
Oh, that's not actually them.
No, from there to here, then to the gym.
This is trippy.
I know
We're not having slept.
I've got a 15-second delay on life right now.
Oh, vite bête. Ah, si, on a eu 2 porc-épics. Ah ouais? Ah, bah c'est ça qui nous est devant la route. Un porc-épic. Ah oui, ben oui, un porc-épic. On a manqué dans
So we're looking probably 30 to 40 minutes out from our next finisher coming in, and that's going to be Benyat Massimo, who has been in second
Demande-moi si la famille elle peut faire une.
Behind Benyat is third overall, first female, the one and only Courtney DeWalter, who is imminently approaching the KT aid station at mile 89.
Yeah, Courtney should be walking in literally any moment. She was about 100 meters out on her last ping just a few moments ago, and Beignet should be approaching the river crossing relatively soon, so we'll have the Shad Cam going back out there and trying to run him in, as it looks like we should have a French 1-2 on the men's side here if all things stick according to plan. Meanwhile, a little bit further back up the men's race, Javier Dominguez is currently sitting in third place, just ahead of Arlen Glick in fourth. They're separated by approximately half a mile, maybe about a full kilometer between the two of them on course right now. And then in fifth place, you have Paul Terranova on the men's side, who is running approximately with our second place female, Annalise Rosette Segeret.
Do you guys smell bacon, or am I just
Yes.
losing it? Okay, you do too.
It is quite mean for us, but great for the runners to know that the love and attention that they've been paid on course doesn't stop when they kiss the rock. They'll be taken care of here once they get into the gym, can get a little light breakfast or eventually lunch and dinner, and a shower if necessary. So
Hey, the coffee fairy came by the studio not too long ago.
clutch.
Maybe the bacon fairy will too. Who knows? They're making their way into the gym. I'm not sure whether I'm supposed to just look over my shoulder or
He's
continue
right
to
behind
just-
you. Well, sort of.
Yeah, significantly warmer in the gym than outside. It's warm outside, but when you got bacon cooking in here and cots and gear, it's gonna be a little bit warmer in here. It's just a good place to take a seat out of the breeze as well, as you see our men's champion and overall champion Aurelian doing right here. And you saw him signing the shoe. I'm gonna further ruin our backdrop, but I'm gonna grab. That's a customary thing that happens because all of our champions sign their shoe. Bronco Billy's is here behind us. It's been behind us all day, and it becomes a keepsake in the memorial of the Hardrock 100 endurance run. So appreciate Aurelian adding to the collection after just a spectacular 23-hour run through the mountains of the San Juans and the third fastest finish in this direction ever.
Yeah, those shoes are ready to be retired. They don't need to be running anymore.
100 miles here is like 400 miles on those shoes.
Yep. Yeah, they're one and done for sure.
What's interesting is some folks just have not made any shoe changes whatsoever. They're like, I had a shoe, I anticipate running the entire 100 miles in because it's comfortable and it's broken in. Others have definitely made some changes along the way, but I think you were saying this earlier on the stream, Brett. What the best shoe is the one that's most comfortable to you?
Absolutely. And sometimes you tie it just right at the start and you're just like, I don't want to mess with this anymore. I'm trying to remember if throughout the day Arleon switched shoes at all. He was so quick in and out of the aid stations. I don't know if he even ever did.
Yeah, you spoke about how fast he was in and out of aid stations. 35 total minutes of stoppage time officially for Aurelian as he ventured around. So 22 hours and 25 minutes of run time, 35 minutes of hanging out at aid stations. His longest stops were the second, third, and fourth last aid station. 6 minutes in Telluride, 6 minutes at Chapman, 4 minutes at KT. The part of the course where he said it was the most dangerous, he still only spent 12 total minutes hanging out before he ventured along. So even though it was dangerous and sketch, didn't take too much out of him as he clearly beasted that last stretch and finished quite strong into the finish line here at the Silverton gym.
Yeah, I feel like anything under an hour for total stoppage time on this loop is super impressive because you have to be pretty efficient in and out of every aid station to keep it under an hour, and he was way under an hour here.
Well, since you brought it up, I'm going to check. In the last 20 years, there have been 101 individuals who stopped for less than an hour in this direction. The
That's
shortest
not that
being
many.
the 3 minutes of Diana Finkel back in 2009. The next closest being 20 minutes by Rhonda Sundermeyer, also in 2009.
Women are efficient.
Yeah, you're just dropping a pack, grabbing a new one, and just walking out of there.
That's some good crewing.
35 minutes of total stoppage time puts Aurelian with the likes of Frosty back in 2015, Darcy Pecue in 2017, Nick Curry in 2017, Troy Howard in 2013. Pretty much a top 30 stoppage time overall in this direction. So, came in with a plan. He meant business. He executed. I'll be interested to see, as folks talk to him, if there really was any low point or if this is one of the magical runs where everything just clicked on the day.
Speaking of Darcy, I did see Darcy Pecue's tracker not too long ago. Darcy has left Uray and is making their way up towards Kroger's.
I think she was struggling with some bronchial issues.
Oh, was that what it was?
Lungs and yeah, and I think she really wants to get this done because this is her 10th.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yep.
Because she was running with Wardian for a little bit, and then she fell way behind.
Yeah, Darcy's definitely kind of in the thick of it. There's a massive train of people from kind of the top of engineer at the very back of the pack to, what are we looking into Chapman. That's where kind of most of the field is right now. And Darcy's right in the middle of that, so there's definitely some people to work with, which is helpful.
Yeah, speaking of the back of the pack, giving a little update on the tail end of our race. Our back three still Blake Wood, Rick Hodges, the oldest competitor, entered in the race at 74 years young, and Howie Stern, all of which right by the snail. Rick and Howie probably are going to be buddied up at this point, trying to get ahead of the, I believe the next hard cutoff is at Uray at 9 a.m. So they've officially crested Engineer Mountain and are on the 10 or so mile descent towards the low point of the course. And Blake Wood should pretty much be exactly at the peak of Engineer Mountain at this point. So even though he's a tad bit behind the snail, this is the part that's significantly more runnable because it's theoretically downhill. Gravity helping you out a little bit.
So what I wonder is the snail on here moving at a linear pace?
Yes.
So it makes sense in that these three would actually fall a little bit behind the snail going up Engineer.
Yeah, they'll leapfrog probably. Unless
Yeah. They're leapfrogging a ghost of a snail.
Well, once they crest Engineer, it's like 4,500 feet of descent.
Mm-hmm.
There's only some uphills when you get to like Ouray by the river, and you got to go up and down and up and down to get to the road.
So if you want to track not just the current three, what do we call it in the tour? Le Autobus. But also any runner. Right there at the top of the chat window on the live stream, you've got the GPS tracker. Go ahead and click that. You can search by name, search by bib number, find the runners that you want to keep tabs on, and join us as we continue to will everyone around the San Juans until they arrive here at the Silverton Gym, which you see the inside of right here with our men's and overall champion, Aurelian. Bignette should be almost crossing the river at this point. So we'll be looking in the production booth for the runner cam to pick him up relatively soon. Meanwhile, third overall and first female, Courtney DeWalter, has officially left the KT aid station and is working her way down towards Putnam.
Looks like we've got eyes on Javi Dominguez.
Just leaving KT.
All right, so we've got video at the KT aid station as we're getting a little bit of daylight.
In case you guys thought I was lying to you, there is no light out there. So the headlamps will tell you how far your gaps are, whether you're looking back or looking forward to the runners around you. But Javi is fourth overall, third male, and is just a few minutes, probably about 8 or so minutes on course behind Courtney DeWalter as they work their way through the last 13 or so miles down here to Silverton.
Ludo might have bacon or something in that plate.
Yeah, I mean, pacers get to eat too.
They probably have more of an appetite than the runners, so they.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Ludo is just having a grand old time out there, and he's like, sweet pancakes, bacon.
Ludo actually was having a grand old time all day, even when he was just sort of there in his crew capacity. Same thing as with the rest of the crew. Good vibe, good energy, hyping people up, talking to other crews, just bigging everyone up. So he's also earned this nice, delectable breakfast at 5:20 in the morning here in Silverton. So shout out to the volunteers for not only cooking it up here in the gym for our finishers, but cooking it up around the course all day. Because from the front to the back of this course, we're separated by 56 miles at this point. That's a huge amount of time, of distance, and volunteers are making sure that we're getting everyone around this through the entire 48-hour journey. So thank you to all the folks that were working on this race in the lead up and are helping getting our runners around as we speak.
The volunteers, it's incredible. Like, we went into Ouray and Mike has 3 other crew guys waiting for him, and you still have multiple volunteers standing there waiting for him to decide he wants something different, or to run and get him whatever sounds good to him. It's like you almost don't need crew unless you want the stoppage time of 30 minutes or less.
Well, we saw that with Javi.
Yeah, Javi had no crew. He was just going off the aid
Volunteers
stations.
are incredible. You have your own personal crew at every aid station, basically.
Yeah, I forget which aid station it was, but they said everyone gets their own little personal concierge.
It's true.
Follow you along and hold your plate for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty amazing race when the volunteer to runner ratio is almost 5-1 out there.
Isn't that better than Western states?
I think it might be.
So we're keeping tabs on Beignet. He is officially across the river and into that tree line parallel to Highway 550, the $1 Million Highway. So we should get the runner cam back up here momentarily. And as we do, we'll be sure to bring you that image. Meanwhile, since we did have video from KT where we saw Javier Dominguez take off in 4th overall, 3rd male, Arlen Glick should be the next individual arriving in that aid station. And we'll keep eyes on there as well. Meanwhile, we've talked a good amount about the top 10 overall. Looking a little bit further back towards Chapman, we know that there have been some folks asking about some of our early leaders, early podium contenders, Avery Collins and Dylan Bowman. We have not gotten word that they dropped. Chapman aid station is also not the most convenient location to drop, especially if you've already done the quote-unquote fun traverse from Telluride up that way. So I would anticipate, especially based in Debo's case on how he's feeling earlier and just how long of a day where he felt, quote, effing terrible, that he is probably just taking a long break. But no, we have no confirmation that there have been official drops from either Avery or Debo. So as we get intel that they have either dropped or hopefully just left the aid station, we'll be sure to bring that your way. But at this time, no new drops. All new friends.
For those who are looking at on the GPS tracker site, their names are kind of translucent, and that's not because they dropped. Just when you've been in, I guess when you haven't moved for an hour or more, your name goes into a bit of a hibernation mode, which they might be as well. I mean, all of these aid stations that are in the second half of the course, they're all set up in a way that do allow runners, if they do need a pretty severe rally, you know, they've got the cots, they've got the experienced volunteers, they will get Dylan and Avery everything they need to get back out on course. If there's anything, you know, that these volunteers all have in common, it's that they want to see everyone finish. So they will do everything in their power to not pull someone from the course. They'll also do everything in their power to not let someone pull themselves.
Yeah, during the preview show and the interviews through the week, you know, so many folks stated that their goal was to finish. And especially for the individuals that already find themselves past Telluride, you have 24 hours to go 20 miles. You can take a sizable nap and still accomplish that goal. And so sometimes you reset and recalibrate. Nothing wrong with that. And we look forward to welcoming them and all of our runners here to the Silverton gyms where they can kiss the rock. And we'll be bringing you all of those finishers here on the live stream. So make sure you stay tuned in, hit that subscribe button so you'll get notifications as we switch through streams and continue to bring you all the finish line cam action so you can celebrate at home just like the crews, the runners, and the volunteers are celebrating here in Silverton.
Seeing that Benyat Massimo, our second place overall on course, second male, crossed Mineral Creek not too long ago.
Yep, squarely in the last...
No pacer.
No, squarely in the last 2 or so miles, maybe just a tad over at this point, to the finish.
Benyat's Hardrock journey has been pretty wild. He's given us some things to talk about, especially early on.
Speaking of things to talk about, just real quick, we do have eyes on Annalise. Arlen.
Oh, yeah, that was Tessa.
Oh, it was Tessa. Okay.
Arlen's pacer.
So Arlen Glick coming into the
KT
aid station at mile 89.
I think he's sitting down. Nope.
He's back up.
Better
Oh,
chair.
He didn't like that first chair. Arlen's very peculiar about his aid station chairs.
So Arlen sitting in 5th overall, 4th male at KT.
Are they trying to get him warm?
Yeah, it looked like they wrapped him in one of those like emergency blankets. Hopefully not an emergency.
Just probably left without a jacket.
Classic.
Bold strategy. Yeah, 2.5 hours from Chapman to here at KT that he's been out there. So definitely time to take care of himself.
Okay. Awesome.
Anything else we can get you?
Yep. While we're watching Arlen, we'll be looking out for our shad cam as well. Getting eyes on our second place male finisher as they make their way into the last few miles of the course coming into Silverton. For now, we are going to see what Arlen's up to at KT.
Yeah.
You steal that from Grants Pass?
Yeah. Believe it?
Yeah,
Souvenir. Souvenir.
Yeah, I do believe it. Price is not more. That's more than two.
Holy.
That's a well-loved emergency blanket.
Yeah, that one looks like it's seen some bodies.
All right, Mr. Arlen, we have.
But he is 5th overall, so how many could it have seen?
Yeah, I guess that's true. Maybe they used
What
it
is
last
this
year.
on? What is this on?
Oh, it's on YouTube.
Everything is.
Oh, really? So people actually watch
Yeah, like
this?
2,000 people are watching it right
What?
I love it in the commentary.
Yeah, we got it. Nice guys.
Oh, he
Yeah, it's funny. The people at the aid stations are the ones who actually would have no idea what's going on because there's no service or internet out there. I mean, I don't think they're all connected to the Starlink at the aid station. So it might come as a bit of a surprise to see someone, you know, holding a camera right next to them and be like, oh, yeah, there's actually a couple thousand people watching this right now.
Yeah, unless the volunteer or the camera guy gave them an update on what's going on, they probably have no idea.
Nope, only I have the Wi-Fi password.
Yeah, we're keeping our Starlink Wi-Fi passwords on lock. I mean, I'm sure everyone has their price. So we were saying at Western States, we're like, how much should we sell our Starlink Wi-Fi passwords for? Just change it every hour.
Oh, I had to barter to get a Starlink password while I was doing on-course work at Michigan Bluff. So,
but weren't you working for the race?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you have gotten the password?
Don't worry, we
So they're really guarded.
we got there. We were able to bring folks coverage, and we're able to bring folks coverage here. Again, these are two races that are pretty well known, but what's not really well known, or at least not really well appreciated, is just how remote they are. And even though Western typically is run 9 hours faster than Hardrock, both have some pretty desolate wilderness areas. So the fact that we were able to bring images from the high country at Western and pretty much everywhere around this Hardrock course are just remarkable. So thanks, technology, for continuing to advance and allow us to do it. And thank you all for joining us online as we bring it to you.
We've got that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good. Going back out this way? Oh, this way.
So
Down this way.
Arlen Glick is about 30 minutes out from the longest event that he's ever done. On the trails, actually, his longest event he'd ever done was Run Rabbit at 19 hours, so he's well past that. But he's done a 24-hour track race before, so he's been in movement for 24 hours. This type of movement's a little bit different. We've got eyes on our second place
Male,
second place male,
overall.
Benyat Massimo, making their way into Silverton. No pacer, just going steady. Oh, circling back to one thing we were saying about how Benyat was surprising over the course of the race was the fact that he just blew through 2 aid stations, three aid stations at parts of the course when it just it didn't even cross my mind that you would ever go through the aid station. One of the biggest ones was from Sherman to Animas Forks. So that's in between that is Handy's Peak. The Burroughs aid station is kind of the last spot that you gear up. He didn't stop. He just went straight through it, just yelled his number. And everyone was like, did that really just happen?
Yeah.
And he comes into Animas looking great.
Were you guys awake to see him go through KT aid station?
No, but I saw him blow through Governor.
Oh, he blew through KT as well.
Wow.
Like right through it.
So we went from Chapman to Putnam then? Probably.
I think
or
so.
Maybe he blew. Did he blow through Putnam too?
I mean, you can pack a lot of nutrition in those.
A 16-mile push from Chapman to the finish is nutty.
The answer is yes. Since he left Telluride, he's stopped for a total of 2 minutes.
Oh.
No.
There's a level of confidence that it takes to push yourself in any endeavor, but to go through the worst parts of the Hardrock course and have just full faith and confidence that you have exactly what you need for the next 14-mile stretch is...
14 miles takes a minute in the San Juans.
Those climbs are long. I mean, to blow through Governor, you've run up a road for 10 miles, and you're going up really steep to Kroger's.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like he he hiked through, slowed down a little bit. He was like on the other side of the road running, and he was just like, 172. And now the aid station people are like, I'm not sure how to, this wasn't in the protocol.
He sounded a little Scottish or something.
Who, me? Or?
Is that your accent for him?
Yeah.
We'll work on the French accent.
Yeah, I actually don't. Maybe he read it off
stream.
in French, and that's why they were a little bit shook as well, because they were having to figure out what that bib number actually was. Because he was running so fast, it was blurry. So they couldn't even look.
The sun is coming up.
And I think we're about to hit that section of Red Rock that Jamil was talking about a little earlier. And we'll see the highway off to the right side potentially as we traverse through here. Yet, all things considered, he's going to have stopped for 25 minutes officially in aid stations.
Total?
Total.
So he's less than early.
Yep. Yeah,
He's
combined.
probably been trying to catch him the entire time.
Combined, our top 2 men will have stopped for a grand total of an hour.
Yeah, Benyat's very much run a wire-to-wire second place race. Because I don't know if he ever had any company in second, but was never with the lead either. Just been chasing an imaginary carrot this whole time.
Yeah, he was 5 minutes. He was 8 minutes behind Aurelian and 5 minutes ahead of the next runner when he went through Cunningham back at mile 9. So he hasn't really been alone this whole time. He's been chasing and being chased, but has also not really had anyone to properly run with. Has gone pacerless this entire time. The runner cams are really the most company he's had while in motion. And you see him cruising along, about to make this left-hander onto the... Is this the dirt road? Yep. And now he's got this one
This is the gut
last
punch.
rude gut punch of a climb, as he is just over a mile out from the finish line here at the Hardrock 100 endurance run.
It's bright enough outside now to click the headlamp off. That's got to wake you up a little bit, being able to turn the headlamp off because the sun's finally coming up.
He's pretty solid for a sub 24 finish, which is awesome.
Yeah, very seldom see any sub 24 finishes. See a couple.
What's Courtney's stoppage time?
Good question. Courtney officially has been stopped for a total of 20 minutes at this point. Her longest being at Chapman, but she's actually tagged with a 0-minute stop at Ure, which we know is might technically be accurate from where she passed the in and out volunteers, but she did actually sit just before the check-in, quote-unquote check-in volunteers, eating those mashed potatoes and regrouping a little bit. So officially she'll be tagged probably with 20 some odd minutes. In actual time, probably a little bit closer to 30. But still absurd.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're not wasting any time at aid stations. You have 30 minutes of stoppage time.
So as you can see, we weren't just making things up. This is probably the best chance to understand the grade of this dirt road as
Yeah, that
being
doesn't
working
look
his way
very
up.
fun.
It's not. But you can rest in the appreciation of a second sunrise and knowing that you are just a short way away from the gym and wrapping up your 102-mile journey around the San Juans.
Props to the Shad Cam for getting all the way out here. Again.
So just a little note on Shad. And you maybe might recognize him from Cocodona.
I do now.
Yep. So he was dropped off to run in Aurelian, and he ran back out to catch the second place male on the way in.
He'll probably be doing that.
I mean
that's
Cocodona.
that's kind of his MO.
Cocodona, you racked up 90 miles just live streaming.
Yep, 90 miles, all on the last mile and a half of the Cocodona course, which is just all pavement coming into Flagstaff. Just back and forth and back and forth. It was pretty amazing. Quality coverage. So Shad knows how to properly frame a runner in the last mile of a race.
Well, to his benefit, he will have a few hours, most likely, break between running in our second place runner, Beignet, right here, and our third place participant when they come through. So he can rest his legs a little bit, maybe get a power nap in.
We'll go find him some bacon.
The bacon is good. I ran
do you
down
know?
to get I looked at the face of our men's champion Aurelian as he was eating some eggs and bacon down there and some toast, and he didn't scoff at me as he took a bite. So I assume, ipso facto, that the bacon is good.
Okay, I thought maybe you snuck a piece as you were refilling coffee and didn't bring any back.
I'm not that rude.
Okay.
And where just 40 minutes ago we were looking at a speck of a crescent moon in the distance, you now see those mountains being lit up by the second sunrise of the Hardrock 100 endurance run as we approach the 24-hour mark. wholly anticipate that our second place runner here on the screen, Beignet, is going to finish under that 24-hour mark, which would be pretty remarkable. He will be the 6th person ever to finish in under 24 hours going this direction, along with our champion today, Aurelian, joining the likes of Francois, Debo, Ryan Smith, and Killian Jornet in achieving that feat.
It's a pretty short list. Pretty accomplished runners there.
It's pretty incredible considering like it was really hot. We stood up at Grouse watching runners come down, and people had ice bandanas on and things like that. You don't typically see that here.
No, I mean,
And the
by
snow
no
on
means.
the second half of the course with the kind of sketchy conditions.
Yeah, it didn't sound like the course was doing anyone any favors this year. Nothing fast about that. Yeah, these fast times are just pure, just fitness and willpower.
Gumption.
Gumption.
And we're still climbing here, but approaching that right-hander. Yeah, I think where the road curves up to the right and that pack of trees, that pretty much marks where the right-hander downhill will be. So just about 400 or so more meters of climbing, and then it truly is all downhill to the finish for our second place male.
And I think Aurelian ran this whole thing. You can tell, like, it's definitely a little grind.
Yeah, being able to follow for this entire climb now puts it into perspective a little more. I thought it was like 15 or 20 seconds, but that's not the case. This is actually still kind of a proper climb. At this point, you're probably seeing the town being like, why am I not going down into town yet?
I think at end of any course where it's like any little tiny up or down.
They didn't say this in the runner briefing.
Why does this seem like forever?
Did I accidentally start loop 2?
What a cool view.
You see the town off to the right, where they started this journey, directly ahead of him. But he doesn't have to do that again. He's about to make this right-hander down the hill and to us here at the gym.
For those just tuning in, this is Benyat Massimo from France. Second male, second overall. Approaching just the final few minutes of their Hardrock 100-mile journey. We are watching the Shad cam right now. Shad's one of our live stream camera volunteers, seasoned veteran at this. And to our right of the picture, we can see the little town of Silverton, which is just starting to wake up. You think Silverton smells like bacon like this every morning? Because I see why people move here then.
I can confirm that it does not.
Oh, that's just not like the scent that comes off the
This is
mountains.
just when Hard Rock is here.
Ah, I see, okay.
Just pulling out the Google Maps here for Silverton as it lies directly ahead of Beignet. Busier than usual, which is to be expected at 5:46 a.m. on a Saturday.
I mean, it was definitely just waking up when William was heading in.
Yeah, it was still a little sleepy. I think the mining horns, that was the kick in the
People
pants
are
people
awake
needed.
now.
They were like, "Oh, we got to get to the finish." So I bet Benyat has a nice group of fans and friends waiting for him at the finish.
2 turns left. He's got a left-hander just coming up. And then that final right-hander into the chute and directly at the rock.
This is Benyat Massimo from France. I am Brett Hornig. We have Skylar Hall and Maggie Gutierrez here in the studio, calling in some of these finishes. And we'll be here with you for a bit.
Got a house for sale if anyone's interested.
One of the few. I hadn't seen too many real estate signs out in Silverton.
You go like out of town, and there's some interesting for sale signs. It's like land. Your house could possibly be taken out by an avalanche, but it's pretty.
Is there such thing as avalanche insurance?
Oh, good question.
No idea.
Yeah, Skylar, do you have avalanche insurance in Hayward?
I don't. Not a lot of avalanches happening in the urban Bay Area. So no, I do not. It's also cute that you think I own property in the Bay Area.
I'm pretty sure insurance companies set it up so if you're prone to that disaster, it's not covered.
Yeah, that's true.
But a person not prone to disaster, as he is, gone completely
segue.
beast mode around this course. Benyat Marmoseau, about to be greeted by his fellow countryman, the champion Aurelien, has made his way outside as we're going to have a French 1-2 finish. But just 1 turn left for your second place male, second place overall. Benyat, you hear the sounds of the crowd.
Is that Bastille Day magic? I know that was yesterday, but they've been running since yesterday.
The French have a good record on this direction.
Yeah, they really do. You're right. All right.
And here it is.
One more turn.
You can hear the horns now.
He's going to come in 23 hours, 49 minutes and change. He'll slide in just under 23:50 unless he completely glory walks this in.
No shame in that.
Your runner-up here at the 2023 Hardrock 100 endurance run, Benyat Marmoseau.
Completing the Hardrock 100 in under a day.
And a hug.
Benyat looks pretty stoked to see that rock.
He's having a relationship with the rock.
You can hear Megan Hicks.
It's not just a boulder, it's a rock. Someone will get that reference.
And they get the man a chair. And a medal being greeted by run director Dale Garland. The man who made this entire journey pacerless. And finishing second. Just baller move all around.
A lot of people in the chat got my SpongeBob reference.
Bravo, Mélat. Bravo. Bravo.
T'as été. Chapeau. C'est très très grand ce que t'as fait. J'étais heureux pour toi, tu vois. Parce que l'année dernière.
This is Aurelian and Benyat sharing some words,
Tu vois, là, tu nous as pris une
exchanging
leçon.
some stories
Franchement,
from their tales out on the course.
je suis tombé à la corde.
Ouais, à la fin.
Ah ouais, ils ont arrêté de voir le film.
Ça a été très grand sur place.
Comment?
Grand sur place avec les GD. Heureusement qu'il y a eu du tout. Hein. On a pris droit dans la neige. Et c'est tout derrière. Il y en a tiré à gauche.
Heureusement que j'ai tracé tout ça.
Ouais.
Parce que,
J'y ai pensé à plusieurs moments. Le moment, je me disais heureusement qu'il y a le dos pour me faire la trace, parce que sinon, c'est comme ça.
putain, du coup, on a été écouté. Elle était dure comme.
Ouais, c'est pas bien. Ce sera mieux pour dans la journée, quand on a détaillé.
Mais bravo. Je te dis, Sandrine.
We're getting some translations in the chat, maybe.
Sounds like there was a fall in there at some point. Coming down to the wire. The next finisher, the next runner on course that we will be waiting for to the finish at the moment should be Courtney DeWalter, who's winning the women's race and is in third overall. Will be a little bit of time. We've got a smidge of downtime
I'm
between
looking
now and
at
then.
splits though, because they have the open split time has the projections. I mean, the record's still possible according to the
Oh yeah.
projections.
What is it? The record? 28.
27, 17 or something. Don't quote me. We have that information somewhere.
That's what I'm here for. Yes, 27, 18, 24 is the women's course record in this direction set by Diana Finkel back in 2009. And at that time, Diana came through KT in 24 hours and 6 minutes.
C'est Coco, tu m'attrapes le GPS dans la.
And
Coco.
Courtney obviously ahead of that as she's left KT in 23:09, so about an hour ahead of that course record split as she is currently making her way. I said down towards Putnam. It's up and then down, but she's grooving along, and we would expect her to be there in about 30-ish minutes.
Okay, so Courtney's, as of right now, Courtney's about an hour up on course record split. So I think that falls within to the Courtney doing Courtney things category.
I mean, it wasn't easy for her. It wasn't like it was like kind of like the Western states where it looked easy. You could tell she had some low moments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially coming through Ure. You know, that was the last spot that I saw Courtney had an aid station pretty in depth, and she didn't look amazing.
All right, I'm going to correct my math. That's what I get for trying to do it off the top of the dome. Courtney should be probably another hour until we see her at Putnam if the trend holds. So just want to manage expectations. We'd still be looking at about 25 hours of total run time elapsed when Courtney DeWalter, currently first female and third overall, gets into the into the Putnam aid station, because again it is a climb out of KT from 10,600 feet up to 12,600 feet.
But that leaves her plenty of time to do a downhill into Silverton.
Oh yeah, from there she would have about 10 miles of of run time, mostly downhill, plus the river crossing.
Sounds like we've got
Oh, you got an applause.
Benyat
Mostly
making
from the
their way-
Williams crew.
making their way into the Silverton gym. I don't know if you can hear the applause coming through in the background, but it was a nice welcome ceremony, I think largely by Arlene's crew.
Mm-hmm.
I think Arlen's crew's here.
Don't you
Crews
dare
have-
blow that horn in the gym.
Because after your Telluride, there are no more crewable aid stations, correct? This is pretty much where you
You
have
could
to come in.
crew at Chapman.
Okay.
Yeah, it says on the Hardrock course map, you can crew at Chapman, 4x4 access only if you do it the short way, or you drive from Telluride around into Chapman, and then if you don't have a vehicle that can just cut across the pass, you're going from Chapman back out to Telluride, back out to Ouray, and then you're cutting through to Silverton. So you'd probably still beat your runner under any circumstance, but you got yourself like 2.5, 3 hours of driving there in front of you. So
There's elk everywhere, too. I drove back from Ouray after dropping off Mike, and you have to really watch out.
that's what Skylar was saying. You were calling them deer.
Yeah,
There was a lot of deer, too.
I saw more wild animals on that drive from Ouray back to Silverton than I have seen collectively in my life while driving.
It's a guarantee you'll see a moose, an elk, or several deer.
Yeah, there are sections where the speed limit says like 25 miles per hour, and you're like, you clearly can go faster than 25. And all of a sudden you see 3 wild animals just hanging out on the shoulder. You're like, yeah, I'm still going to go 25. That's smart.
Yeah, it's sketchy. You don't want to hit a moose.
Well, Megan Hicks and I were doing a training run coming back over Black Bear Pass. We staged a car at the bottom, drove back. It was already dark, and there's just a moose standing in the road after you get down from, the switchbacks coming into Silverton. So,
Moose are scary.
yeah, they're huge.
They're massive, and they got a little bit of a short fuse.
They scare me the most. I think it's rare to see a mountain lion. They don't want anything to do with you, and if they do, not much you can do.
Yeah.
Black bears are skittish and afraid. Moose, they're unhinged.
Moose, they're giant and a little pissed off.
For next year.
So
Yeah,
while we're watching, just real quick, we're watching here in the gym as Benyat, our runner-up, has just finished and is getting refueled. Chad, our runner cam, who brought in our top 2, is going to get a bit of a break because our next runner on course looks to be Courtney DeWalter, as we mentioned, still working her way up and then back down towards Putnam. We've seen Arlen Glick and Hobby Dominguez, 4th and 5th overall, clear the KT aid station. And our next runner there will be Annalise, and she just pinged a little over a half mile out from that aid station. So hopefully we, with the benefit of daylight, will be able to get that aid station cam up as she enters momentarily at the KT aid station, 88-ish miles in, 89 miles in, to the Hardrock 100 endurance run.
Yeah, and the last official split on their open split timing website, Annalise was still less than an hour behind Courtney through the Chapman aid station on the way out. That's still a pretty short amount of time. Nothing's guaranteed out here.
I think Courtney knows that, though. She runs like there's someone less than an hour behind her all the time. She runs like there's someone 2 minutes behind her.
Yeah, and I think if you're trying to win Hardrock, you have to treat it like that all the time, no matter what. Now, people are just getting too good, and micro fades. No big blow-ups anymore.
Yeah, we heard it from Courtney at Western. She was being pushed for a good amount of time, but coming from Cal Street to the finish, she said I was on the limit the entire time. I did not know if my legs were going to make it, and she did not need to run that hard to still win that race. And so I imagine she's in a very similar mindset as she works her way over the last 11 miles down to the finish here of the Hardrock 100. Courtney, cleared KT about 53 minutes ago. And so with Annalise getting ready to come in literally any moment, that's still a reasonable gap. And honestly, that puts Annalise still on Finkel's course record pace.
Yeah, you would be correct about that.
I'm sure she came in with the mindset that if you are going to contend or try to win, you need to aim for the record if Courtney's in the race, for sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. One thing, too, is, Courtney said in some of her interviews that, it's not about course records or anything like that or even winning. It's just about trying to get the most out of herself on the day. With the type of athlete that Courtney is, that oftentimes turns out to be a victory. But, that's why that kind of makes sense for what you were saying. With Courtney's experience at Western, it's like, yeah, Courtney could have cruised it in, still won. But Courtney's goal was to see how hard could she push herself on that day, and what that ended up being was a monumental victory. And I'm sure we're seeing a very similar mindset right now. I would be curious to ask Courtney if there was a point in this race where she could feel the Western States in her legs.
It seems like in the beginning, perhaps.
Like mile one.
She's warmed up now.
Yeah.
What were you saying about Aurelian's race, and like that was maybe, we don't know, we haven't talked to him, but perhaps one of those things where everything just clicked and everything was perfect. The one person who has more of those days than that rare once in a career, twice in a career is Courtney. She's had so many where you're just like, that was just perfect.
Yeah,
She'd
and
probably
one of those,
tell you different, but from our perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And one of those was just a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
like,
right. This so close together is mind-blowing.
Yeah, can you do that? Can you have two perfect days at the 100-mile distance?
Only Courtney.
3 weeks apart from each other?
And her intrinsic motivation is like that, something in there she's got figured out.
Yeah.
Her problem solving is...
That's a special superpower.
Yeah.
And so thinking through where Courtney is on course, Javi Dominguez is about a quarter mile back, maybe just a little bit more than a quarter mile back of her. And so she looks over her shoulder. The headlamps are off at this point, but Javi's not terribly far back.
Because we're getting above the tree line again.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd be able to see well down the trail.
Yeah, no, Courtney will be at about 12,000 feet elevation right now. The last time on course, they'll crest above that tree line. As we have eyes here in the KT aid station, Annalise Rosette Segeret, our second female on course and 6th overall in the KT aid station at mile 89 of the Hardrock 100 endurance run.
Also, a quick update. I saw the tracker. Avery Collins, I think, has moved.
It's like Dylan has as well.
Yeah, both their trackers woke up.
So you're saying there's a chance?
More like 1 in 100?
I don't know what Arlen looks like on the downhill now, but his downhill is amazing, and he is only a mile and a half back. I know that's kind of a lot at this point in this race, but that last downhill.
Yeah, the race. I would not want to have Arlen behind me on a downhill finish race. No. Yeah, I think if Javi wants to stay in front of Arlen. He's got to stay out of sight. There goes Annalise, Rousseau, Segarabe, making their way out of the KT aid station at mile 90.
And you see it to Putnam, 2,500 feet up, 1,400 feet down in the next 5.5 miles. But you got daylight, which could be could make this section a little bit more. The horn woke me up there. Can make this section a little bit easier in some respects. You're not as worried about the footing because you can truly see more than 10 feet in front of you.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
Appreciate
That's Paul's crew out there, Terranova. I saw Esther and his wife Meredith. Paul is crushing it.
Yeah, Paul's
I'm
having a
pretty
day,
stoked for
huh?
him. He's such a good athlete. Super underrated, I think. Like, his attitude, I've never seen him in a low or bad mood.
I was looking at some of his race results from the last few years, and big mountain races, you know, he's been in the top 5 of like 6 in the last 2 or 3 years. Just steady, right up there every single time.
He completed Nolan's last year. I don't know what his time was, but I was talking to Courtney paced him, Noah Williams from Leadville, and he's like, we're like, you know, really far into it. He's slipping on talus and his foot's moving back, and he's like, I was just thinking, how would you feel this far into it, being frustrated? And he was just like, whoa, being just Paul. I think that's part of how you can do really well in these races is you just keep yourself entertained and in a good mood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's easy to let that frustration spiral, and that doesn't help you get around the mountain any quicker.
Yeah.
Keeping it fun.
He does. He keeps it fun.
And, you know, he had the benefit of spending the bulk of the first half of this race with his friends, Jeff Browning and Jesse Haynes. Really, we said at the race for the 49-plus division, the three of
We'll
them.
go 48 plus.
48 plus.
Throw Javi in there as well then.
That's fair. Yeah, and Javi's still moving well, and Paul should be the next person coming into that KT aid station that we just saw Annalise leave a few moments ago. He's about a mile out from KT, so we will keep tabs and hopefully bring that picture to you, that beautiful, slightly pixelated picture to you from a place that has 0 cell signal.
Nothing. There's never been a text ever gotten out from there in the history of humanity.
There's 2 women in the top 10. Has that happened? Looking it up, Skylar.
Yeah,
with the
one for sure has happened many
Data.
times. 2, we will have to check. Hot on Paul's heels is Jeff
Yes.
Browning.
So in 2021.
Okay.
Oh no, Darcy was 14. In 2017, Caroline was 7th, and Darcy was 11th. Close. (2015) Frosty was 8th overall, and Darcy was 10th overall.
Oh, there you go. We
And
could
at the time, they
potentially
were
have a 3rd and 6 here, depending on what happens.
Yeah, Frosty ran 27:47. Darcy ran 28:33.
Wow.
So separated by a little under 50 minutes that year. And Annalise still on pace to better that time of Frosty. Just showing how incredibly deep the women's fields of these ultra races have been for the past couple of years. Moving the ball forward and just putting down phenomenal performances. And Annalise, we mentioned it in Ure, like, stopped to hang out with her child. And, like...
Yeah, made sure a kid got some food, too, before leaving.
And somebody, I don't even think it was part of her crew, but somebody else who just happened to be in Ure was just yelled at her, "You're a mother, you're invincible," as she was leaving the aid station. And I think that that's an ethos that she has carried with her, if not explicitly, implicitly, as she's made her way around the San Juan Mountains thus far.
I think Anna Frost and Annalise are on the Scott team, and she said, Frosty did, that Annalise has been pretty focused before this race. I think she didn't want to do any interviews. She just wanted to focus. She was dialed.
She was ready to smash one, and she's made this race very fun, very entertaining to talk about all day.
I mean, I think we kind of expected it to be like what Aurelian did, Courtney ahead, and then let's see what happens in the second and third.
I mean, I don't want to say I told you so, but if you went back and watched the preview show, somebody sitting on stage may have said that folks would be concerned about Courtney early not being in the lead, but that she ultimately would win the women's race. Hasn't played out yet completely. There's still many miles left on course, but...
Oh, I thought you were going to say there was someone on the studio stage that said if it wasn't Courtney, it would be who? And I think they said Annalise.
That is also true.
Right?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be folks sharing screenshots of their free trail fantasy picks and saying, I knew Annalise was going to be up there. And if you did, kudos. And if you're just finding out about her and her storied career thus far, that seemingly just beginning in terms of official races that they get to track, now you have somebody you can follow and get behind. So give the follow on the gram, because there are many more phenomenal performances like this to come, I'm sure.
A lot of people are tuning in because we talked about the record a little bit ago, but Courtney, it is possible still. Very much possible.
Yes.
And Annalise, possible.
So officially, let me see if I can track down Darcy splits, or really I should say the run segment times. And then Diana's from 2009, because there we are. So Diana ran the course record back in 2009. The last two aid stations, so from KT to the finish, took her 3 hours and 13 minutes. And that's when she came in with that course record. So
3 hours, 13 minutes from KT to the finish.
Correct.
Let's see, and then Courtney left KT at 5:09 a.m. So that would be like 8:30-ish. At that exact split.
Yeah, no, that would track.
So if anyone's trying to make some breakfast, now's the time to go do that. Bust that griddle out, get some bacon going, Get those pancakes served up. Probably some strawberries, a little whipped cream.
You gotta stop talking about food, man. You're gonna make us hungry.
I'm already hungry.
And so thinking back, also referencing the splits that Diana ran, Annalise, if she runs similar splits from KT to the finish as we just saw her leave a few moments ago, she too would slip under the existing course record in this direction for women. So just like we saw at Western, a course record that hadn't been touched in quite some time, we might actually see two women, both our champion and runner-up, slide under. But again, we've got another climb to go. We got one more pass over 12,600 feet, and then a long descent back towards Silverton. So we're not going to count any chickens before they're hatched. We'll continue to track that race all the way to the finish. So thanks for joining us here in the live chat, where you can do so as well. And if you want to track any runner traversing their way towards the Hardrock here at the Silverton Gym, right at the top of that live chat, you've got a link to the GPS tracker. We'll give you the normal PSA that the trackers don't all ping at the same time, and they don't ping in the exact same location on course. It's not a timing mat where you cross it and it automatically pings. They will ping sporadically. So if you see names crisscrossing or flip-flopping back and forth, just make sure you check how long ago those last pings were from, so that you can make some educated guesses and approximate where the runners that you want to follow are out there on the course.
Is this like live stream of the breakfast while we have to sit here and watch it?
It's killing me. I'm just staring at bacon getting cooked up. Might have to walk over there, rattle my tin cup, beg for bacon.
We can watch you live. Go do that.
I know, it's embarrassing.
Give us a little something to watch.
Try and haggle with the agent. No, I know that it's for the runners, but I've been sitting here for quite some time.
Go put a running pack on. Pin a big number
maybe
on.
I should go fake it. I'll go ask Orlean for his bib.
Someone who will not have to beg for bacon or any aid, Paul Terranova is just a few hundred meters out from the KT aid station. So we will keep tabs on him as he enters that stop. 7th overall, 5th male on course. Meanwhile, now that we have eclipsed 24 hours and we are more than halfway through the Hardrock 100 endurance run, looking at the tail end of the course.
Also, like you said, these trackers ping different times, but it's showing that, it moved again. Courtney looks like a mile ahead of Javier, but Javier and Arlen are like less than a half a mile, if that's accurate. So Arlen maybe is gaining, or Javier's tracker didn't ping.
There's a few people in the chat also asking, there's a pocket of runners in that 73 to 74 aid station, wondering if there's people off course. I imagine that's not the case. Just looking at the topography of the area, that it would be pretty hard for the runners to go off course and get to where they are. Mm-hmm. That section of the trail is also going up in between two steep mountains, so there's probably going to be some inaccuracies with the GPS ping, just because it's a pretty steep little chute that they're going through. So the GPS reception is not going to be great because they're not getting a super clear shot of the sky. So I imagine for the moment, once we see them update as they get a little bit closer to the top of that climb that they're on, the trackers will snap back onto the correct trail, but I would be surprised if anyone got that far off course, because they would have to scale the side of a mountain to get up there, because there's no trails really that leave the course in that area. We will continue to monitor, though.
Speaking of records again, and I don't know, Skylar can look this up. The Western States Hardrock double record, I think, is Jeff Browning. And I think Courtney had to run maybe 30 hours here to beat it, because of her epic Western States time. It looks like she's got that covered. I think a sub 30 is pretty much going to happen, guaranteed.
I feel pretty good about a sub 30 for Courtney here at Hardrock. Yeah, I think a lot of people would have initially thought that, for the Western States Hardrock double, Courtney would have had to run, Hardrock faster than Jeff, because I don't know if anyone expected Courtney to then run faster than Jeff ran at Western States. But, yeah, Courtney then actually got to bank a little time there.
And as promised, Paul Terranova entering the KT aid station, mile 91.
I mean, that picture of Paul is pretty much how he always looks. He's always smiling.
And I think at this point it was him, Arlen, and Arleon were the only ones not wearing jackets at this point in the course. So moving well, still actually generating a decent amount of body heat.
And that was
Yeah. Yep.
do you prefer caramel to the lime or
Well, Paul's still taking on goo.
you more cookies?
24 and a half hours into Hardrock.
He gets his paper with Stephen Moore. Hardrock.
In the bright colored shirt.
Yes. Oh, it's got skulls. That's cool.
Wow. Colorful skull shirt.
No, I don't know.
They're like, Paul, would you like the survival blanket that's crinkled around everybody thus far at Hardrock? And he was like, no, thank you. I am not in survival mode at all right now. We are hunting.
I'm down.
He's made pretty quick use of this aid station. And again, so amazing that we have video footage from the KT aid station. I think prior to, an hour ago,
No, thanks.
no one really even knew if this aid station actually existed.
I think Esther Kendall is going to pace from here. I see her ready in the trailhead.
Thank you.
I wonder if she's worried about getting dropped. I would be.
I would. Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. Love you, man. I'll see you at the Rock.
Go get them! Woo!
Did you hear what Paul said to his pacer as he left? He said, I will see you at the Rock. That's the type of confidence that you need.
And so it shall be done. And we will also see him at the Rock, as well as all of our finishers. So even after we eventually leave the studio, you will still be able to tap in and see every finisher kiss the Rock by staying locked into the Run Steep Get High YouTube channel. So thanks for joining us now, and be ready for another 23 hours and 35 minutes of coverage as we bring every finisher to you. But as Paul takes off from the KT aid station, he is about 54 minutes behind Arlen Glick, the fourth place male. And about 18 minutes behind Annalise, our sixth place overall and runner-up female at the moment. And we'll keep eyes on KT as we await theoretically a Jeff Browning sighting would be next on course.
We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I just pulled up Jeff Browning's name on Ultra Sign Up to see if he's keeping Ultra Sign Up in business. He is. We've got Wasatch 100 Mile, Bear 100 Mile, and Cocodona all already registered for.
How many total races does he have on there?
Jeff Browning's got 143 races on his Ultra Sign Up, and this Hardrock is going to be his 50th 100 mile.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
And the goal was to get in 2 more hundreds this year, with the Bear being his 52nd 100-mile finish, the year of his 52nd birthday.
I think he's doing the Rocky Mountain Slam, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that will also complete the Rocky Mountain Slam, because he did Bighorn just under a month ago at this point.
Mm-hmm. I think I looked at Pam Reed's Ultra Sign Up, and she has 233 races on there.
You're scrolling for a while.
100, and this is her 112th 100. And she's looking, she's not at the snail. She's not near the snail on the course, so that's good.
She's fighting off that snail.
And being over 60, she gets a pacer the entire way, so she has a good team with her.
In honor of our French victors, she has to escargot kiss the rock. I think Skylar's eyes just rolled all the way back into his head.
I'm out. And Pam Reed is also out of the Ouray aid station, making her way up the road towards Governor.
We've got eyes on Jeff Browning coming into the KT aid station. I'm ready for everyone's eye roll emojis in the chat for that last one. See Jeff. No sitting down for Jeff. No, not really much of any stopping for Jeff either. Looks like he's slamming a goo.
He's like, I gotta catch my friends.
No pacers.
No pacers. No problems. Jeff Browning making light work of the KT aid station.
What number Hardrock is this for Jeff?
Ooh, that's a good one. Let me see.
I just come up with the questions and you guys find the answers.
6? Is this a 7 for
This
him?
will be his 7th finish
Nice.
at Hardrock.
Jeff's first Hardrock was in 2007. 33 hours, 18 minutes. Didn't return to Hardrock for 7 more years. Next one was 2014, where he got 4th. And then a 3rd in 2016. Then a 1st in 2018. 2021's Hardrock was a 5th. Last year's Hardrock was a 5th. So really, ever since after the 2007 Hardrock, Jeff has been consistently just pretty solid at Hardrock, and he's putting on another masterclass performance.
I'll be interested to hear, compared to his win at Moab last year, how this compares.
Jeff's he's a stats guy. He's a numbers guy. Like, he remembers a lot of things about his races. I'm sure he knows what the counter-clockwise course record is for 50 plus.
But do I? No. So I'm going to try to track this down.
Thanks. That was kind of my way of wondering what it was without actually asking.
I figured. Yeah, give me vamp while I work some Excel
I
magic.
said, I don't know what this spreadsheet is that
Talk
you've got
amongst
going.
yourselves. That's my Saturday Night Live reference.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, speaking of slams, people are bringing up what Pam Reed's doing with the Hardrock, Badwater, and this, which is
The Pam Slam.
the Pam Slam.
And she was wearing a custom shirt the other day.
Well, okay, so the slam's typically 4, so she didn't want to call it Pam Slam, even though that's amazing. So she's calling it My 3 Runs,
Yeah.
which is based on My 3 Sons, which is a show that went off the air before even I was born, I think. So a lot of people will not get that reference, but her shirt is actually, I looked it up because that design is like the logo of the show or whatever.
Oh,
The 3
okay.
feet.
So, yeah, that went way over my head.
Yeah, I didn't know either, because how would I know?
Well, thank you for.
And they're actually shooting a
informing us.
documentary. She has a filmmaker with her, so that'll be really cool.
Oh, that will be cool, yeah. I know it was so funny talking to Pam before this race in her pre-race interview. You know, it's like, how did you do Western States and then immediately go to Badwater and now you have Hardrock? Like, how did you find time to rest? And she's like, dude, this is more rest than I ever do in my life.
She wanted to just race. She's like, this is so much rest.
Yeah,
I'm
she
like,
was
oh,
ready,
you had to rest
like-
for a week in between.
Yeah, she was ready 2 days later. She's like, I've only done basically 3 runs in the last 3 weeks. I can't remember a time when I did so little running. I'm just ready to go. Like, I could have raced Hardrock a week ago. And I was just like,
we talked after
"Excuse me?"
Cocodona, and we did the inaugural Cocodona, and I think she emailed me after, and she's like, I tried to swim and do hot yoga the other day, and I'm still tired. I don't understand what's wrong. I'm like, I don't know. I was beat for a week. I felt like I had COVID. She was miffed on why she felt so tired.
well,
It doesn't normally happen to her.
Cocodona was 250 miles through the desert and the mountains.
And you felt like you were roasting from the inside. It really takes a toll.
That's probably why you were tired.
I
But
tried to explain it to her. She's like, I think I need to go to the hospital. It's like, okay, for other reasons, but sure.
it's like, no, Pam, just
Maybe
rest
not
for
'cause you're
another day.
tired.
Try again tomorrow. I bet it'll be good.
Are you getting hints of rosemary now beyond
Mhm.
the bacon? It's getting really sophisticated.
Yeah, I've been picking up that as well. Yeah, the scent in the gym, it's changing for the better.
I think we're making some rosemary olive oil crusty bread over here.
Who are they making this for? There's only 2 people have come in.
But so many more are on their way.
So
And
they're
so
just
many
like
crews are just
they're
hanging
I'm going
out.
to go grab my short knees and Tailwind Courtney collab shirt and run into the finish and see if I can score some bacon and rosemary bread.
I feel like if Bryce just heads over there in puffy poncho,
Yeah, look at him. Who wouldn't give him bacon?
I feel like they'd have a few pity pieces for him.
I could probably make him feel bad enough for me, you know?
Yeah, I mean, for the live stream crew, maybe. Jamil needs some bacon. Jamil's about
Jamil
to
needs
fall
some-
out of the chair.
Yeah, somebody wake him up.
I don't know.
I'll be sure to share
Nah.
that story on
Classic
IG.
Jamil.
He's good.
Speaking of classic, let's talk about some of these classic 50-plus records because you asked and I shall answer.
Statman Skyler.
That's what I do.
He's the stat man.
And again, I'm out. No. Okay, so course record is going to be Kevin Schilling's 30:33:20 at the ripe young age of 53 years old back in 2021
So 30 hours, 33 minutes.
and 20 seconds.
Oh, okay. So Jeff just went through KT at 24 and a half hours.
And historically, that's a
3.5, 4
3 and a
hours.
half. It's a 4-hour, yep.
So and he looked really good coming through. So
Yeah, he's on a mission to go sub 29.
yeah, which also happens to be sub 30.
Correct.
As
I mean,
numbers.
the open
Numbers.
split projections are saying that. I'm not that good at math, so I'm using just the projection button.
Yeah. What are they
Skylar's
projecting?
doing the math.
They're projecting like 29.
Yeah, the early is 9:15 a.m. finish, and 10:19 is the late, and that's about what 10:19 would be 30:19.
Okay, yeah, so we're probably going to be looking at the first 50 plus sub 30 hour finish in counterclockwise Hardrock history. Can't speak on behalf of the clockwise direction because that's not happening this year, so not super relevant.
And since we're here, on the women's side, the record for 50 plus is Becky Bates's 32:46:17 back in 2017.
She's out there today.
She is. She is one of, I literally just did this. She is one of 10 women that are out there in the 50 plus category, including Pam Reed, as we mentioned earlier.
And I think they're both 60 plus, which
yes.
counts as 50 plus. But
Yep. Also correct. Numbers.
I know.
Yeah,
Just
Becky
like
is
sub
in the 60.
29 being sub 30.
4 women are out there in the 60 plus category that has started the race this year.
Are there any? I'm trying to look for women in their 50s that are not 60.
We have 6. Betsy Nye, Darla Askew, Gina Harcrow, Andy Romer, Jody Simonell, and Wendy Wheeler-Jacobs.
That's a lot.
That's all I got.
I don't know if any of them are in that window, but I don't think so.
That's what tabs are for.
We so Wardian was like, all right, I feel good. We're running down this hill, Bear Creek. It's easier to run that in the dark because you cannot see the drop off to your left in this massive canyon. So we were cruising. He's like, watch, we're going to pass, what do you say, 5 people or 6 people. And I think we passed 7, and the last one was Brian Powell. He was in good spirits. He said he caught 3 fish.
Oh, yeah, we were wondering. There's
yeah.
been questions of, one, how long does it take Brian Powell to catch a fish? And I think his goal was to catch all 4 of the native fish species out here.
I'm not good at fish names, but he got a brookie and 2 something other kind of trout. Named some trout. Cutties.
There's some golden. There's
cutty.
a rainbow. I don't know if they have those out here
He
though.
didn't say rainbow. He was stoked about it.
Yeah, AJW was the one who knew the fish pretty well. It
I'll
seemed
have to
like.
ask him.
I think last I saw AJW, he was asleep on the floor of the Airbnb.
Good. As he should be. You know who's not asleep? Becky Bates or Darla Askew, both of which have crested Kroger's, and they were 10 minutes apart. So in the event that we want to get to this race for not only the first female over 50 in this year's edition, but potentially that course record, 22:41 and 22:51 at Kroger's. So they had 32 miles to go, and what do we say? 9 hours to do it, something like that. Just
Getting a
the
little,
more you know.
a little fish update in the chat. Rainbow, brook, cutthroat, brown trout. That
So
goes
maybe
to the
Cuddy
4.
is a nickname for cutthroat or something. So he's got 2 of those and a brookie. So he
Okay.
needs the other 2 kind.
He still needs a rainbow and a brown. So he might be hanging out at the creek a couple miles from the finish for
Just
until he's like,
can't
I got
finish
until 6 a.m.
8
Sunday.
hours.
How now, brown trout?
Is fishing good at night? I don't know. They probably
Dusk.
go to sleep.
Like
dusk.
in the evening.
Yeah. So maybe he hasn't caught much overnight.
I'm assuming fly fishing as well, and I don't know too much how fly fishing works. If you see someone puking in the creek, though, you should go fish over there because chumming the waters is a great way to catch a fish.
Oh, it's possible on this course, I guess.
Well, did you know that fish are more active at night because the water temperature starts to cool down? And I think that's what we've seen our runners pull off. This is according to Voyager Fishing Charters. Shout out Google, because I sure as hell don't know. But the internet does, so.
I bet Brian knows that.
Yeah, I bet Brian could have told us. Maybe we should get him in here in the studio after he finishes. Have a
He had the
60-minute segment.
The flies on his hat, like from the fly fishing.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what they're called. Flies.
Flies.
Yeah.
I wonder if he ties his own flies.
I
bet
think he
Brian
might.
does. I bet he does, yeah.
I think he does.
He seems like if
Do
you're
it yourself
bringing a
kinda guy.
fishing pole with you on Hardrock, you're tying your own flies.
Mm-hmm. Because, I mean, like, where would you buy that in Silverton? Is there, like, a fishing store here? Probably not.
Yeah, that would be... I mean, I guess I wouldn't put it past them, but, yeah, it seems like there's not... Well, there's a jerky store here. I mean, they only sell beef jerky, so if jerky store can survive, so could a fly fishing store.
Texans like their beef jerky, though.
Yeah, I bought a little bag of buffalo beef jerky. It was nice.
Nice. There's we can name stores there aren't. Like, there's no car wash here. Someone asked if there was a car wash. I'm like,
Someone asked if there was
there
a car
may be.
wash.
I mean, how do they wash the ATVs when you get them back? Maybe they just have a hose.
Yeah. Wash them, a bucket and soap.
Yeah.
There's
a
no
kid,
fast
a young
food.
Silvertonian in a bucket trying to make some money.
There's no drive-thrus here.
No.
No fast food.
Nope. No McDonald's.
Who was it? Maybe it was Summer. Summer was having a little bit of a breakdown that there was no McDonald's.
You have to go to Durango for that.
I'm not driving an hour to Durango
No,
to go
I
get
don't
me a
know why you
McGriddle.
would.
Well,
But luckily, it's after 6:30 a.m., which means we do have coffee shops open again in Silverton finally.
The Coffee Bear is
probably
open.
pretty busy right now.
And on cue.
Oh,
wow, look at that.
Live update.
Live feed.
Is there a line out the door?
Yes, there's
there
a line
is.
out the door because
But
that is Silverton living, folks. And this is actually this
That's
is Main Street. This is the
amazing.
drag, baby. This is Silverton at its finest. The bright lights and big city of the Coffee Bear.
I can't believe that just happened. Our camera crew is so good. We got Mael in
He's
the
probably
studio
in line
now.
for coffee, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna turn on this live stream.
This is incredible. This is the famous Coffee Bear. They have the oddest shaped breakfast burritos.
These people did not expect to be on the live stream. They
Yeah.
haven't had their coffee yet. It's super cozy inside. I love coming here in the winter. You always see Howie Stern uploading photos because they have fast internet.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 levels. There's a roof, which is great. They have magic bars, which if you don't know what those are, you should just go get one.
Okay. Here we go.
Oh, that's Bryce, my coworker.
Oh, and the
Hello, Bryce, in the Tailwind sweatshirt.
patiently waiting in line for his coffee. Should we tell Bryce to grab some for us?
I should. Let me text him.
Yep.
Maybe
Now that
he
we
can
know.
bring us burritos.
Silverton is officially awake. Crews
This is
are
the
up
sign.
and at 'em,
Okay,
joining
good.
the long line.
Text Bryce.
This is
I know
Black
you're
Friday
in
level.
line.
I do love it.
Like, I got eyes everywhere in Silverton. Oh man, this could potentially be monumental.
Speaking of eyes everywhere, we do have that aid station cam at KT. Nobody to see yet, but next up should be Brian Colmo, the finish line director for the Hardrock 100, trying to make his way to see his art, his beauty that he has built around the rock. For the first time, actually. It'll be his first finish of the Hardrock. So he's working his way just past Island Lake and up towards that KT aid station about 2 miles out. So we should expect to see him probably another half hour or so at that aid station.
Another update. It looks like Courtney DeWalter's tracker has her just going over the top of Putnam, getting down to that Putnam aid station. So
Say goodbye to the 12,000 foot elevation. Keep moving down. And behind her, Javi Dominguez.
And Arlen Glick. Arlen's charging right now.
Yeah, Arlen is.
We could very well have a race between the three of them.
Yeah, they're literally like 350 meters apart.
Yeah.
Javi and Arlen.
Arlen can probably see Javi. Javi might be able to see Courtney once Javi crests the top of Putnam.
Like, low key, can I get a satellite view on here? Still above tree line.
Oh, we got some
Ure
live
action.
video from Ure. Carolyn Wallace from Lovin, Ohio. She's one of the first-time hard rockers that we had on our preview show the other day. Great to see Carolyn out there crushing it.
The field cam guys are on it.
Very
Getting
cool.
the relevant footage.
Well under cutoff. Cutoff here at Ure Aid Station is at 9 a.m., so 27 hours of elapsed run time. Carolyn, not worried about that at all. Shout out to her for staying well ahead of the snail and having a good time.
I have contact with Bryce at Coffee Bear. I believe they have two different kinds of burritos. There's
sausage
veggie and there's
veggie.
not sausage. Yes,
There's also a
sausage.
combo that has all of it.
I need burrito orders.
I would love a sausage burrito.
Skylar, Bryce, other Bryce, burrito order.
Yeah, Bryce is in line
Other
at the Coffee
Bryce.
Bear right now.
Yes, please.
Do you want anything?
Yeah.
TikTok.
Building the plane as it flies with our breakfast orders as these runners are building the plane as it flies on course. Carolyn Wallace, sun protection. Important.
Because the sun is up now. I mean, they're still in the shade over there at Ure, but pretty soon they're going to be in it. And the temps are going to go up again. It's going to get warm.
Yeah, I was listening to the weather forecast on the radio, and they were incessantly saying this is a heat wave for the western slope. So it's going to be exposed. Once you get out of Ure, you got the long road climb and ultimately up to Kroger's. I think you're dealing with like the sun reflection off the snow and ice, and that's just a whole nother can of worms. So, yeah, sun protection, y'all. Take care of your health.
Very dramatic sunscreen action.
I mean, if you're not doing it with flair and pizzazz, are you really trying?
Oh, Dale's here. Hi,
Dale, the
Dale.
run director.
Morning, all.
Just
Morning.
popped into
Yeah,
the studio.
that was such a teacher / principal.
Yeah.
Good morning. You didn't say it loud enough. Good morning.
Come on. It's the weekend now.
It's the weekend. I can use my regular person voice.
You can turn the teacher voice off now. No, that's all right. No, people need that in a race like this.
Do you want to pop on for a cameo?
Yeah, feel free to come. Yeah, you've got a little bit of time before the next finisher comes in. I know that's now a deep-rooted fear of yours to miss a finisher.
We got you. Ooh.
The last time.
We've got run director Dale Garland in the studio with us for a hot minute. How are you doing this morning?
You know, this is one. We've got people coming in. We got people finishing. We got people out enjoying the San Juans. We made it through the night without any incidents. It's a good day.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that was going to be my next question, is seeing if everyone was all right out there.
Yep. Yeah, had a real emotional. Benat, I thought, had a real emotional finish. You could tell he was genuinely. There's a lot of cool emotion there. You know, you could definitely feel he was happy to be here. Yeah.
It's a big loop.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'd been on his mind for a little bit.
Yes, it has. Yeah. Yeah.
We
How
recently
things going with all of you?
Great. I paced Wardian last night.
Did
He
ya?
came back alive after Handies. We got over Engineer and we flew into Ure.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's having the time of his life.
Good for him. Yeah. I remember Mike, a couple times Mike, after he finished, he came and cooked at the finish line aid station. I tried to say, you don't need to do that anymore. You know, you don't have to do that for us. We have people, we got guys for that now. We got a guy.
He's the nicest guy.
He is.
I know he helped Brad,
Right.
get the aid station supplies ready and things.
Right.
Yeah. He thanked me every time I told him he's doing a good job and he looks really good.
Yeah.
He was really appreciative of the
Yeah.
compliments. Usually runners are like,
This year, people have commented because we have a lot of new people, a lot of new visitors and a lot of new people visiting, new runners and things like that, and it just seems there's a gentler vibe, and I don't know what it is. People are being really kind to each other. There's a lot of thank yous being passed around and that kind of thing. So that's a good thing.
That's good.
Yeah, that's great. I love hearing that.
Yeah, but I do have a story about finishes. Well, I actually have two stories. The first finish is, the first year we had Hardrock, we had to finish down in the Memorial Park, and we had this little surplus Army tent and a little camper, and that was it. That was the finish line. And it was raining, it was terrible weather, and we hear a knock on the camper door, and this guy said, I just finished running. Is there anybody I should tell or let anybody know?
So sad.
And I went, holy crap, and so after that, I think we've made kind of a commitment to make sure that there's always somebody there at the finish line to greet every runner, because I said that's not acceptable, that's not right. So.
How much sleep do you greet or do you have like a stand-in when you need like a nap?
No, I try to greet every runner. I've missed I think one or two in my tenure, but for the most part I try to be here.
So it's going to be a long night for you.
It's a long night.
Yeah.
This is one of your windows right now to catch an hour, and instead we pulled you in to talk about the
there
race.
You go. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, it's
we
just
have this nice couch.
I know it's nice.
Just
in
live
fact,
stream your nap.
There you go. I'll just sit here. In fact, maybe we can just move it out to the finish line. That'd be good.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
Well, you can fall asleep anywhere. Just ask Jamil.
Okay. Yeah, look. Yeah.
Aw. That's.
But
I think Howie Stern has a series of Jamil sleeping in chairs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
yeah.
really?
I had that picture of me last year, and it just, it was like.
Yeah, Howie's currently making his way down towards Ouray. So we'll be sure to check in with him there and let him know that he missed one.
Yeah.
One photo.
Maybe we
of
should
Jamil
take a
sleeping in
picture
chair.
for him and send it to him.
Oh, we already took the photo.
Yeah, we already took
Jamil
that one.
passed out over there.
He's leapfrogging with the snail.
Is he?
He is. Yeah, Howie's back. He's just a little bit behind the snail at the moment. He passed mile 51 a few moments ago, but this is the downhill section.
Right.
So we expect him to catch up.
Right.
Also back there are Vince Molosky, Brian Ricketts, and the oldest competitor in this year's race, Rick Hodges. He's right on the snail at this moment. And I was crunching numbers around our 50-plus course record, because that's what we do here apparently. And the oldest finisher I found was, at least from the last 20 years in this direction, was 73 years old.
Correct.
So would Rick officially be the oldest?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
One more
and in addition to that, if he finishes, it'll be his 15th finish. So, think about that as you enter the 50s, your 50s and 60s, and that there's people out there crushing it at 70 years old. So.
No excuses.
Yeah,
I don't
no
even
excuses.
like to drive that far.
Yeah. But no, it's been a great event, and it's a real tribute to people I think who are here, and just it's fun. And today'll be fun. We've got the street party, we've got finishers coming in, we've got stuff for the kids to do. It's just.
So today's very much a just day of celebration.
Day of celebration.
Coming in.
Yeah, day of celebration.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's going to be a pretty nice day to finish the Hardrock 100. It's looking like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaking of fun, after Golden Hour at 7 a.m.
There you go.
is
I set you up.
A Wardian tradition that we're kind of running with here is the post-Hardrock depletion mile at 7 a.m. at the Silverton Visitor Center track. think it will be live stream. That, of course, was Jamil's idea.
Yep.
If we can wake him up, then.
Hopefully, he'll be awake in 24 hours.
Yeah, is there anyone here who is fresh that will be able to follow Cam Wardian for the entirety of the depletion mile?
We could do a preview show and discuss our picks for the post Hard Rocker winner, male. Wardian is my pick. And then we'll have anyone else can compete, of course.
Yeah. If not Wardian, then who?
I mean, that's how I feel about people running it. But yes, that's also how I feel about winning it would be, if not Wardian, then who?
I mean, I just post, like, I've done 300s. None of them have been this difficult. I would have 0% chance of even jogging one step the day after.
I thought for sure last year, because I did it 2021, I got roped in. Zach and Miller and I were going to go for a run, and then we both got roped in it. And we were not post-Hard Rock people, but I was like, I'm going to do it as a Hard Rocker next year. And I couldn't even put shoes on, so I didn't make it. Very sad.
Yeah, see, that's the depletion mile I would expect. Just like, yep, couldn't put shoes on the next day.
Can you use poles?
I would need 2
there's
sets.
No rules. I think Darcy did it last year. I think she pulled off the female post-Hard Rocker win. She won a case of liquid death, I think.
Yeah. Oh, classic.
Just while we're really quickly talking about women crushing it out there, we do have Annie Hughes in the Chapman aid station. She entered about 18 minutes ago. Has not officially checked out, so Chapman seems to have been a place where folks are taking extended breaks.
It looks like Dylan might be there taking a break.
Yeah, I was about to say if
the good man.
Well, it really, I mean, if you know anything about the course and things like that, that is, I mean, you come down off of a pretty technical Oscars Pass descent, and then you've got to kind of steel yourself because one of the major climbs is staring you in the face, and that's Grant Swamp, and even. You know, that's something you don't take lightly, and you kind of have to, like, get your head right, you know, for that one. Yeah.
Yeah, especially the way they're going up it.
Right.
I guess either way you cut it.
Well, you know, Maggie, it's. I think it's going to be dependent on when the runners hit it during the day. Right now, you know, I talked with Benah a little bit about it, and it was, you know, icy and pretty solid, and they could get up it. But as the sun hits it and that kind of thing, it's going to loosen it up a little bit. But it's a mad scramble. It's never an easy climb, no matter what you do.
People are debating whether snow or regular scree would be better. I guess it depends on when you hit it.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Currently out there on that exact section is Avery Collins, who was one of the runners who took an extended break. Well over an hour at the aid station to gather himself, but he's trudging forward right now.
Yeah, it's and then it's almost like after that. Well, you still got the climb up to Putnam Basin, but that's, you know, I think if you can get to the top of Grant Swamp, you know, you can kind of start to at least smell the barn, and you know.
Smell the bacon that's getting cooked here.
The rosemary bread.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I think we're getting burritos delivered.
That's going to be a Christmas miracle. Yeah, I've never been in such a good smelling gym before.
Have you? You've been in a few gyms, probably.
I have been in a few gyms.
Gym.
Yeah, usually the smell is not quite as culinary influenced, I guess, and it's not quite as usually has a different kind of aroma.
Yeah,
especially a high school gym.
Best smelling high school gym in the world.
But I would like to do a big shout out, you know, as I think about who are the kind of the unseen kind of supporters and things. A big shout out to Silverton School, because they've really kind of opened their facilities to us. They've allowed our staff, you know, their staff to help us and things like that, and we just couldn't do it without, you know, a place like the gym where people can come gather. You know, we've got access to everything that we need, and so it's been a very good relationship with them.
This sounds like a fun school to go to, because I think they have like Fridays off in the winter to
Mhm.
go skiing
Yeah,
and do
right.
life things,
Right.
mountainy things.
Right.
Well, that sounds awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm probably too old to go back to high school.
I don't know. There might be movies about that.
Like Billy Madison. Well,
Billy
I did
Madison.
graduate high school, so there's not really much of a story there.
Maybe just redo it.
Pixar, it didn't happen. Please pull out a senior portrait.
Out of what? My wallet? The iPad.
It's deep
Pictures
cut
didn't
Facebook.
exist when I was in high
I didn't
school.
have digital pictures when I was in high school.
Yeah, I'm not that young.
You're the youngest person on the stage.
In high school, I had a MySpace. That's gone.
Sort of.
Those
I think you
pictures
can
are-
still dig up things from that.
We don't need to try.
We don't need
Skylar
to
will
try,
try.
but we're going to.
Oh, Skylar.
Sometimes we spiral into what we're spiraling into.
Yeah, we need Courtney to get off the mountain.
Courtney, save us from ourselves.
Yeah, Skylar, what was your AIM handle?
Skyfly. But it's spelled the way that my name is spelled, which is
Hmm.
great, which means nobody could ever find me. Because my mom thought the Dutch spelling was the good move. And that did not pay off until Hamilton finally became a thing. So here we are.
Yeah, let's see it in the chat. What was everyone's AIM handles? What was your screen name? Mine was Coiler Lux 906 because that was the mountain bike that I had at the time.
I don't even remember. Do you remember?
Nope. Looks like it's a great day in Uray. The sun kind of breaks, and they had some visitors there last night, and they had Smokey the Bear and Woodsy the Owl. They made a guest appearance at the.
What
at
was the Owl's
Uray.
tagline?
Don't
Call to
pollute,
action?
give a hoot.
Yeah, don't.
Yes.
There you go. And we did Hard Rock trivia as part of Camp Hard Rock, and one of the trivia questions was what's the longest lasting public service campaign, and it is Smokey
who
the Bear.
I think was the only person to get that right? This guy.
Really? You?
Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Our team got that right because I was like, I can't think of anything other than Smokey the Bear. And my table's looking at me like, Brett, do you understand the question? Because they were thinking it was going to be like the Army or something else. And I was
Right.
like, no.
Right.
This is like the war against drugs, except people are still trying to prevent forest fires. Like
Right.
it's still a thing. I was
It's
like,
still a thing.
You got to write that down.
Right.
And then turns out that was
Yeah,
it.
it was
And I
right.
was just like, man, I for once feel like a super genius.
That's fun. We try to do the stuff for Camp Hard Rock and have some fun and do some social events, and that's becoming kind of a fun thing just to do and see what people know and share some information.
I guess I would have heard by now if our team won.
How many points did you get?
We had 45.
I think you should. Whose number did we have? Because we
I think Chris Warden's.
have to look and see. They made a call. They made a call to whoever's number was on the phone on the sheet.
He's hoarding all the prizes.
Courtney and Javier look to be very close together, if that's correct.
Oh yeah. Let's see. Courtney's tracker's 10 minutes old.
Oh,
Her last
okay.
ping, so probably
Still close.
still a little bit.
Let's see.
But she's got to be in and out of that Putnam aid station quickly.
Mm-hmm.
She wants to stay out of sight of Javi.
If
I was
they
gonna say
stuck
just
to
real-
their plan, Kevin's pacing her, and I'm
Yeah.
sure she will be in and out.
Correct.
Okay.
And Javi's got about a mile up on Arlen, so that's spaced out
We got
since
a coffee
the
fairy.
last ping. While we're talking about gaps between runners, I couldn't find Brett's MySpace, but I did find Brett's result from North Coast sectionals at Hayward High back in 2005, your freshman year.
I was on varsity as a freshman.
I respect it. We actually, I don't know if you know this, we ran in the same division.
D1?
D1 that year. I did not run NCS that year for a whole host of reasons that had nothing to do with my abilities, but I had a conflict of interest. No, a disagreement with the coach. We'll put it that way.
Thank you, Dale.
But I would have been right by you. My time from Hayward High that season, a few weeks earlier than that, was exactly what you ran at NCS. We could have been buddies. We could have been doing like a holding hands across the finish line situation.
I would have dove.
I mean, I had a fro at the time, so my lean for the torso was a little bit extra
you had
weighted.
Fro on your chest?
No, I had it up here, but the weight rocks me forward.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we can only speculate on who would have won this race.
Well,
7th year senior Skylar or little baby Brett.
Okay. I graduated on time. Thank you very much. Also, this might just mean we both have to toe the line tomorrow.
Oh,
and make up
that's
for
right.
what should have happened
There you
18
go.
years
I
ago.
think if you remember the Seinfeld episode, there was an episode of Seinfeld about that. Of course, I might be dating myself just saying, do you remember the Seinfeld show? But
I do remember that episode.
Yes. Yeah. Still killing it in syndication.
It is.
Every time they go to use a payphone, and I'm like, I remember those.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
But didn't they had one, right? They had to go back and revisit the mile or the whatever it was, the dash or whatever they did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does
Also-
anyone want any oat milk for their coffee?
I'm good.
If you don't want it, I'll take that one. I don't care.
Wait, I'm not gonna pour a whole cup of oat milk in my coffee.
Oh,
Milk-
it's oat milk.
Milk mile?
Yeah.
As I'm looking at the runners heading out of Uray, I want to thank this woman to my left and the company that she works for, Tailwind Nutrition, for helping with the Mountain Running Film Festival, both the national tour, and then we did it on Wednesday over in Uray. Had a pretty good crowd.
That was fun. Yeah.
Got to meet some people in the community of Uray and give away some Tailwind swag, and I thought that was a good showing for the first time that we did it.
Yeah, I did a little interview with Pam Reed. It was nice of her to come all the way out there.
Yeah.
I fed a dog some cheese. Some dogs attended.
Right. Yeah.
Highlight.
Rick Trujillo made a guest appearance, which was fun.
Oh,
With Rick Trujillo,
he's
you
on
never
here.
get a short answer. You could introduce Rick Trujillo, and then if it's anything about history, running, anything like that, you will get 5 to 10 to 15 minutes of information.
1996 Hardrock champion.
It was. And when we put Hardrock together, it was like, who do we know in Uray that knows the trails? And there was nobody in Uray that. Well, still, I mean, if you think of Uray running, I mean, Rick Trujillo was doing trail running and mountain running before it was a thing, and so he was really instrumental in saying, oh yeah, we could go over this trail, and then we could do this trail, and we could do this kind of thing. So when we put Hardrock together, he was really important.
Oh, Corinne Chalvoy is one of our other commentators. She's his niece. And we asked her actually on the stream how well you know Dale and to talk about it. And she said, I don't know him that well. And I said, something about calling you Uncle Dale, so that's your new nickname.
Yeah, I've been
So
a
if
little
anyone
bit
calls you
hesitant
Uncle
to throw
Dale,
Uncle Dale out
and
there.
It's weird. Just
So
know
somebody
that's
comes
where-
up, now I have context.
Yeah.
Right? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
if anyone calls you just Uncle Dale out of the blue,
Okay.
it's probably our fault.
All right.
Yeah.
We apologize.
That's all
Got
right.
a Putnam update.
I'm sure you've been called worse.
I've been called worse. Yes.
Courtney DeWalter checked into the Putnam aid station at 7:01 a.m. Checked out at 7:01 a.m.
Yeah.
That was quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So you got about an hour until you
Right. I gotta
have
go back to
greet
work.
somebody. And yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go back to work. If you're watching this close to Silverton, we'd encourage you to come out, not only for Courtney, I mean, that's going to be a great finish, but also we'll be having people finish all day long, all night long, tomorrow morning. You're welcome to come out there. We've got food, we're going to have music, we've got the vendors that will be back from taking a couple days while they're out running around the mountains, and just finish line activities, even for the kids. Or a bouncy house, if you guys want to get in the bouncy house, but you got
Yes.
to take your shoes off.
I wonder if I can still do a backflip.
Yeah.
I don't think our insurance covers that.
No.
Got backflip insurance?
So thinking up the course, Courtney is on track to be our third finisher and first female overall. She's got approximately 8 miles to go. A mile behind her, Javier Dominguez sitting in 4th overall. A mile behind him, Arlen Glick sitting in 5th overall. And then Annalise is 6th overall and approximately a mile and a half back of Arlen. So we're going to have just like a nice little steady rotation of folks coming through. So I hope you're enjoying sitting down now, because you're not going to have a lot of time to do it once this train, this peloton of runners make their way, because Paul and Jeff buddied up as we expected would happen, and are pretty close to each other, shortly behind Annalise as well.
Yep.
Is this
That's a good
exactly
thing.
what you wanted to do
This
with
is-
your break?
This is, well, yeah.
Okay.
Hang out with friends.
Good. Perfect.
Talk hard rock. It's what we do. But I'm going to get ready. So thank you guys. Maggie, thank you.
Thank you.
And we will talk to you soon.
Thanks for stopping by, Uncle Dale.
Man of the people, Run Director Dale Garland.
I'm really pushing,
Everyone's uncle.
I'm really pushing my luck here this year. Hopefully I get an invite back.
Oh, Maggie also is going to go be a person. I guess that's fair. As we see Brian Colmo being a person at the KT aid station, mile 91 on course. We just had Dale up here. Brian is the finish line director. He helps. Jamil's sleep was powering the stream.
See, I can hear our mic still, so. You're
Oh, sorry.
I'm just gonna take the sweatshirt off. Get back into tall T mode. You guys ever have tall T day in high school as a spirit day? Tall T day? Was that just a big?
What?
We dropped out.
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure.
I think that's
Did Dylan drop out?
Avery's going with Chapman.
Okay.
it doesn't matter.
Okay. Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
You can see if he lives on a rock or.
Oh, we can't see it yet, but his tracker hasn't been updated in 80 minutes. So.
Okay.
Good. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. So you guys are awesome. Have a great day. We are not, but it's a nice illusion. Okay. Careful those cowboys.
So first out.
Yeah.
It's a simple. I'll give you a couple little hints.
So I have an update for you guys. So apparently, Dylan and Avery were both in the medical tent at Chapman. So.
All right, we are back, much like Jamil, the stream needed to take a quick power nap, but it is back and rocking. You just saw Brian Colmo, our seventh place male, head out of the KT aid station. One last significant climb ahead before the long descent towards the finish that he himself helped build over the course of this week. And yes, we had our aid station camera providing some intel as well that both Avery and Debo had stopped in the med tent at Chapman. We do know that Avery is back on course and steady stepping forward. So there is that. And Debo has yet to roll out, if I am correct in doing so. But yeah, I'm reading this correct. So Debo's been in that aid station for about 4 hours at this point.
I think he checked into that aid station at like 3:30 this morning. So he could just very well be sleeping.
Which makes perfect sense because he had been on the struggle bus for pretty much the entirety of the day by his own admission and had taken a spill on his way down into Ouray, obviously going over Kroger's, and then that climb from Telluride up to Chapman. Both are not the easiest sections to maintain footing and stay on course. So,
no, they're not very blow-up friendly at all.
So we'll keep working on getting more intel for one Dylan Bowman.
While the stream was taking a quick power nap, Uncle Dale came by with a goodie bag of prizes because turns out our trivia team did get either first or second. So I'm pretty stoked about that. Yeah, my only contribution was the Smokey the Bear question. Everyone else was all pretty much everything was. Chris had a couple pop culture answers, and then everything else was Anthony, who you get a tracker update on Anthony.
Yeah, he was basically right around Pam Reed when they left Ouray. I want to say about an hour ago at this point.
Oh yeah, there he is. On the way to Governor, just about 4 miles from the Governor aid station.
I'm not going to ask you to do an unboxing, but I'm proud of you for winning some trivia. And I'm proud of all you guys hanging out in the chat with us, watching the stream. Thank you all for doing so as we are over 25 hours into our Hardrock 100 endurance run. Our first ever edition, bringing it to you via live stream. First ever time many people are seeing sections of this course in moving picture form. So glad to be bringing it to you. We appreciate you joining us here. And we're going to be here until hour 48 elapses, golden hour, 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, Mountain Time. So if you've got a runner that you are looking to see come to the finish line, we got that static cam hanging out of the attic of the school. So even if we're not here in the studio, you'll be able to watch them finish from the comfort of your own home. So stay tapped in. And
so I know it's going to be a special day of Hardrock 100 finishing because we just had the Christmas miracle of Coffee Bear breakfast burritos get delivered and coffee. So we are ready. Yeah, thank you, Bryce from Tailwind. Was it the Shad cam that was just so conveniently in front of the Coffee Bear as we were talking about it? went live to it. Maggie knew someone in line, texted him, got our order in, food.
These burritos are a destiny.
And yeah, we were saying oddly shaped burritos.
Home of the square burrito.
Square burrito, like a panini burrito.
I'm gonna look at the production folks. Can we just make sure that Maggie's mic is unmuted?
I might have the wrong one.
Or she got the wrong one.
I'm sorry, it's still early.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I didn't notice because you're sitting next to us, so we can hear you.
You don't need to hear what I was saying at home.
That many miles, huh? No one knows what you just said, so.
Oh,
We got
You know.
views outside of Ouray at this point. We've gone backwards on course. I say we like I did any steps. No. Our runner cam has gone backwards on course, and you're seeing runners make their way down the last stretch. They've come off Bear Creek Trail, go across the highway, and then make their way into town. The low point of the course, elevation-wise, a high point of the course, celebration-wise, high crew energy, high caffeination, thanks to our friends at Satisfy and Trail Runner Mag for bringing Flota to the Ouray aid station, and to all of our volunteers who are cooking up everything else that the runners might need as they make their way on through, with just over 90 minutes until the cutoff at that aid station.
Can I put my feet on this couch, or is this like not? Okay.
I think it's sturdy enough.
So 25 and a half hours on the race clock. 48-hour cutoff. Still a good amount of time to make your way around the mountain.
I mean, Ouray is 55, 56 miles in to the race, so you're literally over halfway by the time you get there. Sure, you have a significant amount of climbing ahead of you, but mentally, you know, they're just you've seen the highest point of the course. You've survived a night out in the San Juans. You should be feeling pretty good about what you've accomplished at that point. And that's where your crew is going to be able to really give you that energy to then kick you the hell out the aid station and get moving, because they will refuse to let you drop there.
That's a very relaxing scene of the blowing grass, the trails.
It's lovely. If I had to fuel with only one thing during the Hardrock 100, I think I could do it with Coffee Bear sausage breakfast burritos. That was a hot topic of discussion during the Cocodona broadcast this year, was if you could only fuel with one thing,
Cool.
what would it be? Maggie, what would be your one thing for Hardrock?
I gotta say Tailwind.
What flavor?
I mean, at some point you can taste them. It's just Tailwind, and it's just purely survival. And it's not necessarily that you're like, oh, I want to keep drinking Tailwind. It's the only thing you can consume.
Yeah, that's a reliable pick because you know it works.
Calories, you don't have to chew.
Yeah,
Chewing is hard.
I'd probably have my work cut out for me fueling with only Coffee Bear burritos.
Yeah, you might be one of the happiest runners, though.
Yeah, at least for a good while. It checks all the nutritional boxes.
How do you think that 98 degrees
Great
outside?
band.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well. Segue. Let's talk about boy bands.
We said outside, so let's talk about the weather.
Okay.
Because that seems like a logical thing to do, as the hot topic of yesterday was the hot weather on course. Currently here in Silverton, let's try this whole sentence again. Currently here in Silverton, it's 57 degrees. currently in Ouray, where we are currently seeing this video from 64 degrees. The high in Ouray is going to be 82. So another hot day out there. Luckily for the aid station volunteers, they only have about 90 minutes left before they break it down and get out. But for our runners, they're then going to have a very exposed climb as the 60s enter the 70s and they get up to Kroger's and that maximum sun exposure before heading on down to Telluride. So you survived the high point of the course. You survived one day, but you have another one where you're going to be sweating to the oldies in the San Juans.
All the hits from the 60s, 70s, and 80s as you make your way up to Kroger's Canteen.
Brought to you by DJ Skylar.
Skizzle Fresh.
That is true. DJ Skizzle Fresh in the building. Have
you ever thought about a profession in weatherman, meteorology?
No, because you got to go to school for that. Except for the one on Family Guy, the "It's Gonna Rain" guy. I can do that.
Here's Skylar with the weather.
It's gonna rain. Cool. That's it.
Do you have to know stuff for that job? I feel like they're always wrong.
I think you actually, there's a fair amount of educating that goes into becoming a meteorologist.
I follow a couple. One's an amateur, the Durango weather guy, because our weather is really inaccurate, so he kind of breaks it down for you. And then there's another one that Brian Powell told me about. I forget his name, but he's like a front range guy, and he does a lot of weathercasts for like people doing Mount Everest attempts and things like that, and FKTs like for Nolan's. He'll help them kind of tell you what the weather.
That's a very
might be.
niche weather person.
Yeah. I think he's an actual weather person though in Denver, but he'll also do this on the side.
Respect it.
Weather side hustle.
Yeah.
You know, we gotta shout out our feds, our fun federal officials that help bring this event to you. We do have the National Weather Service. It is a federal agency, and NOAA and the folks that make sure that if things go sideways, we know about them ahead of time and potentially get runners out of danger. And then our folks at the Forest Service, where I got to hang out earlier with one of them, who actually also then volunteered at the Ouray aid station, but she was chaperoning the owl, Give a Hoot, Don't Pollute Owl, and Smokey the Bear. She was walking them around, saying hi to the kids and me. Apparently, it's the one adult who wanted to take a selfie with the icons, the icon mascots. So, shout out to our public officials, our public servants who are helping to bring this race around the San Juans as well. Oh, and this is how I got here. Speaking of meteorologists with spicy takes, the National Weather Service has some of the most entertaining, like, local Twitter feeds.
Yes.
So if you don't follow your local NWS, you should at least take a peek, because they'll also like crosstalk amongst each other and sneak diss each other all the time. So check that out. Shout out to the San Diego Twitter account. I'm not even from San Diego, but I watch their Twitter feed often for just hot takes and entertaining banter.
Courtney's tracker just updated 95.2.
Yep, still grinding along. So she's got about 2 miles until she hits the river crossing, and then it'll be 2.5 miles from the river to the finish. And we should have Shad. It seems like he just forwent actually taking a nap and instead went and got coffee and calories. So shout out to him. But he should be out there on runner cam picking up Courtney as she eventually crosses the river and makes her way to Silverton. But shortly behind her will be Javier Dominguez, who is just a half mile back from Courtney and could be hunting. He might be trying to get third overall and get on the podium. So this section is all downhill. And then, as we saw earlier with our first 2 runners coming into the finish, you do have some climbing after the river. Nothing like going over a 14er, but
Old Gut Punch Road.
But Gut Punch Road, yes. Once you've gone 101 miles, and it's like, you know what, just keep on grinding upwards. It'll be there. So if you can get in striking distance and we get down to that kick finish, then we'll be here to bring it to you live.
I think these two over here might be giving us the hook pretty soon.
All right. Are y'all ready?
They're looking pretty ready.
All right, sweet. Well,
Bryce,
then I guess we will sign off.
I think we're getting ready for a commentator switch. I don't know if there's anything to do on your end for that, or we'll just roll into it. Okay.
All right, so when we swap out, thank you all for watching. We probably won't see you again on the live feed.
I think I'm back on late this afternoon.
All right, well, I probably won't see you because I'm finally going to go to bed. But thanks for letting me be a part of this one, y'all. Thanks for sharing time up here and helping commentate. And thank you all for joining us in the live chat. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and some familiar faces will join you on the other side.
Hypoxico first joined the Hardrock community over a decade ago, and we're proud to have supported so many great athletes as they've trained for their high-altitude journey through the San Juans. Since 1995, athletes from a wide range of disciplines have been sleeping in our tents to conveniently pre-acclimatize to high altitude, as well as wearing our mask during active exercise to simulate the workload they'll be experiencing on the big day. Altitude training has even become an essential tool in the world of sea-level sports and performance. While we're best known for our home systems, Hypoxico also provides large-scale altitude and environmental solutions for Olympic training centers, sports teams, gyms, rehab centers, military, aviation, research, product development, wearable technology testing, and even medical therapy. For Hypoxico, the sky isn't the limit, it's the goal, and we're never going to stop looking up.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda. Hello, everybody. Andy Jones-Wilkins here, alongside Maggie Gutierrez and Chris Warden. Thank you, Brett and Skyler, for taking us through the witching hour there. And, of course, we'll be seeing and hearing from those guys again later on today and even tomorrow. Courtney DeWalter, to get everybody up to date, Courtney DeWalter's about 4 miles from the Rock. She's on her way down from the Putnam Aid Station towards the South Mineral Creek crossing. That is a somewhat technical descent, actually. A little bit rocky at the top right when you're getting out of the aid station, and then it gets a little bit smoother and rolls into that creek crossing. We will have boots on the ground out there to follow Courtney in and celebrate her finish, 3rd place overall.
That's going to get some eyes out there. I believe the street just outside Silverton High is going to be flush with people if it's anything like last year when she finished. She finished in the morning last year, I do remember, and there was a throng of people just couldn't wait to be out there.
Maggie, how have the last couple hours been? You came in, around 5 this morning?
Yeah, just a little bit before, because I Pace Wardian.
How'd that go?
It was super fun. He came back alive when we crested Engineer, and we got down to the Engineer aid station, and he got on some calories. Yeah. Quarter of an avocado.
Did he stay upright the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
Yes.
All right.
Barely.
That's a win right there.
We were running. He's like, "Can we go faster?" And I said, "Yep." And he's like, "Watch, we're gonna pass 5 or 6 people, and we passed 7."
Wow, really?
Mm-hmm. The last one was Brian Powell. I updated people earlier, but he you probably know the fishing update, but he caught, yeah.
So where did you pass Brian?
Right on the road into the aid station in Uray.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then we assume Mike's still ahead of him.
Good question. Possibly. Last time I checked, Mike seems to be still moving up and passing people.
My son sent me some beautiful sunrise pictures. He's pacing Brian.
Oh,
some beautiful sunrise
cool.
pictures on the climb up to Kroger's. Beautiful up there. So, what fun! And now we're here.
Yeah. Actually,
how was your little rest time?
I barely got, I would say maybe about 2.5 hours of sleep. But Bryce, if we can go to the iPad, this kind of blows my mind that I went in to get my morning coffee and I look to the right and all of a sudden I see Aurelien just sitting there at the coffee shop right around the corner, looking fresh, relaxed, and I had to fanboy and take a photo with him. Plus, I also wanted something to share to show how great he looks right now, just a couple hours after finishing an amazing event here at the Hardrock 100.
We've had a couple hours of sleep. He has
Look at
run
that.
for 23 hours, and he looks amazing.
And he was all smiles. All smiles.
And if you're just joining us, 23 hours flat for Aurelien and 23.50, I believe, for Benoit. Or
thereabouts, yeah.
So
Benoit had
2 men under 24 hours.
And we are anxiously awaiting the arrival of the next runner, which we expect to be none other than Courtney DeWalter.
That's right.
Really excited to see what it's like when she comes in. The atmosphere is going to be nothing short of outstanding. As you can see, what a way to wake up. Look at Uray, Colorado right there. It's just absolutely stunning. I love driving in there from the $1 Million Highway, but you really got to be awake and paying attention. Otherwise, things could go very wrong for you on the way there. So
I think the finish line is going to be as alive as it's going to be all day.
Yeah, we're going to be able to hear. We're going to get that
30
background
minutes.
noise when she comes in. We're only basically across the gym and out the door. We're going to hear all about it, both in our headphones and just through the ambient noise here. So I actually got a heads up regarding Dylan Bowman from his father, and my understanding is that it sounds like he is good to just get it done from Chapman. The fact that he left Chapman was a positive. So I know he's had a very rough overnight, and hoping that he can rally and compose himself for the rest of the finish.
So he did regroup there in Chapman, from what we understand.
That's my understanding. Yeah, I'm trying to confirm that, but that's what I got as far as I know.
And how about Avery Collins? Do we have an update on Avery? I know that he was struggling a bit and might have spent a little time in Chapman as well.
I haven't seen that as of yet, but I'm sure we will get those reports as soon as they come in.
And finally, Annie Hughes, I know was running in third place woman, but also was struggling a bit with stomach issues. And has she made it to Chapman yet?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But you know what this does, and I'm glad that I have you two here to talk about this with. Running 100 milers in the mountains is not easy. The two of you have experienced some success doing it. What is it like to be out there in a situation where things are just going sideways, but and maybe your desires and dreams to like maybe win or hit the podium don't go according to plan, but you still are faced with the notion of you want to finish this race so bad. How do you recover mentally and physically?
Well, I was talking to Wardian about this. Just to, he's from sea level. He struggled over handies. It's hard. That's 14,000 feet. And I told him, now that I live here, I thought I could come and nail Run Rabbit, which isn't even as high as this. I trained my butt off for this. I have not nailed a mountain high altitude 100. So, you just have to keep having those tiers of goals. And that finish is, when everything goes sideways, you just get it done no matter what.
Yeah.
AJW's probably raced a little more successfully.
I use the wheels falling off metaphor, and I've had 100-mile races that the wheels have stayed on and stayed tight and been fantastic from start to finish, and I've had my fair share of 100-mile races where they've fallen off. Sometimes spectacularly, cascading down the side of the mountain, and other times I'm able to adjust my mindset and make sure they fall off, but don't go crazy. And for me, the key is to have tiers of goals. Let go of whatever your expectation was. 24 hours in 100 is a huge one for most people. Getting a finishing time, finishing on the podium, getting some sort of age group award, whatever that is, you've got to be able to adjust your goals. I remember the late Dave Terry, who's a 10-time Wasatch and 10-time Western States finisher, a doctor from Portland, Oregon. I was running with him at Wasatch one year. We were about mile 60, and he's like, AJW, it's time for me to adjust my goals. I'm going to stop here and sit on this rock and drink the rest of my drink and stretch my legs a little bit, and I'll see you at the finish line. And he almost did it. He almost shifted on a dime and went from trying to get a sub 24 to just being satisfied with a finish. Okay. And it's a mental game. And I hope we see that and I think we probably will, especially given the experience of Dylan, Avery, and Annie, that as they are probably admittedly not having perfect days, they're also at Hardrock. And this is a privilege to be able to run this race. And I think they're going to take it seriously and put one foot in front of the other and get it done. And who knows, at the end of the day, it might be a finish that they're more proud of than some of their podium finishes or wins. Time will tell.
That's a good point. I mean, those are some of my my Hard Rock finishes last year. I'm pretty proud of, even though.
Yeah, I can see that.
Not what I wanted.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, yeah, you've had the races that you've won, and been at the top of the podium. I'm sure you feel grateful and proud of those. But yeah, maybe a finish that didn't, where you were kind of discovering something that you didn't know you had within you to help push through that rough time where everything goes sideways. This is the race where that is probably going to be the case for half the people who actually do finish this race. It's not going to go according to plan. It's not going to go smoothly. So, whether it be finishing first, third, 25th, or whatever, you can be incredibly proud of the fact that you were able to problem solve an entire set of problems that you didn't know existed.
Yeah, there's also the you want to know yourself well enough, and I think these three athletes that we're talking about do, to know the difference between, I'm just having a crap day, well, my stomach's dead, my quads are trash, my feet are, and I might be seriously in danger. Yeah. Right. If it could be something that could be seriously in danger, whether it be hypothermia or some sort of debilitating injury that could cause permanent damage. You've got to know the difference. Yeah. Right. Or even here at a high altitude, you might have some sort of pulmonary edema type thing going on. You don't want to mess with that. So I don't think with any of these three, they're all high altitude trained, that's the issue. But it also is something that, this sport teaches us a lot about problem solving and making decisions on the fly, but it also teaches us a lot about needing to understand ourselves and the difference between, forging on at all costs, death before DNF, if you will, and knowing when to call it a day. What do we have here?
This is going into the canyon out of the trails, the perimeter trail in Ouray.
In Ouray, yeah. And just to get everybody back up to date, as we're thinking about the back of the Packers, there's an hour and 15 minutes to the hard cutoff at Ouray. Still plenty of time for folks coming down from the engineer aid station. But that's a big step to get through there by 9 a.m.
Yeah, and as I've mentioned, if you're watching and you're somewhere in the area and are curious, Ouray is a great place to see the race in its truest form. You've got a great backdrop with the mountains on both sides, and also that's where I did a lot of my fanboying last year when I see Dakota, Killian, and Francois come in 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom. They were all one after another. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of action that happens there, and the aid station is set up perfectly for being able to view and see the race, but not be in the way either. I mean, you can be right on the action right there without being a distraction or detrimental to the efforts of the runners. And the next little bit is going to be hard.
Yeah.
For those coming in.
On Courtney, is Kevin with Courtney? Do you know?
That was the plan, but
yeah, I mean, I
haven't
know he started with her from Chapman.
The question is whether Kevin kept up with Courtney.
Well, yeah, that's an ongoing joke, of course.
I think he did.
I suspect he did too.
That
He's
actually
good at downhill.
Yeah, very.
There's a good shot of South Mineral Creek.
The last water crossing before hitting the home stretch here, just outside of town, about a mile and a half up the road, up 550.
Yep.
And they have a rope there this year because it's pretty swift.
Yeah, it's moving pretty swift out there, as you mentioned.
Chris Thornley, no boats.
Yes, and I don't know. That's a loose word to call that a creek.
Yeah, this year it's a full-blown river. I mean, wait, is.
Thanks for confirmation in the chat. There's some photos
That's
from
Courtney.
There's Courtney right there. We've got Courtney.
She has
on
arrived at South
crossing,
Mineral Creek.
And Kevin's
still with her.
And Kevin is with her. There we go. There's full-blown video confirmation.
And that Mineral Creek crossing is just less than 2 miles from the school here. So we're going to be seeing Courtney hit town here very quickly.
So, and some quick math. I think people have been asking about course record, and they've been asking about the double record. And given that it's 25:48 into the race, she's pretty much got both of those in the bag. She'll finish somewhere in the 26:20, 26:30 range.
Yeah.
She's consistent.
Yep.
What was her record last year in the other direction? 26.
It was just
something.
Low 26, mid 26. Yeah. She is consistent.
This is another mind-blowing, and it like states you can't really be like, okay, this could be this. It's Hardrock. Anything could have happened at the aid stations in the last 20 miles, 30 miles. But that is a stout
that is.
time after what she did, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
Jory Boswell, mileage from here, 2 miles.
If that. Oh, you think it's that? You think it's more than 2?
Yeah.
To the river?
Yeah, they've
okay.
got to go. They've got to hit that trail.
Oh, that's right. They do have that segment on Rainbow.
Yeah.
Her time last year was 26:44, so she's going to come in a handful of minutes under this.
In each direction, within a couple of minutes, probably.
And to be the course record holder in both directions is pretty amazing.
This is great. They jump onto this trail, and we will have a camera with her and Kevin.
If you're a follow cam and your mission is to keep up with Courtney DeWalter, you even 98 miles of a head start, you might have fresh legs, but still got to be a little bit nerve-wracking to figure out whether or not you can get the job done, because she's been known to drop a pacer or two in her day. So
I think Kevin's safe. He's going to enjoy this, and so is she.
Oh,
is that Javi?
Yeah.
Javier Dominguez,
nice. Javi closing
hot on Courtney's
place.
tail here. Could be interesting for the third overall finisher here at Hardrock 100.
And Javi has done this entire race solo. No crew. A couple of the aid stations, we saw aid stations volunteers helping him out, but impressive finish for.
Yeah, that's less than a minute
Javi
gap
Dominguez.
between the two of them right there. That is really close with 2 miles to go. So Javier and Courtney is the race that we're catching here at the end of the women's race as well.
Granite State Trail Runners has a woman podiumed overall at Hardrock. Yes, Diana Finkel did it a couple times, including the year she set the counter-clockwise record, which Courtney's going to break today. Both times finishing in third place. So there have been successful women in the top 3 overall here at Hardrock. This is great footage of Javi Dominguez making that little climb up from the road crossing. Well, the creek crossing, then the road crossing.
Yeah. And they're on the Rainbow Trail, which is going to spit them out literally just on the outskirts of town. So,
and then they have that. We watched the first 2 finishers kind of grind up that road.
That road section. Yeah,
talked about earlier. Douche grade.
I went out there and I went out there and hiked that. Just hiked and jogged it yesterday, and I realized, gosh, they make you go up a little bit here at the end before that nice single track descent from Shrine of the Mines. Yeah, thanks Aid Station Fireball for the reminder. Diana actually finished second overall back in the day.
Yeah, as we mentioned last night, it's amazing to me how few records there are that have held on for more than a decade in this sport. And Diana's record here is one that had stood the test of time for over a decade. You know, there's not many of these numbers left that are sticking around. But Courtney now has gone back to in 2 months, basically knocked down two of the more hallowed numbers in American ultra running. To see her take down the Ellie Greenwood number at Western States, and now at Hardrock doing it again just three weeks later.
I gotta bring up a meme at this point. I don't know whose it was. Maybe your boy Scott Jurek. It was a Grim Reaper, and there was like hotel doors with the records, and then just blood coming out, and it was like Diagonal Defu, and I can't even think of which ones now. You know, Western States, and then it had Hardrock, and it was a closed door, so we didn't know what was going to happen. But
well, now they're going to have to adjust it.
Yeah,
add another door.
They're going to have to keep getting longer.
And this is one thing I definitely wanted to avoid was the whole what's next. I want to sit and appreciate and let this whole effort and moment soak in. This is truly amazing. And now we've got a bit of a fun thing to follow here with Javier and Courtney neck and neck as they approach the final stretches of town.
Question in the chat about anybody winning either on the men's or women's side, Western States and Hardrock in the same year. Nope. This
Never
is
happened.
This will be the first time. There have been runners podiuming, winning one, top three in the other. Jeff Browning comes to mind. But,
2018, yeah.
But this is the first time an individual will win both. And just throw in course records at the same time. So win, course record.
Who is ahead, Javier or Courtney? We think Courtney's still ahead, but it's got to be real close here. We're talking, no matter where they're at, I'm assuming less than 60 seconds separates the two of them. It's got to be really close. And if not, no more than a couple moments. I'm trying to track spots on the trail and check to see if the person following Javier actually has eyes on Courtney and Kevin as well. Because there's not quite enough straightaway to be 100% sure how far apart they are. But they're both running through those last stretches of trail here, about 98.5 miles into the Hardrock 100. So
it's
maybe
going to
not
come
quite
to
that.
who runs that road up.
Yeah. This single track will pour out onto dirt road that'll make a little left turn and grind up, and it's tempting to just walk it.
Yeah, I wonder if she knows how close. I'm sure she knows how close he is.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
I'm sure.
Brett asking in the chat, how much longer do they have before Courtney and Javier finish, and do I have time for a quick run before? If you're doing speed work and maybe you only need to do 6x400, then yeah.
Some strides, maybe.
Yeah, that's about it. But I wouldn't go unless you had maybe less than 15 minutes on the calendar, because that's about all we're looking at here.
Well, why would you want to leave?
If you can see over Javier's shoulder if she's in sight yet. But
they're on the that traverse across that rainbow. What's what they call it? The rainbow trail.
Yeah.
That colorful scree.
Just not too far from being able to see town, really, at this point.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's got to be motivating. I think when you get close to the finish, at least for me, things stop hurting and you can move faster.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay. So Kevin I'm sorry, Javier is. It looks like maybe about a minute and a half behind, if it, based on where he's going to be hitting the street.
Too.
That's a good point. Yeah, he's going to be getting to that colorful scree section. There it is.
He might. We might see them.
He's moving really well.
Yeah, he is.
He is. That is a fast stride right at this section here. So
nice work, follow cam.
Yeah,
both follow cams.
Well, we see that at all of our big time races here in this. Those people who are follow cam for the lead runners at something like this or Western States, they're getting the workout, and it's not something where you can just kind of leisurely run in even at mile 98, 99. These runners are booking.
People are gathering outside. I can see there's
Do we have can we just do a quick shot of the static cam outside, Bryce, to show where they're headed?
Yeah, it looks like we actually have Tony at the finish line setting up a camera now. So
actually, pause on that. It looks like Courtney was taking a quick pause here, and I want to see if we have any sort of action here on the course.
Nearing the 26-hour mark.
She just made a gesture. Or
Okay, yeah.
Like
I don't know if we just like the refresh rate. Yeah, if we can just show really quick how things look outside, just to give people an idea of.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go. That's such a perfect picture-in-picture shot of the finish line shoot here in Silverton, Colorado. As Courtney finds herself in a foot race here to the finish, which could be exciting. No, that is not the competitor following her that she is trying to outlast. That is her husband, Kevin. But Javier Dominguez is hot on her tail. They are very close together.
So this little section of single track, it is beautiful, just parallels the highway.
Yep.
We'll go into the woods one more time here.
Okay, he's on the other side.
Yeah. Go into the woods
that's not
one more
even a
time.
minute, is it?
No, I don't think it's even a minute.
Yeah.
And this is slightly down. They were going to hit that road, which...
Then it'll be interesting, Maggie, to see what sort of running is going on in that
I think
road.
they'll both be running.
I think they'll both be running, yep.
This is going to be really exciting. Okay, so Courtney has made it through the scree field and is on the final stretches of Rainbow Trail.
I almost wonder if that was Kevin looking back.
Kevin gave it a little look back.
Absolutely. At different stages of the race, the pacer takes on different responsibilities. In this case, his is to have his head on a swivel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's the splits and number guy. Like, he knows what's going on. Courtney's just running, basically.
Yeah, she definitely comes across as a total field runner where you go do like a point and fire weapon almost as far as, how she approaches a race. She's going to go out, she's going to do it how she feels, and then Kevin is there to kind of help, navigate the numbers and make sure that she's where she needs to be and wants to be. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They really are.
Oh my gosh.
There's a good view.
That is close. You're talking, what, maybe 60, 70 meters at that point?
Do I have to be unbiased? Because I'm like, I want to scream, Courtney, run.
Yeah, they're right there.
Look at how close
he may
close
pass
behind.
her.
Yeah, he's closing hard. It's going to be a very tight finish here. I'm actually a lot of traffic on the trail in a small section right there.
Well, they're going to have to pass the camera guy, too.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll get out of the way.
Oh, Kevin taking a peek back more than a
he
peek.
passed her.
There's the pass.
She's congratulating.
That's awesome.
A great moment. Both of them.
They're chatting. Oh, that's great.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall here.
Maybe they'll hold hands while they finish.
It's been known to happen here before. I think that Hardrock might bring that kind of different mentality out simply because, correct me if I'm wrong, because you've run it. I've not. But, when Killian and Jason Schlarb a couple of years ago, basically crossed the finish line together, what makes Hardrock so different? If the two of you could speak to that, where you're actually willing to do something like that as opposed to maybe kick out otherwise.
I think it's been talked about in the live show, but it's you against the course. I know people are competing and stuff, but at the end of the day, this is a really tough course. And if, you share a lot of miles with someone, it's not about beating them.
I think, too, there are times all through the day where you might be together on a gnarly climb, like going up to Virginia, so you might be sitting in an aid station together, and you strike up a relationship, even, people from two different countries, and there's a camaraderie that develops.
Yeah.
And, it happens in a lot of ultras, but because of the sheer nature of Hardrock, the difficulty of the course, how difficult it is to get in, there's a little bit more of that here than I would say at most races. So that clip there of Javier and Courtney having a little exchange and talking, who knows? There might have been a, do you want to finish together or something like that. But it was kind of clear that Javier was running better, at least at this little moment, and I'm sure Courtney feels just fine about it.
I have to disagree with this comment in the chat. Send a peek saying Javi being solo gave him the advantage to close. I don't think that came into the conversation or the mentality at all. If Courtney wanted to, Courtney's not going to hold back because of having a pacer. It's just not how it works. She's doing what she wants to do, and she's not going to let somebody else dictate her race at this point. I cannot wait until they get into town here. The background noise here in the gym is going to be wonderful.
It's going to be insane
for both of these runners. For Javier to round out the men's podium, and for Courtney to be the not only the women's champion, but finishing in the top 4, and also holding now the course record in both directions. Truly an amazing effort here this week this weekend for Courtney DeWalter.
He's about to get to the road, I think.
Yeah, 48-year-old Javier Dominguez. Age ain't nothing but a number when it comes to Hardrock.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen Jeff Browning was 46 when he won it, I believe. 46 or 47 when he last won it. So.
All right, this is the road that Maggie's been talking about. It's a gradual left, and it's a grindy climb. Probably, I don't know, half a mile or a little bit less than half a mile probably, until you crest, get a nice view of town, and you're home free at that point. If you haven't been to Silverton for this time, as the sun rises and the day 2 of Hardrock, usually a couple of people have finished, as we have this year, while it's still dark. But there's just an electricity that builds both here in the gym right behind us, but also out by the finishing chute. And we're 100 yards away from it, but you can just feel the energy as Courtney and Javier make their way, and she's going to run it. She's going to run it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, welcome. It is the early morning here in the West Coast of the United States. Courtney DeWalter is getting ready to finish the Hardrock 100. Javier Dominguez is just in front of her, but is there a possibility that we see a pass, a return pass?
A pass back?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's running. He's hiking.
Yeah, he's hiking up the hill, and she is showing a running stride. So we might still have something interesting going on here in these last few moments of this race. Yeah, they're on County Road 6 out there, and then they're going to take a hard right down the hill, and we'll see what happens. What mile is Courtney at? Mile 99.
Let's call it 99.
Yeah.
Ish.
Yeah.
Spectator out there. Very cool. He's out of sight, it looks like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna
He may
say
have faster downhill legs.
I'm gonna say his lead is safe, but not by much.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna come in within 60 seconds of one another at this point.
It's going to be a lot of cheering for a long time.
It's going to be very loud, which is awesome.
Yes.
That's what we love to see out here. The energy at the finish of the Hardrock 100 is an absolutely wonderful feeling, and it's not just for the people at the front of the race either. You see it the entire weekend.
Oh, he's running.
One of my favorite finishes was 2 years ago when Jamil came in for his most recent finish, and had his son tag with him, and heading into the rock, and people were lining the streets because it wasn't because they knew it was Jamil. It just happened to be, he was next because he wasn't at the front of the leaderboard or anything. That's the energy that you get here here at the Hardrock 100.
I mean, Golden Hour will get the same energy as Courtney.
And Courtney has had some wonderful sort of off the front wins where she's dominated pretty much from start to finish, like Aurelian did this today. But this one was a battle. Courtney didn't take the lead until after Uray. And obviously with the Western States on her legs from 20 days ago, it was probably a little different experience for her than say last year's Hardrock, but she persevered and and she's going to pull it off in a grand style. So Javi's going to crest this hill. It's a little bit level, and if he looks to the right, he'll see town, and then it's just a little bit more on the road, and that sharp right turn from Shrine of the Mines, and a nice downhill into town.
You can smell it.
Yeah, they're both so close. We'll start to hear the people out in the street here fairly soon.
A little bit of a hike. She's going to get ready for that downhill.
So just to Javier's left is the Shrine of the Mines, a shrine devoted to the memory of the Hardrock miners who passed away. And the town is immediately to Javier's right, and he'll make a turn onto the single track. It's pretty steep, actually.
Yeah.
Down into town, and then it spills out onto the streets, and he makes one left and then a quick right into the finisher's chute in this direction.
Yeah,
beautiful camera work by our follow cam here.
And the shrine, at this point, you can see the shrine from anywhere in town. So people, if they're looking and if they're eagle-eyed enough, they can see Javier and probably Courtney here in just a few moments, off in the distance. So that's actually something that, these people outside, if they're looking and they're paying attention, they'll see how close these two runners are.
So I think we'll start to hear yelling a little sooner than before they
I
hit
can't
the
wait.
road.
I can't wait to get that energy. It's been a long race for us so far here in Coverage Land. I mean, not as long as it has been for the runners, but that energy is a great thing.
Our fearless leader Jamil has just grabbed his camera and gimbal and is heading out.
When Jamil is heading out, there's going to be some footage
to get a little bit more
quick.
Coverage. This is Jamil. There you go.
Oh,
there's the single
right
track
down
headed
into town.
This is Jamil's vision. It's something he started talking about way back in 2015, 2016 to figure out a way to do a live broadcast of Hardrock. And this is our first time doing it. And Jamil's been working tirelessly, as has Bryce and the rest of the team, Matt back in Flagstaff, to make this happen.
Shout out to the follow cam there running off that trail to keep up with Javi.
Yeah.
That's no joke.
Some adoring fans up on the road. So the single track spills out into the road. He's hauling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's looking really good. He's heading down 10th Street, going to take a left up here shortly, and then take a right. And immediately after he takes that right, he will be heading into the chute at the finish line.
When all's said and done, I would like to have a look at Javier's splits from KT to the finish. I suspect it's maybe one of the fastest of the day, if not the fastest of the day, given the way he's closed.
Courtney now heading down that single track stretch into town. She will be sped out from the trail on 10th Street. There's Javier. The two of them so close to the finish. And
there we go.
We can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it through our microphones, but Javier is our feed is probably a few seconds behind, so I'm assuming that Javier is probably crossing the finish line just about now. But
I think we'll know it's intensifying.
We can hear Dale in the back.
And that big building to his right is the actual school that he'll be turning just after.
Cowbells. Solo start to finish. No crew, no pacers, no drop bags. Taking what the aid station had. 48 years old, full-time job. Incredible. Waving to the fans. This is the turn.
Somebody said that this is...
Let's just take this in.
Yeah.
And the
Everybody,
kiss.
please welcome Javier Dominguez.
Being greeted and hugged by race director Dale Garland, congratulated, but wait, there's more. Stick around, folks. We've got another huge moment that's happening here.
It's an all-European podium.
On the men's side, yeah.
Uh-huh. And then Courtney making this final left. Jamil was just here. Oh, no, that's not Jamil. He's probably closer to the finish line.
Good run.
Cowbells are getting loud.
Dale's chatting with Javier. For those of you who don't know, Dale greets each and every finisher all through the day and night as they kiss the rock. He might take a cat nap here and there, but he's right there at the rock. Some high fives.
This is classic Courtney right here.
Stopping for a hug. There's Anna Frost. It's going to be a counter-clockwise course record by over an hour and a Hardrock Western States double record by about 20-plus minutes.
Around that final
Here we
corner,
go. Courtney
to
DeWalter.
fans. Beautiful.
There she goes. I saw her run by outside.
26:14:12 it looks like for Courtney DeWalter. A new counterclockwise course record and overall course record for either distance on the women's side here at the Hardrock 100. All smiles as always when she finishes the race. Truly amazing.
She's got the course record in both directions. She's got the double record overall.
Get her a chair, someone.
Taking a moment to compose herself, relax.
There's Dale.
Hey, Vivian or Trinity? Yeah. There you go.
Hopefully this provides some inspiration for everybody out there to go out and get your run in here sometime today.
Indeed.
Extra baggy? Extra baggies for you.
Yeah. I mean, I got a dunk later.
Can't help but root for Courtney. If you're new to this sport, she instantly draws you in with her ability to just smile at everything and the way she just carries herself. She's one of the friendliest people in the race. She introduced herself to me like years ago. Just at a race randomly. She comes up and says, "Hi, I'm Courtney." That's how she is, truly.
Yeah. There's Kevin, her husband.
And the sea of fans out there hanging out just to catch a glimpse and to cheer her on. What a great moment.
She's looking for a crew, probably. That's Melody, one of her crew, and Mike Ambrose.
Who did a pacing gig earlier in the evening.
Yeah, he got his miles
Stan.
in this race.
Excitement all night long on the Facebook and
on all the good stuff. And I run tomorrow. It's wonderful, Courtney.
Oh, good.
We're so proud of you. And I'm speaking for all of Silverton. It's really Thank
Thank you.
That's awesome. The pain cave was there, and you were in it and out of it. You were awesome. You were awesome.
Just a beautiful moment. It's easy to let it speak for itself. Give our vocal cords a break.
I'm gonna go say hi to her. I'll be back.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Maggie Gutierrez here in
I gotta put my
studio.
shoes on.
You're gonna head over to congratulate Courtney.
In the event that she wants to join us on the couch.
Yeah, tell her she's got an open invite whenever she's ready.
She can come join us on the couch anytime. So we have 4 runners in, the top 3 men.
To
2
recap.
under 24, and then Javier, who finished a couple of minutes before Courtney did.
Yeah, Rillian, Danan Payaz, and Benat Marmasol are the first 2 men finished in the sub 24-hour range. Javier Dominguez, 3rd, and then Courtney DeWalter, 4th and first female, also setting a course record for the Hardrock 100. Looking to see who might be coming in next. Looks like
I'm guessing it's Arlen Glick.
Arlen Glick could be the next runner. He is approaching Mineral Creek on the other side, and as we saw, it's he could be looking at a sub 27-hour finish for his Hard Rock debut.
Oh, yeah.
What an amazing number for that!
Yeah, that is amazing.
In case anybody wondered whether or not Arlen had the
mountain chops.
legs, yeah, he
has
absolutely
them.
does. And you can't see it here because it's static cams, but Courtney is in the gym behind us getting some attention, things tended to, and also some flowers as well. If you've never gotten the opportunity to come up to Silverton and watch this race, I highly recommend it. It is a beautiful thing. Silverton, Colorado, 9,300 feet elevation. The trails out here, you don't have to be running Hard Rock or running other races out here. You can go and hike anything. You can go and run anything. Running at 9,300 elevation will make you a better runner. And you've got so many wonderful areas that you can hike. You can hike various sections of the Hard Rock course. You can hike various other lake trails and summit trails here in the Silverton area. You will not run out of things to do in the San Juans, whether you're here for a week, a month, or even years. I speak to people who live here in this area, and they're still discovering new trails and new ways to approach summits that they absolutely love. Chris Warden here at the Hard Rock 100. Andy Jones-Wilkins is stepping aside. I think he might actually be checking to see how Courtney is doing. Maggie Gutierrez on our call as well. They are going down to actually chat perhaps with Courtney. And if she gets the urge, we obviously have an open spot on our couch for her to come in and hang out. I love this shot right here, this overhead shot of the finisher chute, where the remaining runners, over 100 of them still on course. They have until 6 a.m. local time tomorrow, until the 48-hour mark to finish this race, and hopefully as many of them finish as possible, as Courtney DeWalter is being tended to by crew and family.
If you need a snack later or tomorrow,
saying that you were up at 2 a.m. making the dough.
Oh, yeah. Well, Baker's got to be be up at weird hours.
I got all the details.
All right. Well, great job.
Courtney has taken the trail shoes off and now slipped into something a little bit more comfortable, hopefully. The thing about Courtney is that she's always looking so upbeat and so happy that it's hard to tell how she's feeling sometimes. I mean, look at Western States a month ago when she was being as gregarious and gracious as possible at her post-race interview, and then she stepped away and she was to get sick, but she was still just so upbeat and happy. I encountered her at a race where she didn't have a great day at Desert Solstice a few years ago, but she still made time to make everybody around her feel good and to speak with a lot of people on a day that didn't go her way. This day went her way, so I'm sure she's feeling even better. And you can't help but root for her and can't help but be happy for her.
I have to tell you though, there were some moments in today's race where she didn't look 100% perfect. Well, Megan Hicks has seen Courtney and covered Courtney probably a dozen times.
Yeah.
And both Megan and I were sitting, doing race coverage for I Run Far. We were at where Grouse Gulch aid station is. And Annalise put 10 minutes on Courtney on the descent off of Handy's. And when Courtney made that descent, now granted, Handy's will pummel you in a 4,000-foot descent. But Megan noted, she looks a little bit off. Of course, she came out, she got on the road, she ran every step to Animas Forks, proceeded to make the descent to Uray, and the rest is history. But I'll be curious to find out from Courtney as the race settles in how that little middle part and being out of the lead for half the race ended up playing out.
And also, it sounds like things might have gone a little bit sideways at the top of Grant Swamp Pass. There's some information that I would love to dig a little bit deeper into that, we've talked about at length about how gnarly that area is, that maybe she might have gone astray a little bit. We'll circle back around to that, but we're here in the studio, and
Maggie Gooderl recruited a special guest.
I didn't get Courtney, but I got someone just as good, Zach Miller.
Hey, Zach, how you doing?
Welcome to the broadcast.
Good. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing great.
He paced Paul last night,
Yeah.
and I know Paul is probably one of the next finishers soon.
Yeah, Paul Terranovas had a great day. How was it out there?
It was great. Yeah, Paul was moving super well. We actually did a lot of running. Which
Last year when you're runner.
Yeah,
how did it compare to last year's pacing gig?
Last year was great, but last year was more a test of endurance, and this year was a much more of a mission of efficiency. So, yeah, I paced Maggie last year.
That was a mission of survival.
I think we were out there for like 15 hours
for the last
and
30 miles.
I nearly died at the end. And we had to share a headlamp, and so yeah, no, Paul was doing great. He cruised up Camp Bird Road pretty well, was right on his targeted pace, actually a little ahead at times, and got up to Kroger's, and we were 8 minutes. We left Kroger's 8 minutes after Brian, and we caught Brian before Telluride, so we were moving really well.
We overheard a little bit of the conversation you had after your gig was done at Telluride.
Uh-huh.
You kind of got recruited last minute to do this pacing job, and I think Coop was involved.
Coop said you saved him.
Yeah, I was.
I don't know why you wouldn't want to do that, but
I wasn't supposed to be pacing. I just came out here to run the food bus, to sling donuts and ice cream and stuff like that, and just have a good time. And then I was up in Cunningham, and there's no service up there. And Billy was like, Billy Yang was like, I have a message for you. Coop wants to know if you'll pace Paul Terranova tomorrow. So I was like, I checked with my fellow food bus mates to see if they were okay with me abandoning the food services for a bit. So they were cool with it. So yeah, I jumped in last minute and paced Paul, which was great. It's always a treat to get out on the Hardrock course.
I got a funny story about the food.
Quick,
go ahead.
Quick note.
Yeah.
Arlen Glick has crossed Mineral Creek. So we will be seeing Arlen Glick come in here fairly quickly as well. So I just wanted to drop that in. So for all of you Arlen's darlings out there in the live stream, stay tuned because we're going to have a treat here coming up.
So my wife, Shelley, is here, and she's crewing for Brian Powell. And she was poking around town yesterday, and she was like, Andy, you won't believe it. There's this dude just giving away donuts. And I was like, I think I know who that dude is. But she got a fresh donut from you and was so excited. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I have an old shuttle bus that I converted into a home on wheels, and that's where I live and train. But I travel around to races in it from time to time and turn it into a little food truck. And we've done all sorts of things. I think it did start at Hardrock. I used to caretake at Bar Camp, and we fed people pancakes all the time. So the first year at Hardrock, I did pancakes and coffee, and then last year I think we did a mix of things. And then this year, I got really into like serving Fosnuts to people this year over the winter, like at the ski area in Oregon. So a Fosnut is actually a Pennsylvania Dutch style donut. And so this year we made Fosnuts, but they weren't my finest work. We went to make them late at night like any baker does, right? Or early morning. And we realized we had zero service in Cunningham, which we knew, but we didn't think about the fact that the recipe was on the internet. So all I had was like a partial list of ingredients, and my girlfriend and I had to go from memory of the times we've made them and sort of like guess, and then just cross our fingers that they turn out. And they weren't our finest work, but people were very happy, and they were good. That's awesome. Awesome. So we did donuts, and then at Ure we did ice cream, and we made bowls out of donuts. Like we made donut bowls, like
a bread bowl, but instead of a bread bowl,
like a waffle
bowl.
Cone bowl, but a donut. And then we filled them with ice cream, and those were very popular at Ure.
That sounds extremely decadent.
Yeah, and then freeze pops as well. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It was hot, so I think that was.
Yeah, I checked the weather because we did Twin Pops at Western States this year, and it was wildly popular. And so I checked the weather for Ure, and I was like, dude, it's going to be sunny and 86. We're doing popsicles again.
Yeah, describe what it was like pacing this year versus last year in terms of the conditions. I mean, the course this year was so much warmer.
Yeah, I mean, I've paced this, I guess, 3 times now. My buddy Brandon Stepanowicz, I think back in 2016. And that was also a big snow year. But yeah, this year was pretty warm. Last year with Maggie, I don't remember being this warm. I remember being pretty chilly at night. There was nowhere really this year at night that I was like cold. So yeah, I mean, I paced Paul up and over Kroger's, and I never even put on a jacket. So that says something.
What was the snow like at Kroger's?
It was very snowy. It reminded me of 2016 when I paced Brandon.
Just going to pause here for a second, Zach, because I know people in the chat have been asking about Arlen. We do have a follow cam now back out on the course. This is the single track section where a few moments ago we saw Javier and Courtney. So this is Arlen Glick, 5th place overall, 4th place male, and 1st American male, less than 2 miles from the finish.
Arlen's been, I mean, was Paul, what kind of mood was Paul in? The regular Paul mood?
Yeah, Paul was
happy.
Great. I mean, he was chatty. He was asking me all sorts of stuff about myself. So
I think him and Arlen have been the happiest people that I've seen on the course.
Yeah, Paul's been in great spirits, like very, chatty with people along the course and maybe aid station folks.
Paul
and,
Chatty, what?
Yeah. So he was just in good spirits like the whole
when
time.
he came out to Animas, he came down and he's like, AJW, it was worth the wait.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it was, maybe 8-9 years he's been trying to get into this race. And I have this theory that the longer people wait to get into this race, the more joy they run with when they get a chance to
That was
run
like
it.
Luke Nelson last year.
Luke Nelson,
Dylan
best
Bowman
day
a couple
ever.
years ago.
Yeah.
Took him
Dylan's his
several
first
years.
time. Yeah, for sure.
Zach, are you going to run this?
I would like to. We'll see. We'll see if the stars align and if it can fit in a schedule and get an entry all in the same year sometime.
If nothing else, you actually have a lot of pacer favors you can call in. As far as trying to set up your team here, so that's going to be no problem. That part is covered.
I would offer to pace you, but I would probably be badly dropped. But I would try. Or you're going to run backwards on the course and maybe try to find some runners?
Yeah, I think in a little while I'm going to go out for a run and just go backwards on the course a bit and maybe see if I can find Paul and cheer him on. So, yeah.
Well,
All
thanks,
right.
Zach.
Maggie, Arlen's hit the road now, and he's going to keep running.
Yeah, Arlen is probably about a mile out, give or take. He's going to finish up on this road here, going to hit down that single track. Right now he's on County Road 6, going to take a left and then head down to 10th Street into the town of Silverton, and from there it's about 3 blocks to the finish.
One more quick question from the chat before you leave. Are you going to run UTMB this year?
Yeah, I got my spot at Tarawera this year,
Yeah, that's what I
so that's next up on my list.
Excellent. Well, good luck at UTMB.
Well,
We'll all be
thank you,
cheering
and
for you.
thanks for having me on the live.
All right, thanks everybody. Zach Miller hanging out with us here.
Pennsylvania
at the,
Power.
At the finish of the Hardrock 100. Out here, had his pacing gig with Paul Terranova earlier, and now out here to help celebrate everybody else that is finishing this amazing race. And right now, we've got eyes on the Ohio's finest, Arlen Glick. About a mile out, we will be keeping eyes on him, as well as the other runners that are approaching the finish. Not too far back from Arlen at this point is 2018 winner Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning, and our second female, Annalise, will be coming in as well. Paul Terranova not too far behind them. Brian Cuomo, Mark Hammond, and the resurrected Dylan Bowman could be potentially heading into town here before too long. Looks like those are our runners that are within the point where they can, quote, smell the barn. So they haven't all quite gotten to Putnam, but they're all getting pretty close.
I know we've mentioned it, multiple times today that the Arlen factor and the surprise. We shouldn't be surprised, but the fact that coming from small town in Ohio, where he runs predominantly on flat ground, to do the Western States Hardrock double. By the way, I mean, not as fast as Courtney's 2 times, but still, when all said and done, Arlen's 2 finishes at Western States and Hardrock are going to be go down in history. And man,
I
what
remember
a run.
It was less than 2 years ago that we were skeptical of whether or not Arlen could hang at Haviland 100.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing him basically put his stamp on Hardrock as something that where he belongs, in the mountains. So for him to go from those flat and fast hundreds where he's dropping the 13-hour range, and to show that he has this kind of range is really exciting, because he's still only 30 years old. We're going to see another decade of Arlen doing great things across every kind of terrain, and I am here for it.
He has like a childlike wonderment when he was here, like taking it all in.
Absolutely. We had a cookout last weekend, and I mentioned casually to Arlen, like, hey, if you want to swing by. Sure enough, he and his sister swung by, and I was glad that we had a couple of veterans of the race that were there, Anthony Culpepper being one of them, not only talking to him, but his sisters who were crewing him about what the course is like in terms of not only running it, but driving it as well. Trying to get them acclimated and letting them know what they're in for, because they wanted to meet him out at Sherman. And that adds a whole nother dimension to crewing this race, because there's no easy way out to Sherman. You either sacrifice time or you go over Cinnamon Pass. So, Arlen was soaking all of that information in, touring the course here this week, and he was in a bit of a weird situation because coming off of Western States, he couldn't really explore the race as much as he wanted to because he was forced into a taper. So his exploration was a little bit more limited than he would have liked, I could tell. So in future editions of this race, he's going to be able to come out here in advance and really prepare, and that's exciting.
I don't know how much tapering he did.
Yeah.
He called it a taper, but his numbers.
His taper, I mean, mileage his last week leading up to it, so the Monday through Thursday, it was like 17 miles, but almost 9,000 feet a gain.
But that's pretty much what you have to do to really understand the course.
It's a hike for him. It's not going to put too much wear and tear on his
Maggie, say again that his line of the month so far.
Oh, yeah.
He sees the San Juans.
I'm going to get that
time.
tattoo, I think.
Yeah.
We were standing on top of Handy's, and he's like, wow, there's so much more world in the world than I thought.
I love it.
You could definitely put together like a book or a website of Arlen quotes. Getting to know him over the past couple of years has been an absolute joy because he's so funny. I remember talking to him at Desert Solstice a couple of years ago after his day had gone extremely sideways, and he's sitting over under a blanket and huddled up on the side of the track, and I didn't know him that well at the time, and I'm kind of standing off in the distance, and he looks over and he says, you can get closer, and just kind of like put me on the spot, and I was embarrassed, but he's definitely a super gregarious guy with a great sense of humor. So an incredible ambassador for the sport.
He looks really springy.
And by the way, he's run every step of this road.
Who is that pacing him? I can't quite tell.
Tessa Chesser.
Oh, it is Tessa. Okay.
His craft teammate. And
so he's about to hit the single track.
I'm glad to see Tessa out here. She's had some injury issues over the past recent few months, couple years. So I'm glad to see her out here like this.
She's bopping all over the place, but I think she lives in Telluride for the time being.
Yeah. I know she was previously in Flagstaff as well. So.
Yeah, they're gonna make that turn soon.
Yeah, very close. Headed up County Road 6 to the Shrine, and you can see the beautiful down below Silverton, the entire town.
All town.
We always joke about that when we come to visit here every year about how, our Airbnb might be across town from the coffee shop, and it's 4 blocks. So
there he is, onto the single track, downhill into town. I had Arlen on my podcast earlier this year, and we talked a little bit about his life outside of running.
Very fascinating.
And a couple of unique things about Arlen. He eschews social media.
Yeah.
He is pretty oddly enough, outspoken about his feeling that just social media is not something that he enjoys and wants to participate in. You can learn all about him on Strava.
He loves Strava.
He loves his Strava.
That's his
and so maybe
media.
he makes up for it.
Yeah.
But also his religious convictions and the work of his family as a Mennonite from Ohio. They every winter go down to Florida and have a prison ministry, and they have a family musical group. And they sing and they work with prisoners in the state, and all of his brother, his sisters, his parents. They're kind of a traveling band.
I know, I heard this.
So it's really cool. It was really cool.
But Arlen's got to be a bass player, doesn't he? He just seems like he's got that bass player personality.
He admitted that he's more of like the background guy.
A tambourine dude.
Versus
he's
his
more
his
cowbell.
sisters.
He's a cowbell guy.
He admitted that. He's like, the other people in my family are a little bit more on the music side than I am.
He got the running genes.
Yeah. So, he's going to make this left in a few moments. Great job on the follow cam again. Again, this is 5th place overall, 4th male, and 1st American male.
What? I think the other 3 European guys, do they live at altitude, any of them, or at pretty low altitudes?
I think Javier is of Basque descent, so he might live in the Pyrenees.
Okay, yeah.
Which would put him somewhat high.
Yeah.
Somebody mentioned that Javier has only been running ultras for 2 years.
And he's 48.
Yeah,
wow.
that would be staggering.
That was Benat. I think that was
Benat. Okay.
Benat is 42 and started running ultras. When
That's
he was
still
40.
crazy.
Oh, that is so crazy. Yeah, 40 is when I started falling apart. I feel.
Exactly.
And to be at
That's when things started going downhill fast.
To
Talk
start-
about wheels falling off.
Start and podium Hardrock within 2 years. That's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
But here we have Arlen Glick. I actually just coming up to the school here, I believe.
Yeah,
So-
Paul Ludwig in the chat. Yeah, that's Maggie's quote. There's so much more world in the world. We're going to get T-shirts and tattoos.
Yep.
And
Free tattoos at Hardrock next year.
A flag.
Is that the Ohio flag? I don't actually know.
State flag of Ohio in the chat. Can you help us out here?
I don't. That doesn't. I've never seen that flag. But yeah, someone will know. Here he comes.
We can hear the crowd behind.
Yep, that's the Ohio State flag.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess I'm not
I
familiar
just
with
Googled myself.
Arlen Glick, Massillon, Ohio.
The second youngest male in the race, as we found out, by 3
Wow.
days. Looks like 26:43:07 for Arlen Glick, breaking 27 hours in his Hardrock debut. Truly amazing as he's congratulated by race director Dale Garland. Oh! And greeted with a chair.
That was a nice little pause before the rock smooch.
He had to, build up the anticipation.
Yeah.
This is definitely an Arlen moment.
Arlen greeted by his sisters crewing him. They're absolutely wonderful as well.
They are
Super
wonderful.
nice.
Wonderful.
I got to chat with Annette in the bathroom because there was a bathroom line in this morning because I think people sleep in their cars and then they come in there
Oh,
to use the
absolutely.
bathrooms and the showers here. But yeah, they were really happy, obviously.
And we haven't even mentioned the fact that Arlen has that $1 million smile.
Oh, yeah.
Like, absolutely just
Got a
perfect
decent tan too.
Yes.
Courtney and him are like rivaled for best tans.
Yeah, and he got some sun this weekend, that's for sure. The mountains
sun
were
the
pretty relentless.
Couple weeks since he's been here.
Yep. First American male, 5th overall from Ohio. Western States Hardrock double in the books for Arlen Glick.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, if you'd have told me that Arlen would have had a better race showing at Hardrock than Western States, I would have said you were out of your mind.
yeah.
But, he showed that, he had an excellent Western States for most people, but didn't place as highly as he had hoped, obviously, at 15th or 13th. But this fourth male placing at Hardrock is absolutely beyond any of my expectations for him. Not saying that I didn't think he could do it. It's just I wanted to wait and see.
Mhm.
And when I wait and saw it, he showed us.
I picked him as second.
Did you?
Yeah, so close enough.
Yeah. No, that was a great call. Obviously, truly a great call. And you had Aurelian winning, didn't you as well?
No, I think
There's Arlen with his sisters,
Who had
Tessa,
Aurelian?
and that's Butch on the
I had
right, I
Benoit.
believe, who was
Yeah,
his
Butch
first pacer.
Payson, yep.
And I have a feeling Bronco Billy is he across the river yet, according to the tracker?
Let's take a look. See if we can find out where Jeff Browning is, the 2018 Hard Rock champ, coming in and finishing his race.
And as well, Annalise.
I'm guessing based on the tracker that they're both very close to Mineral Creek, but
okay.
Jeff might be about ready to cross it, but and Annalise maybe a few minutes behind. I just got some intel from Dylan Bowman's team. He's on the course beyond Chapman. This was actually about an hour ago, but 2.8 miles to KT. So he's probably somewhere between Grand Swamp Pass and KT right
Okay.
now. So
Yep.
Arlen being greeted by a member of our team, Brett Hornig. Yeah, and after Annalise, Jeff Browning, Paul Terranova could be one of our next few runners. Brian Culmo, Dylan Bowman, Mark Hammond, Chris Price, Uray's own, Avery Collins, and Annie Hughes. These are the names we expect to see here in the next going here at the Hardrock 100. Arlen soaking in the finish line with a big smile on his face like usual. Yeah, the trackers for Annalise and Jeff have not pinged recently, and they are in the final few miles of the race, so I'm kind of trying to eyeball where I expect them to be, but somewhere around the Mineral Creek crossing. So our follow cams who are doing some amazing work out there, running with these elite runners at 9,300 feet, back and forth, following them in, that's no easy task. So we'll see if we can get some eyes on our next couple of finishers, including Jeff Browning, who would round out the men's top 5, and Annalise Rosé-Seguier, who would be our second female finisher here at the Hardrock 100.
What do you think, Jeff Browning in the next half hour? Probably, it looks like.
It's hard to tell because his satellite tracker hasn't pinged in 21 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
I'm kind of going by the 5 miles an hour, less than 5 to go
yeah,
type of thing.
I'm eyeballing, and I think that it's actually you're probably right, Maggie. I think that we're going to see him. I'm assuming he's got to be at or past the water crossing. So if that's the case, then we'll see him probably in 20 minutes or less.
Yeah. Oh, I think his just pinged maybe.
Do we have an overhead shot possibly, Will? Or were we able to pull that one up? I didn't know if we might have the overhead shot of the finisher chute. There we go. You can see kind of a long shot. Arlen standing on the right side of your screen in front of the rock with, it looks like his pacers there, Tessa and Butch. And as you can see, the flags are up to represent the runners' states and home countries as well. So we'll try and have as much representation for everybody here as possible. It is a beautiful day out here in Silverton as well. I don't know what the temperature is. I'll have to check that myself. But it's been unseasonably warm here in the Silverton region and in the San Juans. Very unique. A starting temperature that was warmer than Western States last month in Auburn. So presented some different challenges for the runners, I would believe, as well as the fact that there was a lot of snow in the high country. So you got the best or worst of both worlds, depending on how you look at it. Looks like it's 52 degrees, but when you're sitting at 9,300 feet and the sun is beating on you and not a cloud in the sky,
feels like
it
a comfortable
warms up in a
60
hurry.
for sure.
Yeah.
Like it's supposed to be, what, the highest 76 today? Wow, 79 tomorrow. But that feels like it's in the 80s for sure.
Yeah, Uray was
super warm.
83 or 84 yesterday when I was hanging out at the hot springs.
Yeah, running down with Mike at night. I mean, we were walking up and Mike got a little chilled. And the climb to Engineer, and then every 500 feet we dropped, it was just hotter and hotter. And it even felt kind of humid down there.
Yeah.
And you're at the lowest part of the course, and we got there at like midnight or a little after. It was pretty warm. People were coming in with the runners were coming in with short sleeves, tank tops, things like that.
This is our static cam on the finish that
I love this shot.
Our team has skillfully set up on a second floor window.
Yeah, if you see where it's set up, it's just kind of peeking out of the window above the finisher chute. It is very, very cool. Yeah, for any of these finishers, if we have the opportunity, we'd love to have them on the couch, but we'd also like to give them their space to compose, decompress, and debrief with their friends, family, crew, pacers.
Well, speaking of that, I did just go down and have a little chat with Courtney, and she's having a little stomach stuff going on, but she said after that clears up, she'd love to come up and sit next to Maggie and chat a bit.
That would be wonderful.
Courtney will be up in a bit, and if we can track down Kevin, we might get him to come up too.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll make room, definitely. We have a lot to talk about here for the record-setting day that Courtney DeWalter had here at the Hardrock 100. I am anxiously refreshing my tracker screen because I really want to see if Jeff Browning or Annalise is going to be coming in next. They're fairly close to one another. I'm sorry? Do we have a follow cam on either of those? Okay. Once we do, we will definitely pivot over to that screen. Thanks for joining us here on this beautiful Saturday morning here. We are having fun watching the Hardrock 100 and probably distracting more than a few of you from your Saturday morning long run. Might be a Sunday morning long run. Have to switch some things around. We're going to be here all day. We'd love to see if you hung out with us the entire time, but is this...
That's... Oh.
Is that Brian?
Yeah, that might
Chris
be Brian.
Price, yeah. Chris Price had a visor. Yeah, tattoos, that's Chris.
Okay, yeah. Chris Price would be... Where would he be at then? He would be at...
Do we have...
Is he at KT?
Is he... Could be KT, could be... I don't know if we have anybody up at Putnam.
Yeah, I think that's got to be KT, right? Okay, yeah. Thank you, Will.
KT aid station.
Will Bruner stepping in and helping to keep the car on the road. Thank you, Will. Yeah, Chris Price, as I mentioned yesterday, when I took my son to the Ouray Hot Springs, the guy at the counter who checked us in was watching the coverage and following along, and he said, "Oh yeah, I'm rooting for the local guy." I was like, "Who's the local guy?" And he's like, "Chris." I was like, "Chris Price?" I was like, "Yeah, that's him." So it's cool to see the race really wrap up the community here in Silverton and Ouray in particular. As I was lying down trying to get a nap in yesterday afternoon in a shaded part of the Hot Springs Park, I could hear a half dozen people talking about and following the race on their phones. It's truly a magical thing to be up here because it really does. You can feel the embrace of the community for the Hardrock 100. I went to have a burger at Maggie's over right on the main street in Ouray, and people saw that I was wearing a shirt, a Hardrock shirt, and they were excited to talk to me about the race and their participation, their experience watching it. And then I saw those same people down at Ouray Aid later, just hanging out in a couple lawn chairs. Yeah. Truly a great event. Wonderful for spectating. It's not nearly as difficult as some other 100-milers in that regard. So if you know where you're going and pick and choose your spots, it's definitely a great place great race to show.
AJW, you could chase him into the men's room.
Oh, we have Arlen?
Well, he went in the men's room.
He made it up a couple
flights
of stairs?
He's taking it seriously. He's really going to go in there.
Oh, yeah.
You should.
I'm
go
not
ask
shy.
him.
So one last chase for Arlen Glick to endure here as AJW chases him into the bathroom.
AJW's not looking so good on the stairs.
Yeah, I think Arlen might have him on the downhill there. But
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I love it when the local communities get behind their the horse in the game.
Absolutely.
I have a funny story about Courtney came to Durango to do an event with Solomon at the Backcountry Experience, which they did a screening of her film The Source.
Uh-huh.
And she did a little Q&A, and all the Durango folks came out to watch it. And Kyle Curtin is in that movie. It's about the Tahoe 200 and that kind of race there. And the moment where Kyle wasn't able to be there that day, but the moment where Kyle passes Courtney, everyone cheered. And they're like, oh, sorry. And Courtney's like, no, I would be cheering for him too. And like everyone just loves the local guy like Kyle. And
yeah,
and it's fun.
One of the few times that somebody passing Courtney might get as many cheers as Courtney would doing it. You know, Courtney is so great when she comes to town here in Silverton. She can't walk more than 5 steps without being recognized, and she's very gracious about this. She's very funny about it too. I remember, actually, I believe it was Thursday morning. My son and I were staying at the Wyman, and we walked out to our car, and we saw Courtney kind of walking behind the building, which was weird. Like, why is Courtney DeWalter walking behind our hotel? And I kind of peek around the corner, and I see her, like they're doing a photo shoot back there where she's sitting in a stool. The picture's on her Instagram. It's a really great shot. And I look over, and I was shocked that it was going on. And she looks over, kind of tilts her head and says, "Good morning," like really loud. I was almost embarrassed. So I said hi and just poked my head back around and went about my day. But I think that, in an alley behind the Main Street area is pretty much the only place where they could actually do that without having a mass of people around to see her.
Yeah, she's definitely recognizable. I got to run Imogene Pass. It's a local run here where you run over the Jeep Road from Telluride to Ouray.
Legendary run.
Yeah, they switch directions each year, and it was after her win at UTMB, and she was here for that Durango event anyway, and my job was to make her run slow because she was still struggling with like a hip thing from the UTMB. And it was just fun to like run with her and watch people do a double take as they're passing her, just because we're out for a casual run and they did not expect to be near or passing Courtney or for her to even be there.
That's a tall order, Maggie.
It was super fun. Some people were just like shaking. Like it was cute, like little kids and like.
You're talking about having to force Courtney to run slower. That's got to be one of the harder things in this sport to do.
It was an easy job for me. I just ran it. And I was like, you need to stay with me.
Just tell her that you're setting the pace and this is the pace she needs to adhere to?
Yeah.
Okay.
We hiked uphill and it was still fast at the downhill. Yeah. It's a cool race. It's like 2,000 people. It's pretty big. People come from all over to run it.
Yeah. It's I used to actually have a roommate that has run it, I want to say the last 5 or 6 iterations.
Oh, yeah.
So she and her friends come up annually to run that race. So
yeah, it's great. We have a lot of like cool local races here.
And it sells out quick.
It does, yeah. You have
super
to be fast.
quick. You have to be online at like midnight in order to get in.
It's like a lot of people's bucket list races who don't run like, big trail races
It's
or
accessible.
ultras or anything like that. Like, I talked to a lot of people doing it because we're just kind of jogging along, and people come from Chicago and, they're road people, and then this is like their big thing that they've always wanted to do.
And I never really thought about it, but it's an accessible way for somebody who doesn't run ultras to feel what these mountains are like. That's an excellent aspect of it, talking about people traveling from all over. I mean, it's an iconic race, and anybody can run it. You just have to get into it and, just wake up at midnight the morning that registration opens and get online.
Yeah. Yeah, some of those fast finger races. Maybe it'll go to a lottery one day again. With those
was it at one time? I didn't realize that.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I meant like, because now Hardrock's a lottery.
Yeah.
Western States is a lottery. Leadville's a lottery.
But yeah, I think it's an excellent race in terms of the accessibility. That was one of the things I was thinking about doing this week as far as hikes go. It didn't work out. 2018 Hardrock 100 champion is finishing his race here along the single track leading to County Road 6 and then to the single track down below into the town of Silverton and finally to the finish line. Shout out to Liam, Aid Station Fireball, giving me the intel, doing the math, crunching the numbers as only he can. Arlen is going to have the second fastest Western States Hardrock double time in history, second only to Courtney, who had the fastest set just a few minutes prior.
Why does everyone look so good when they're running on this trail?
It's not fair. You're all.
I didn't look like that running with 14 miles with the Wardian.
I mean, at this point in the race, I mean, obviously you ran it from the other direction. You know, what's the feeling, Maggie, when you're, 98 miles into Hardrock and knowing that you're just about there? Obviously, you're coming from the other side and you're going to pass the ski resort. But what are you feeling?
I was just grateful to get Zach to the finish line because I knew that he was suffering. As we heard from him earlier, Zach Miller stopped by to compare pacing gigs over the years.
Mm-hmm.
We were sharing a headlamp. My headlamp was pretty much useless.
What time of day did you finish?
Just after sunset. I think it was like 9:20 something. I missed golden hour. Howie was very mad. He wanted a good picture. He said I took too long. I finished with my dog, so I really wanted a cool picture.
Oh, nice.
It's harder to take pictures at night, so that'll be my goal if I get in again to finish in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Goal B would be finish at golden hour for Howie.
Yeah, I gotta imagine, like, especially a day outside like today where it's just gorgeous, that finish line photo is going to be, something that you'll cherish the next time you run this race, if you finish during the daytime. Well, it sounds like you weren't very far off, so next time, just a few minutes might make the difference, and it'll get you there. Are you content with the idea of potentially running it next year and maybe going the same direction, or would you want to wait until you're going the other direction?
I'll take any direction. Yeah, I do. I like the other. I think.
Okay.
When if anyone missed the very beginning of the race live stream, there's a little bit of drama or suspense. I had to show up dressed.
Oh,
because
yeah,
it was the next
absolutely.
one on the wait list. So that night, because Emily Hallinan got in. Oh, speaking of Emily Hallinan, the woman who got in at the end of Runner Check-In Thursday, she was ecstatic. Every time I saw her on that course, and I saw her several times yesterday, that same level of stoke was still going on. I last saw her at Ouray, and she was as if she just found out she got in.
And that was
She's
Emily,
crushing
correct?
it.
Yeah, she's currently in 7th place.
Yeah, she was strong last year. There's her picture.
Yep.
That was her picture. She we trained on the course, not together, but every day we would see each other going opposite directions. So we somehow chose the same segments every day to check out, going the opposite direction. And she ran really well last year. I think she was like 10th female.
That's fantastic. Yeah, no, she's having a great day here in Silverton on the Hardrock course. So looks like Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy coming in fairly close to his finish. He's tracking for probably about a 27, 25, 27, maybe around 27, 25, we'll call that, which would be a little over an hour off of his winning time back in 2018, the 26-hour, 20-minute finish that he had that year. Of course, now that we've got a few runners in the barn here at Silverton High School, the buzz and the energy is starting to pick up in the background. You might pick up some ambient noise. It's just part of the fun here at Hardrock, is that from here through tomorrow morning, it's going to be nothing but a steady buzz of people coming in. Runners are going to be coming in a few an hour between now and 6 a.m. tomorrow when they have to all be in and all be completed.
Yeah, I think anything near around or under 30 hours is really stout. So, yeah, as the afternoon goes on, it'll be more steady with finishers. He's running the road.
I saw somebody ask about about Brian Powell's efforts to not only run Hardrock but also or was it Fish Rock? Was that what they were calling it? Where he had to
That's a good
catch
name.
4 different types of trout along the course.
Yeah.
Last I heard, he had 2 of them down, and he was 60 miles in. We'll check in on that. I know that AJW's son is pacing him, so we might have some inside intel with regard to Brian Powell's Hardrock Fish Rock combo here this weekend. And yes, folks, he is doing catch and release.
Someone asked if Courtney broke the record for the Western States Hardrock double, and that's a strong yes.
Yeah. What Courtney did this weekend helped to cap an unprecedented 3 weeks here in American ultra running. Absolutely unreal.
I think what's next in her future is a lot of ice cream.
Is what?
A lot of ice cream.
I think. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's how she bridged the 2 races here.
Yes.
I believe it was ice cream and Reno, is what I heard, or something
and
like that. Reno, like doing some gambling.
Oh, okay, 2 different
So.
things. I'm like, is that edible? Okay. Wardian will probably do some pickleball for recovery, I think.
What does Wardian have coming out? Do you know what he's got on
No,
the?
he might be forbidden to race for a while now. Jennifer has.
I was going to say I can't even fathom him being forbidden to race. I mean, it seems like every time you pop on.
She probably tries.
Well, I mean, he dropped into 2 races last weekend here, 6 days before Hardrock.
Mm-hmm.
He ran the Silverton Alpine Marathon, the 8-miler, which he won, and then the Kendall Mountain Run, which for a drop-in race a week before Hardrock just blows my mind. I mean, that's a climb straight up Kendall Mountain, 3,000 plus feet, 12 miles. And I believe he finished in the top 10 there as well. So, as just, quote, training runs go, I guess it fits. But the idea that he dropped into 2 different races right before Hardrock is pretty impressive.
It's a pretty Wardian thing to do.
Yes, a very Wardian thing, absolutely.
Which will segue into the depletion mile. Shameless plug.
Yeah.
Which is a Wardian thing that he's done this at other races, but he's been doing it at Hardrock when he's here. But at 7 a.m. tomorrow after Golden Hour, we're going to head to the track at the Silverton Visitor Center. All are welcome. There'll be post-Hardrock runners and then anyone else, and we'll all compete in the mile, and it'll be super fun.
Do you know how fast that depletion mile typically goes on the men's and women's side?
Honestly, I think Wardian ran like a sub 6 or just 6
Yeah,
or
I think it was
something
like 5.
in 2021. Zach was the non-Hardrock runner. He ran, 5 something.
Okay.
Yeah, there's only 2 women last 2021, me and Dreama, and I believe there's only 2 women last year. So we need more women to come.
Yeah, so if after your Hardrock run you're feeling energetic and want to participate, the depletion mile is definitely going to be going on. I saw the flyers, moving around here, so I'll see if I'm still in town at that point and can attend. So
It'll be streamed live too. So.
Oh, really?
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. Jeff Browning finishing up on County Road 6. He will be running towards the shrine that overlooks the town of Silverton, the shrine dedicated to the miners of the San Juan Mountains. He will then take a sharp right down a single-track trail into the town of Silverton, hit 10th Street, and then take a left and then run towards Silverton High School, at which point he will finish his Hardrock 100 and kiss the rock.
Looks like he's solo.
Yeah, at this point, it looks like Jeff is going without a pacer for the last few miles. And not too far behind him, we'll have eyes on Annalise as well as she approaches and is looking to be the second female to finish the Hardrock 100 2023. Paul Terranova, it looks like, is approaching the Mineral Creek crossing, the final water crossing for these runners. Brian Kulmo has departed KT Aid. Looks like Mark Hammond has as well. Dylan Bowman working through some things, but still about 90 miles into his race. Chris Price, as we saw, was actually at KT Aid at mile 88. We'll keep an eye on him as well.
I had a nice chat with Arlen in the men's room, and he's collecting himself. He'll be along at some point here to spend a little time on the couch. But it was interesting to talk to him, especially about those last 3 climbs, which we know he hammered. But he just his quick reaction was, "I've never done anything that hard in my life." So it'll be fun to have a chat with him. But he's kind of taking it all in. Butch was in there as well, his first pacer. And they were talking specifically about what I thought was an amazing session for Arlen, which was his ascent up Camp Bird Road. He just ran that really well and passed 3 people. And you might have remembered we saw in the Chapman video feed that he dropped a porcupine there.
Yeah.
And he's got it on video. Video proof of dropping a porcupine on Camp Bird Road.
Jeff Browning.
Is that code for something? Is that an actual?
No, there was actually a porcupine on the road, and he ran past it, so he dropped it.
It does sound like it is some sort of euphemism for something else, though.
No,
dropping a porcupine.
It's Arlen. It's actually just what he did.
And he was like, "Oh, porcupine."
Well, I was going to say the whole notion of dropping a porcupine. I'm going to leave that one out in the ether.
Literally, he said to Butch, "Hey, video this." Took a video. The porcupine sees Arlen and goes off down the hill.
That's amazing. Jeff Browning hitting that single track off of County Road 6, heading to 10th Street here in Silverton, Colorado, as he is probably about 6 blocks from the finish of the Hardrock 100. Jeff will be our 5th male finisher, 6th overall. Not quite as fast as it was when he ran it in 2018 and won with a time of 26 hours, 20 minutes. But Jeff, it looks like he'll probably finish about an hour behind that. And with the conditions this year, I don't think that there's any shame in that whatsoever. Obviously, also a different direction too. But with the heat in the low country and the snow in the high country, it made for an interesting mix for a lot of these runners this year. And as we mentioned, Annalise should be coming in fairly close behind him. So I would expect maybe a handful of minutes behind, and she would be the 2nd female to finish Hardrock if that's the case.
People are leaving the gym to get to the outside to the finish chute.
Yeah, they actually, this is really kind of a cool thing. This is the first time I've ever been in this situation where they've had the live stream going in the gym, or in the same location, so the people are watching it behind us, and then they see, oh, well, Jeff's on the streets, so they're going to head outside and welcome him in as well. So that's going to be a nice dynamic here for the runners. I mean, they've always done it with the tracking, but now they're literally seeing in real time where the runners are at, and I think that's super cool.
Good reminder from the chat from Justin Andreas that Jeff did run Bighorn 4 weeks ago. It was just a week before Western States. We've been talking a lot about the Western States Hardrock double, but this is the 2nd leg for Jeff of the Rocky Mountain Slam.
Yeah.
Bighorn and Hardrock, and then he's got a choice. I know he's going to finish it with the Bear. And I'm not sure what he'll do for his 3rd. It could be Run Rabbit Run, or it could be another race. They're resurrecting the Rocky Mountain Slam.
They've got it. He's got Wasatch, the Bear.
Oh, Wasatch, of course.
So
Wasatch,
and of course,
the classic Rocky Mountain Slam is.
How far apart are those, aren't they? Like
well, Wasatch and the Bear are pretty close. 3
weeks apart.
Oh.
So he's got 4 weeks for this, and then a pretty decent break before Wasatch, and then just 3 weeks for that.
And so Jeff Browning finishing his 3rd 100-miler of the year, or 4th rather. He did Sedona Canyons as well, but congratulations to Bronco Billy. We will keep it here as he is the fifth finisher.
It's his son joining him.
Fifth finisher of the Hardrock 100. "27 hours, 17 minutes, 3 seconds for Bronco Billy here. Of course, Jeff moved to Flagstaff a couple years ago, so he is now a regular site at a lot of the races that we frequent and hang out at here, or not here, but down in the Arizona Southwest.
And he and his family have also helped out volunteering.
Absolutely.
Which is wonderful.
He helped me get to the finish of Crown King as he was the
Right there at that last
captain of
station,
Oro
right?
Ballet.
Yeah.
Super guy. Great ambassador for the sport. I see Derek Lytle behind him. I know that they are doing some documentation of this event, so I can't wait to see what they come out with afterwards. So, and Jeff is one of those people that after last year's race, we were having lunch. I was having lunch with Pete Mortimer on the street, and Jeff just sat down and joined us at, I believe it was a Golden Block. And Jeff couldn't wait to talk about how everybody else's race went.
Yeah.
It was so cool.
Yeah.
He could not wait to have somebody to talk about how he thought Dakota was running such an amazing race last year. Talking about, you've got one match. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
One match. And that was how he explained it. He said, he took his shot and it didn't pay off, but at the same time, obviously Dakota still had an amazing race. But
when I finished last year, I was way late. I didn't think anyone would still be awake. I know it was 9:30, but people are tired. And I sat in the chair on the side, and Courtney was still there and came over and said hi. And Jeff came over to congratulate me and say that was amazing, which, was really cool.
He's a super guy. He really is. Well, it's not all that for a T-shirt. He also gets a tender moment with a rock.
Yeah,
he gets that as well. So you can't look at it that way, James. He doesn't just get the T-shirt. So Annalise has got to be super close. So hopefully one of our follow cams can go out and pick her up on County Road 6, or possibly on that single track that leads down to 10th Street. Because as of 7 minutes ago, she was on the Rainbow Trail. So she's got to be really close. She'll head down Rainbow Trail. Then there's that slight climb up County 6. And she'll be here. Oh, Josh is? Oh, Josh Walker is one of the follow cams? Oh, wow. Yeah, for those not familiar with Josh Walker, he's a heck of a fast runner. More of the shorter distance variety, but he can fly. And he's going to have to.
Yeah, this follow cam job's a little bit of doing some intervals.
Yeah. I saw Shad walking around earlier. Shad has been known to log 60 to 80 miles or more in follow cam work at other races. I don't know how many he's logging here, but I asked him if he wanted to come on last night for a few minutes, but he seemed like he was a little bit tired. So we expect our next finishers to be Annalise, Paul Terranova. It looks like we might have a bit of a gap after that. Then Brian Clumo, Mark Hammond, Dylan Bowman, Chris Price, Annie Hughes, Avery Collins. Those look like those are the runners that actually have about 15 or less miles to go at this point. Here's
Annalise.
There we go.
Looks like we have our follow cam now out there.
I don't know if I'm being trolled here, but somebody asking if Jeff Browning is a vegetarian. No, absolutely not. Annalise is hitting that County Road 6 climb. Acquitted herself extremely well for her first time here at Hardrock. Leading the race for well in excess of 35 miles. I want
Mhm.
to say 35, 40
Oh,
miles. Or
yeah,
was it-
yeah, actually more than that. She was
she leading it
in Uray?
Okay,
Mhm.
so yeah,
Yep.
so basically half the race. I don't know what happened. That's maybe something that we'll talk about if we have her or Courtney on here after they're done with their runs. But obviously up that Camp Bird Road, something happened.
Oh yeah.
So
it's often the crux of the race in this direction, either Camp Bird Road or the climb up to Kroger's. Similarly, that descent off Chapman that we were talking about last night, which is just a. I'm sorry, not off Chapman, into Chapman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good to see one of the great historians of ultra running, Davey Crockett, in the chat. Thank you, Davey. Going by the moniker Ultra Running History. So thanks for your tidbits, Davey. Appreciate it.
Davey, one of the few, the proud, the 100-mile club.
Mhm.
Not only success in terms of his placements at races, but his longevity as well. I see him out across the years, some years, and he's out there just having a great time logging his 100-milers.
Yep.
Of course, we do have at least one member of that 100 club here in the race today. That's
Who's that?
Pam Reed.
Pam Reed. Oh, yeah. Of
So
course.
we'll have to check to see how she's doing here, but we'll do that after we see Annalise draw her Hardrock 100 to a close. I'm assuming that she is going to finish in the about 27:30 range, given where she's at right now. Maybe a little bit after that, but not much. Looks like she's hiking up this section of County Road 6, which is entirely acceptable at this point. She has second place well in hand on the women's side, and we'll be following her in. I just got a heads up that Paul Terranova is hitting the Mineral Creek crossing as we speak, so we'll be seeing him draw his day to a close as well.
All smiles, Annalise, on the road leading up to Shrine of the Mines. Seems to be enjoying her last few miles of her first lap of Hardrock.
Yeah, Jim, this is true. A lot of water in Mineral Creek this year. Creek is doing it a disservice when you're talking about the gallons per second that are coming through that water flow at Mineral Creek.
Yeah, back where I grew up, that would be a lot more than a creek.
Looks like we have a couple of our recent finishers. Look like Jeff Browning and Courtney DeWalter were chatting at the finish line. We'll see if one or both of them would like to come in and have a conversation with us here. I actually had Jeff on after he won the Sedona Canyons 125.
Good job, Josh.
I didn't just have him on. He basically co-hosted with me for a night on our Cocodona live stream. Totally engaging guy.
Yeah, we did the same at Desert Solstice after he finished.
That was a fantastic conversation.
100-mile
Jeff
on the
is
track.
not a fan of 100-mile track races.
Yeah.
He did not like the flats. The first thing that I remember him saying, even before he went on with you, I looked at him and smiled. He just shook his head and said, "This is not the same sport. Not the same sport." Yeah, Annalise, if Annalise finishes in the 27:30 range, we'll see where that puts her in terms of all-time finishes here at Hardrock. We'll see if we can crunch those numbers and give some historical context to her amazing run this weekend. So, yeah, on the women's side, assuming she finishes... Okay, so there's actually a significant gap between the third and fourth fastest times prior to this year. So if she finishes in about 27:30 to 27:35, that will actually give her the fifth fastest time all time at the Hardrock 100. Courtney's time this year is now the new standard. Courtney's time last year is second. Diana Finkel's 2009 run would be the third best, and Sabrina Stanley's 2021 run would be the fourth best at 27:21:48. Annalise is not going to obviously catch that number, but the gap between Sabrina Stanley's number and Anna Frost's in 2015 is over an hour. So Annalise is going to come in somewhere just a few minutes behind Sabrina Stanley's 2021 number. It's amazing that, some of these runner-up and these podium finish numbers are numbers that we would have seen at the top and winning this race just a few short years ago.
That's what we were talking about with Western States, too. The times are just so much faster.
Oh, it's been amazing to follow at that race, absolutely. Looking at, top 10 men being like 15:30, 15:50, and then top 10 women being under 18. That's unreal. Yeah. Those were winning times.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, not very long ago. Back when you were on the podiums. I mean, that's not to,
my second place time wouldn't even been in the top 15.
That's absolutely astounding, because that was not that long ago. Annalise, heading down into town, has hit 10th Street, going to take a left to go past the school, and then have her opportunity to head into the chute and kiss the rock.
Allez, allez! Woo-hoo.
Looks like Annalise has made the turn onto Snowden Street, so we should be expecting her in here any minute.
Really a breakout year for French runners. Of course, we've had a French champion in the past, but two men and one woman on their respective podiums.
Yeah.
Great year for the French runners here at Hardrock.
On the men's side, an all-international podium.
Mm-hmm.
I'd actually be curious to see if that's ever happened before. I mean, in the recent years where Killian and Francois were winning Hardrock, is it possible that there were years that they, as well as other European runners, had eclipsed the American runners here?
We're hearing the now familiar roar as Annalise makes her way to the finisher chute.
Thanks, Will. That was a good catch. Here we go, Annalise. 29:56.
Nice.
Congratulations on a well-run race. As we mentioned, led the race for, I guess as we figured it out, crunched the numbers, over half the race. Oh. That's a great, great moment right there. So this is Annalise's second 100-miler in her career. Of course, and this
Diagonal de Fou, I think, was the first one.
Second time she has finished second in a 100-miler. Mm-hmm. And the second time she has finished second in a 100-miler, according to Walter.
We're just gonna get your tracker.
We're picking up a little audio.
Would like a finisher shirt? You worked for one. You want one? I'll give you one for free.
With race director Dale
For
Garland
free?
there.
What size shirt?
Thank you for this.
You bet.
What'd you say?
Well, thanks for coming.
What size shirt?
Oh.
And can I have your tracker?
Hey,
Give me your tracker, I'll give you a shirt.
Priorities. Such a wonderful moment here on this beautiful Saturday morning in Silverton, Colorado. And one of the cool things about our broadcast situation here is that we are right on top of the action. I've never been this close. Well, I guess Desert Solstice, but different vibe totally. To be right here in the gymnasium in Silverton and knowing that the runners are typically going to kind of it's open, but it's also understood that when a runner comes in here after running this race, they want a little bit of me time, maybe some from the world around. So this is a really cool setup, and so we'll have Annalise coming in behind us probably in just a little bit, but congratulations to her on a race well run.
I am going to go south to see Paul finish, and I think I will be back to relieve you guys with Brett at noon.
Sure. All right.
So,
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Enjoy being out there in the action.
I saw
enjoy
Brett
the
out there at the
sunshine.
finisher shoot. Remind him to get a nap in before he comes on.
And thanks a lot, Maggie.
Yeah,
for
thank you,
joining us.
Maggie.
This is
It's been a great time. Yeah, Paul Terranova is our next expected finisher. So keep an eye for Paul. I'm going to take a moment to look down the tracker to see if there is any more information on some of the runners towards the back of the pack. Let's see, it is currently...
Let's do some of our favorites. You want to see about Anthony Culpepper?
Yeah, absolutely. It's
Brian Powell.
Let's see.
Stern.
Anthony Culpepper is currently at mile 66, which would put him heading towards Telluride.
That would be Governor Basin or a little bit above Governor Basin.
Yeah. He'd be heading up to Kroger's based on that. So Anthony, an inspiring story, as I shared on our previous show. Anthony was diagnosed with MS a few years ago.
She's
a three-time finisher at the Hardrock and a true member of the fabric of this region. Works professionally in preservation and care of the environment here in the San Juan Mountains. And a personal friend of mine, a guy who's logged a ton of race miles over the years. And across the years, he's the youngest person in the top 10 by a good decade, having logged, I believe, over 3,000 miles there. But there was some question as to whether Anthony was going to ever be able to race this event again. This year, he felt healthy enough to do it, and I can't wait to see him finish. Right now, for those just tuning in, we are still keeping eyes on our most recent finisher, Annalise Broussais-Seguier. I'll have to apologize about that pronunciation. But congratulations to her, finishing Hardrock in second place in her second 100-miler ever. So, an amazing American debut for Annalise here in Silverton, Colorado.
In the human interest story, check on our traveling fisherman, Ryan Powell.
Absolutely. Let me
setting the goal of not only
rock.
running a lap, but catching at least 4 subspecies of San Juan mountain trout.
Well, here's the thing. I can probably pull up the information in regards to the running, but the fishing I might need.
We're going to have to get his proof and his photographs after he finishes. But.
Well, your son is pacing.
Well,
it,
that's
right?
true.
So
Logan might be able to give us some
you might.
information.
I would hope you would have some inside intel, or at least access to inside intel.
There's a little exchange with Annalise and Courtney.
Wonderful shot right there of Courtney DeWalter and Annalise.
ça. On va prendre les chaussures. On s'en fout. On a des
Lise, on peut pas. Sur une dernière photo avec ta nouvelle. Tout ça ici, là. On revient, Christophe. On revient.
Is that Paul right there?
Paul Terranova.
Paul Terranova, 47 years young, hitting the Rainbow Trail just outside of Silverton.
Looks like wife Meredith in front of him.
Looks like she's moving pretty well as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you were asking about Brian Powell. Brian is moving very well. Looks like Brian is about 77 miles in, which would put him past Telluride and heading up from
on
there.
his way to Chapman.
Yeah. So
is he over that ridge that we were talking about last night, or heading to it?
You know, for a guy who was joking about how long he was going to take out there, he
I
is
know.
moving incredibly well. Yeah, the night before the race.
I think we got sandbagged.
Oh, totally. He's probably been only logging like half his workouts to social media and going out and just grinding because he is having a fantastic race.
So he's on his way to Chapman.
Yep.
So with that big climb up to Kroger's, where I suspect he will partake of the magic elixir. I'm sorry, I've got the climbs wrong. I'm sleep deprived. He's already been over Kroger's. He's climbing Oscar's Pass.
Yeah, and then from there he'll head down into Chapman Gulch. Paul Terranova approaching County Highway 6 here in San Juan County. Looking at the back of the pack, our next cutoff is going to be at Governor at mile 66, and that'll be happening at 12:30 this afternoon. So the runners, their last cutoff was actually Ouray just about 40 minutes ago, and from there they have a 3.5 hour opportunity to make the next 8 miles of the race, next 7.6 miles of the race from Ouray to Governor, which is a long climb.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. A long and grinding
And so, you know, you hear, 3.5 hours to go 7.6 miles. Doesn't really sound like all that daunting, perhaps, but that 7.6 miles is especially trying, so. Looks like Paul is just about to hit the road there. another runner we were talking about and following. This is one that Maggie had brought up during our pre-show. Feggy, John Feggy.
Another Western States Hardrock doubler.
Yeah, currently just moving his way into Telluride now. So moving very well for having just done Western States 3 weeks ago. So props to him at this point. Some other runners that are actually approaching Telluride would include Betsy Nye is in the hills above Telluride, so making her way over. Brian Murray, Amanda Grimes, and Dawn Poole. Several of those, several other runners as well, but those were the names that stuck out that I recognized.
Get an update on Pam Reed.
Yeah,
she's making attempting to complete the third leg of her triple, Western States, Badwater, and Hardrock.
Looks like Pam Reed is about the 66-mile mark as well. So
in the same general area as Howie Stern.
And yeah, Howie Stern and Anthony Culpepper.
Oh, sorry, that's right.
Yeah, okay,
Not
yeah.
Howie's.
Howie's a little bit further back, I believe.
Howie's a little further back, yes. Sorry
but as far as I know, Howie is still on the course at about mile 57. So having just left Ouray.
Yep, Pam's finishes, assuming she finishes, which I think is a pretty safe bet.
She looks strong.
All of those are within 21 days. Which is pretty incredible.
Which is something that actually has changed because she did this before, if I remember correctly.
And it was over about
33 days. Yeah,
they're over 30.
Yeah. So this year, Pam doing this triple, this Hardrock. Let's go in order. Western States, Badwater, Hardrock triple. This is all within the span of 21 days. I mean, Badwater ended for her 8 days ago?
Yeah. Yep. Yes,
Astounding.
thank you. Davey Crockett put it in there. He's in 2015. The other time she did the triple was 33 days. This time it'll be 21.
Yeah, I had a nice conversation with Pam the day before the race, before she was actually coming into studio for an interview, and she was encouraging me to do marathons as speed work.
Yeah.
I nodded and smiled and outright dismissed the idea as something I definitely don't want to do. And she's talking about road marathons. She wasn't talking about going and logging 26 on trail. She was saying that road marathons are an excellent opportunity for speed work. And my feet and knees hurt just thinking about it. But I can't argue with her results.
There are ultra runners. There are crazy, insane ultra runners. And then there's Pam Reed.
Yeah.
Pam splits time between Jackson, Wyoming, and Scottsdale, Arizona. She ran a 100-mile sled race in January. She did the Eldon Crest 38. She ran Crown King. She runs a lot of races.
Yeah, she was running a race when she found out she got into Hardrock.
Yep.
She was running the Fat Ox 48 hour, I believe. Mm-hmm. So she and Feggy were both out at Fat Ox when they found out they were picked for Hardrock and for Western States.
A question about some footage of Pam. So our plan is we may not be able to get a follow cam on every single finisher, for example, as far out as we have for Paul Terranova on the screen right now. But our hope is to, give some camera time to just about every finisher, as long as we can get to deploy the resources out there and get some footage. So as you see this section here, where Paul, we've now seen several runners traverse this road section, which is about a mile from the finish line.
And as Jim notes, absolutely, that road is steeper than it looks. When you turn off of 550 onto that road, it is a sharp, steep incline. So that road is definitely steeper than it looks. And as you can see, I think that there's some some fans kind of heading out onto the, get their morning run in. You can run out from Silverton to Mineral Creek without any trouble, and great opportunity to spectate the race. Seeing as runners come across the finish. There's a classic photo of Jamil crossing Mineral Creek back in, I want to say, 2015 or so, that has made the rounds. A beautiful opportunity to catch these runners as they finished up their amazing efforts here at the Hardrock 100.
Paul, I have a feeling, because I just saw him glance at his watch, and I know Paul pretty well, has his eye on a sub-28 finish, which means, what is that, about 12 minutes?
Yeah.
And he's running this climb. Looks like he's probably going to tuck his poles away shortly. No, not yet. But a sub-28 at 49 years old. Not too shabby.
No, absolutely. And as you mentioned, he's been waiting a long time to run this race.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Waiting a long time. And so he made the most of it. Yeah, Paul, definitely a sentimental favorite amongst the crowd here and online, as a guy who has genuinely made a lot of friends here in the community, having been a part of it for so long.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there were a lot of very recognizable names involved in his journey here.
Oh yeah.
Obviously Zach Miller pacing him. I did
Jason
see
Coop coaching him,
and Billy Yang, helping
to
him
document.
Absolutely. So Paul Terranova. Having a great day and doing right by the people who have helped him get here. And you said that's his wife pacing him.
Nope, I was mistaken. I thought it was Meredith, but I was corrected in the chat.
Oh, okay.
So I do not know who the pacer is. If someone in the chat does, let us know. Spectators out along the road.
Yeah, now that it's everybody's woken up and had their morning coffee, they're making their way either into the gym or out onto the street or up onto the trails. As I mentioned, this is the kind of event that really captures the town, both in here and in Ouray. And it's been really fun to witness and behold over the few years that I've been coming up here. And now that we're able to bring it to the masses, I hope that everybody realizes how great this event is. It's one of those iconic events, and you hear some of these names the same way we've had our conversations about Western States, where when you hear Kroger's Canteen or Animas Forks, and you get to associate, and you can go and explore some of these places without too much trouble. I mean, you still have to put in the work to get out there. I mean, there are very few hikes here that are not an effort in terms of like exploring the Hardrock course, but you can do it. Just give yourself the time. I climbed Handies. It took me 7 hours to get out and back from Grouse Gulch, but I did it. But yeah, you can get to see these iconic places on the Hardrock course. Paul taking his right turn down onto the single track, which will spit him out on 10th Street, and then he'll take a left on Snowden to finish his 2023 Hardrock. At this point, he's about maybe a few hundred meters of trail, followed by about 4 or 5 blocks through the streets of Silverton, Colorado.
All right.
It's I know it's a little race within a race, but it's going to be close for him to get sub 28. He's got about 8 minutes.
When you're running a race such as this and you're not necessarily like contending for a podium or against somebody else, do you really you personally, do you pay close attention to that? Like, okay, am I going to be, or there's like maybe numbers like sub 24, that's a big deal. But like, was it 21 hours or 28 hours? Is that as much of a deal to you? Or?
Well, I think maybe not for every event, but for something like Hardrock that people spend years trying to get into and may only run it once, or like in my case twice in my life. Yeah, you pay attention to those little milestones, and since the race has been going on for 28 years, and you end up.
My friend Bellum, if you're watching, this is for your son Leather. You and Hillary and Aaron and Scarlett. Remember,
Actually, I didn't realize how steep 10th Street is up in that section. That's
Paul, that's wonderful. Paul mentioning a friend of his dedicating this to a friend's son or daughter. The audio was a little choppy, but you could tell he got a little emotional there, and it's hard not to get emotional when you come into Silverton and become a Hardrock finisher.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's got a nice, strong, healthy stride at this point of the race.
So just real quick on those milestones, I think because you're going to have your name on the list of finishers, and it might only be one or two times. Yeah, for someone like Paul Terranova, maybe 27:58 looks and feels better than maybe 28:04.
Okay.
It's maybe not not anything that's going to change his life that much, but nonetheless could be something significant to him personally. And he's got 28 in the bag.
Yeah, he's just got to go around the building at this point. And as he rounds the corner around the school, we'll see if we can get that finish line perspective or... Actually, I like how that little video shot kind of blended together. The first thing we see is Dale Garland's back, and he moved away, and now only to reveal Paul Terranova as he finishes the Hardrock 100.
49 years old.
49 years young.
Paul Terranova, after years of trying, is a Hardrock finisher.
27:54:52 thereabouts. I don't know. Have they consummated the kiss there yet? I think he did. Yeah.
There it is.
Dale Garland giving him that personalized, congratulatory hug and his buckle. Looking all smiles.
Well done, Paul Terranova. Hug from Jeff Browning. Quick summary. Why don't we get a quick summary of the finishers so far?
Sure. We'll use the leaderboard for that. Our first 6 men have finished. Aurelian, Benat, Javier, Arlen, Jeff, and now Paul with a 6th place finish here at Hardrock 100. As a first timer at 49, that's pretty impressive.
And that's 6 men, all under 28 hours.
We'll pull up the
and,
women's
2
leaderboard
women
here. Courtney DeWalter, of course, having set a new course record. Annalise finishing in second with an extremely respectable time as well. One of the 5 fastest times we discovered, the 5th
She's
fastest
20.
time.
I can't quite read it. Is it 27:30 for Annalise or
See if I can
thereabouts?
confirm that. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't have it right in front of me, but Annalise.
Brian Como up on the screen. KT or Putnam, not sure.
At 93, so that would be Putnam.
Chris, you might know the answer to this question in the chat about audio at the finish line, and I don't know the answer.
We'll see if we can get it potted up.
We'll see at our production desk if we can get that going.
And yeah, Courtney's still hanging out there at the finish line. Pretty amazing. And I believe Maggie said she was actually going out there to congratulate and greet Paul as well.
Yep. I suspect we'll see Maggie in a bit.
Is he doing push-ups?
Yeah, he does push-ups. That's a Terra Nova thing.
Yeah, that was Paul Terranova, our most recent finisher, doing a few push-ups there at the Hardrock finish line. I guess he just needed to get his blood pumping or something. I can't even get myself to do push-ups before a run or on a day where I'm not running. And here he is running 100 miles of the toughest terrain possible, and then just getting his cross-training in the moment.
Oh, yeah. We are just about at the 28-hour mark. So 20 hours still left on the clock. To give you an idea of the magnitude of Hardrock, 48-hour cutoff. We've seen 8 finishers. 146 athletes started the race. And they are strewn out all the way from the finish line, going back up course, all the way to Governor's Basin at mile 66.
Yeah, some of these runners have 30 miles to go and 20 hours to do it, and a few are going to need every last minute possible.
Mm-hmm.
There will be some golden hour finishers in this race.
Yeah, I'm hoping. You were in it for a second.
Yeah, somebody asked if we were going to have certain finish line interviews. We have extended the invite, but with some of these runners having, it's one thing to hang out at the finish line and congratulate and hug people. It's another thing for these runners to whether or not they want to come in and hang out on our interview set. First of all, they have to climb a few stairs.
Yeah,
that's not especially appealing. They have to climb about 8 feet worth of stairs to get up to our couch area, and then they have to climb back down.
Yeah.
So
we'll see.
We're giving them all the time in the world. Like we said, we've got 20 more hours. We are not going to turn Courtney away if she turns, 7:30 tomorrow morning and say, "I'm ready to go." We're going to make space and time for her. So we have an open invite to basically anybody who finishes this race and wants to come in and hang out, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
As we mentioned, that is Brian Kumo right there, and Brian is at Putnam Aid, so basically gearing himself up for the home stretch. A little over a 10K to go for him from here. Just playing it safe, I would assume at this point. Oh, that's not Brian? Oh. I thought we had... Okay, yeah, I was saying. Yeah, I thought that looked pretty developed for Putnam. Wait, is this as far back at Telluride? Okay. I'll tell you, people wanted us to turn the audio up, and then they wanted us to turn it down. The inset shot. Will, are we possible to have the overhead shot from the finish line? Our inside shot is at the finish line, and I was made aware that the big shot is currently fixed on Telluride, which is, it's not the last aid station on the course, but it's the last big one that actually takes place in a town. So from here, runners have about 28 miles, 27 and a half miles to go to complete Hardrock, but this is one of those key places for the runners to compose themselves. Our next runner to hit the finish line should be Brian Como, as he makes his way to Mineral Creek from Putnam Aid. After that, it looks like we've got a couple men hitting Putnam sooner rather than later. That would be Mark Hammond and Dylan Bowman, two names that are not strangers to fans of this sport.
I know we said. You want to keep freedom?
And that is Chapman, right? Governor. Okay. So Governor is actually the next main or next cutoff here. Runners have to be, the runners that are not yet here have to be through here by 12:30 local time, which, as you can see, it's 10:04, so they've got about 2.5 hours. Governor is a little past 60 miles, I believe. Governor's at 66. So from here, runners have about 34 miles to go. Our next cutoff after Governor's would be at Telluride at 4 p.m. today. And we'll keep an eye out. Brian Como is probably about 40 minutes out, so we won't have a finisher coming in for a little while here, if my guess is correct. And it looks like they just sent out a slew of runners. Look like 2 or 3 heading out of the aid station there. It's a gorgeous shot of Governor right there.
He's smiling.
All right.
You're on the live stream.
What?
Who's that?
Yeah, this is the easy part.
Oh, yeah. It's the fun part.
Where are we at on that, Will?
We're going home. Real.
Which one? Okay, so this is coming into Telluride. I'm a little bit discombobulated because our shots from Telluride were coming from well after dark last night, so seeing the background, I wasn't quite sure.
See a little more snow.
Yeah, a little
Probably
hot.
cool off when you get up higher, which is nice because it's 10 a.m. right now.
We'll see if we can figure out who this runner is that we're hanging out with.
Hi. Got pretty good service out here.
Is it possibly Frederick? We.
Yeah, I guess they got all the cell cameras for the cell service towers somewhere.
I believe that would be Frederick Grigard, but don't hold me to it. Bib on the right leg. It should be.
Yeah.
Would be a lot more helpful.
Yes.
We'll try to get your
bib number 130. 135.
My petite age.
Rolling
Telluride.
Telluride or into
Into, I believe.
Into Telluride.
I haven't been this far yet. I still got really good service.
Jacob Galzinski, would that make sense?
Great camera work here. Runner cam, really clear
no,
picture.
That wasn't 135 then, because
Oh,
Jacob
this
is well
nice,
past Telluride.
dude.
But just out for a nice
That's a
stroll
nice hop.
on the outskirts of
Shade on the
Telluride.
neck.
Oh, I feel like I always get completely burned. No matter how much sunscreen.
Yeah.
Plus, if you dunk it in a stream.
Oh yeah, yeah. We should have done that right now.
On the way up, I think. There's a hope.
Hey.
Alright.
Sorry, just catching up to my runner.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I thought they were coming into Telluride. It looks like they're actually departing Telluride.
So this is the early slopes. This is great to see it in daylight. This is the early slopes of the
Looks like that
climb up Oscars Pass.
Might be Matt Elam.
From the Telluride side.
Which would have meant the runner in front of him, if that wasn't a pacer, would have been Feggy. If there's two runners there and they're not, and that's not a pacer, that would have been Feggy who came past him in the blue.
Feggy usually wears a button-down collared shirt.
Right, you got this. You're doing great. Keep up the good work.
This is great, great follow cam. Give you a sense this climb starts innocently enough.
But then?
Down in the trees and just keeps ramping up literally with each couple 100 feet of vertical gain. It seems to get steeper.
Yeah, here he comes.
Oh, that's gnarly.
Get a follow cam up to a couple of more runners, probably a runner and a pacer. And a couple more runners, probably a runner and a pacer.
Oh, look at this.
This is the climb up Oscars Pass.
2023 Hard Rock 100, baby.
On the live stream. Oh, this shade is nice.
Yeah, these folks are going out for day 2 in the heat.
Yeah, it's their second sunrise, and it's been warm all weekend. So
In 2011, I got life Sunday is.
they're wearing the bibs. We just can't see them.
This guy right
They're
here.
our best
beard.
That's beard on the board, right?
Makes me want to grow mine out again.
I believe you do it.
I just don't know how to trim it. It just gets look like.
Now, man. Boy.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe I'll do it. I'll do it.
What's your name? I'm hoping to do it.
Michael.
A little conversation there coming out of Telluride. And the lower slopes of Oscar's Pass. The aspen trees.
Trucking. Diablo.
I like your shirt. I like your shirt. Got a little slow.
Still got good service up here.
Repping the
Still got pretty
Diablo
good
Trail
service up
runners
here.
of the Bay Area. Great coverage coming out of Telluride here.
Absolutely.
They got your name up there. They got your bib number.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Well, I live in Boulder. Switzerland originally.
Switzerland?
Yeah.
Nice.
I've been in the States for 27 years or so.
Oh, yeah. I just ran UTMB last year.
Huh?
I ran UTMB last
cool.
year. So I was in France, Switzerland, Italy.
Nice.
That's so awesome. Hey, this kind of reminds me of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I had the PTL a few times.
Have you ran UTMB?
No. So many people.
Yeah. Yeah, it was crowded. I sat at the front before the start, so I was right at the front. That was nice, but then you got to run a 6:30 pace.
Just try Dolphin John.
Where's that?
Or that's in the All-Star Valley. Look at that. 200 miler. Amazing race.
200?
Yeah.
Nice conversation here with Beat, if that's how you
I'm not
pronounce it.
sure.
Beat or Beat.
I've got 100.
Pass out of
Before the set gone, and I was done after that.
How about you know how it is, right? I bet you're done after 50 miler.
Yeah, that's true. Just make it up in your mind that it's not hard.
Yeah.
Very few sports
I mean,
enable you to kind of drop
Face
in on
yourself
these conversations with all the athletes.
That's right.
You might have
That's right.
one or two mic'd up, and if you're watching an NFL game, but this is pretty much everybody.
Incredible.
Yeah. And so, yeah, for those of you watching along, we hope to have coverage like this throughout the day today. We will go dark in the overnight hours tonight, and then come back for a
I
couple
helped a
of
friend
hours
at Cocodona
between 4
last year,
and 6 a.m.
255 miles. I paced him for 70 miles.
So
I felt like I was in the
conversations
race.
like this with our correspondent out at Telluride, and as he's noted a couple times, he's got pretty good coverage now. A little
I think
ways
he
up the
finished the
climb,
race
so
in
this is great.
like 5 hours of sleep
Yeah.
in like 4 days.
No, I think the winners on the tour now have to do this nap.
Yeah,
Absolutely insane.
but you need 90 minutes to get REM.
Nope.
Looking over into the gym, I see Arlen Glick has getting some relaxation, and hopefully he'll swing by afterwards, and we'll be able to have a conversation with him.
Yeah, when I chatted with him, his stomach was a little sideways. So see him down there on the cot with his crew.
I fully encourage.
Crew work doesn't end when the race ends.
This is true.
Yep.
I fully encourage all the runners who finish. Like I said, they're all invited to come on, but they can take their time getting here at their own leisure.
Oh yeah, the shade helps. Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah, this has been an extended follow cam segment.
This is great.
I'm actually
This is
really
really
loving
great.
this.
Pour on yourself. I have hot coffee. Ooh. Doesn't help, but I'm awake.
In terms of placement, if you're trying to get a frame of reference, Beat is currently about 71st, 72nd place. So right in the middle of the field.
Quite literally the mid-pack.
Yeah.
Leaving Telluride, which is mile 72.
Guys on the light screen. Wave.
So Beat probably could get home before dark tonight, 39-ish hours. And he's moving well on this climb.
When it comes,
he's got three big ones to go.
So when you look at a typical 20 or typical 100 miler, 24 hours is usually the benchmark most people shoot for. In a race like this, it's largely unattainable for people to be able to do. Would you say that 40 is the 24 when it comes to Hardrock? Perhaps people try and finish in under 40 hours, or is there a different number 36 that's kind of generally accepted to be the comp to a 24-hour finish in a flatter, faster 100?
That's an excellent question. I don't think there's one specific number. I do think people set their own goals. Blake Wood, the 22-time finisher, really for years, for about 10 years, set 39 hours as something that felt a little bit like 24 because it meant he would not have to go into a second night.
Yeah.
In 39 hours, he's finishing before dark on Saturday night.
That would make sense.
Others would pick around, or sort of a square number like 36 hours. So, it's 24 plus 12. Hardrock being a run and not a race doesn't have any separate buckles, or they don't even have buckles. You can have a buckle if you want, but you have to buy it. But the awards are the same for everybody. A beautiful print that there's a competition for a print. It's usually about an 18 by 24 or even bigger, with calligraphy of your name, your place, and your finishing time. And every finisher gets one, from Courtney all the way to the golden hour finisher. So I would not say that there's quite the time like a 24 as kind of a benchmark. 30 is something that people, they want to have a number in the 20s instead of 30. I know that was something I kind of cared about when I was in my youth. But really, everybody is, at this point especially, where Beat is coming out of Telluride, in their own particular version of what they're going after.
And plus, there are so few runners who run this race. It's not like other 100-milers. Like, for instance, compared to, obviously, a race near to us, Javelina, where people shooting for sub 24. Well, there's several hundred people, so it's more of a consensus in that regard. Hardrock is such a unique animal in so many ways that it's probably a little bit more tricky to develop a consensus in that.
Yeah.
Okay, like, is it 30 hours? Is it 40 hours? Is it that second sunset? There are different ways to look at it.
Well, and I would say, too, the race requires qualifiers. Usually they're very difficult. You mentioned earlier, 32 qualifiers globally, 16 in North America, 16 outside North America, and they're tough. They're tough and have varying cutoffs and varying time goals. So once you get here and you experience the race, whatever goals you might have might change within a couple of hours of seeing the course. So, but you take Beat right now, and it looks like finally our follow cam is getting far enough away from Telluride where coverage is breaking up a bit. But someone like Beat, I would suggest, he's an experienced runner. We've just learned about him. He's got a Tour de France finishes, a Plain 100 back in 2008.
Plain is a wacky race to me.
Yeah.
That's a race.
Miles,
I don't know much about
one
it,
aid
but
station or something.
Yeah,
that's incredible. All right, we're back at an aid station.
This is Governor
Basin. Which, can you check out that cutoff again?
Governor cutoff is 12:30.
12:30.
So right about the time we're signing off
Got a couple of hours.
Getting relief. Yeah,
Got a couple of hours.
Still a handful of runners that are going to need to keep going to get to Governor. We'll see if we can figure out who some of those names are.
We saw this in the dark last night. This is looking down Camp Bird Road. This is great footage. Thank you. That's looking down Camp Bird Road. So 7.3 miles that way is URA. All downhill. They're coming all uphill. And then from to the runner's left, the viewer's right, they will go around those tents, transition onto single track trail, and begin the 3-mile, 2,800-foot climb to Kroger's Canteen, Virginia's Pass, where there is an aid station. This is mile 66.
I'm going to try and actually do a quick rundown of the runners that I can't confirm have made it to Governor's yet. So there's names we're still waiting on to hit that cutoff.
Right, because we do know the URA cutoff was an hour and 22 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
The names I've got on course that have yet to hit Governor's, so they're somewhere between Governor and URA's on Camp Bird Road. Larry Huffman, Brittany Klimowitz, Gina Hardcrow, Matt Anderson, Ray Neal Kaminong, Jocelyn Briggs, Gregory Trapp, Vince Molosky, Rick Hodges, Benjamin Hawes, and those are the names that it looks like have left.
They've left URA under the cutoff and are en route to Governor.
Although this makes me concerned because that would mean a couple of very notable names missed the cutoff. Blake Wood and Howie Stern.
That they have not left URA yet.
Yeah, I can't confirm. I'm going to see if we can get information on Blake and on Howie, but Blake's tracker left 54, or his last ping was 54 minutes ago, and Howie's last one was an hour 11. So I guess they could be on the route. It's just
I
hard
think
to
we're
tell.
seeing. Are we seeing Larry Huffman here in the aid station? So Larry out of Arlington, Virginia, a proud member of the Virginia Happy Trails Running Club, and a multiple time finisher here, has made it to Governor in plenty of time, and is collecting himself a bit, and will make the trek up to Kroger's Canteen shortly. Larry is one of the very active members of, if you're not familiar with Virginia Happy Trails Running Club, they are one of the longest standing running clubs, particularly trail running clubs in the country. They host both the Bull Run and Massanutten Mountain Trails 100-miler. They annually choose a race to go to in large groups, 20 or 30 people. They call it the Blue Train. They're known for their royal blue shirts, much like the Hardrock volunteer shirts that are being worn by our volunteers today. And Larry is 95th place male to Governor at 64.5.
So a handful of racers have yet to make it there, and we're going to keep an eye on them as the back of the pack makes its way to Governors for the next slated cutoff.
That's good. That's good data. So for those of you who are following along, your friends or loved ones between URA and Governor Basin, Chris gave you a nice rundown. I'm sure we have a similar-looking group of folks between Governor and Kroger's itself, and then certainly Kroger's all the way down to Telluride. These runners that Chris just mentioned, they will certainly go into the second night. They will probably, depending on what kind of momentum they get, they will be in the 45 to 48 hour range. Anybody who's still on Camp Bird Road.
It's currently 67 degrees here in Silverton. I'm going to see if I can get a read on Telluride as well.
David Hempy chiming in from Virginia. Depending on what part of Virginia you live, David, check out Virginia Happy Trails Running Club, but also the Cats, which is a newer club, the Charlottesville area trail runners. Excellent group in the Charlottesville area, more of a central Virginia focused running club in Virginia.
Telluride is currently a few degrees cooler than us right now. Looks like about 66, 67 degrees.
And where our runner cam was with Beat, wonderful shady section on those lower slopes of the climb.
Yeah, that's a place where you can hopefully compose yourself for the home stretch.
Fredericksburg, Virginia. Yes, David, go to VHTRC, go to their website. You can learn all about them, and an incredible organization. So these runners are leaving Governor. This is a good camera angle. They're going to make that turn.
Look at that shot. That's so cool in the background to know that that's where they're going.
And before long, they will transition to single track. Oh, that's a great shot. And begin the ascent to Kroger's Canteen, Virginia's Pass.
Almost makes me want to do it. Almost. Our next runners to hit that Governor's cutoff should be Brittany Klimowitz and Matt Anderson. We'll keep an eye on the back of the pack. And this is really what happens as the podiums have been determined or are just about determined, and we're still going to be covering the rest of the race. For a race such as this, we are going to tilt our cameras and our follows and give the shine to the mid and the back of the pack runners who are going to be out there for a long time. I have to admit that's one of the intimidating things about Hardrock, not just the toughness of the course, but if you're on that course and you're trying to complete this race and you're moving slowly, it's going to take you 2 full days. I mean, you know, a friend of ours, Robert Andrulis, has 10 finishes of this race and none in under 46 hours. You heard that right. None in under 46 hours. That means every single one of his 10 finishes has been between 46 and 48 hours. And he comes back here, you know, and to run this race every opportunity he gets. You got to wonder, like, you know, man, what keeps somebody like that going?
Well, and I'll give you an additional or maybe a little bit different perspective is 2 well-known hard rockers. They're older now and not running the race anymore. Uli Cam and Rob Ballard ran the race multiple times. Uli 10 times, Bob 6 times, walking every step. They basically, with the 48-hour cutoff, they have set themselves on a schedule, and they were ultra walkers. Spent very little time in aid stations. Had to bring a lot of gear for storms and so forth. But with the 48-hour cutoff, with a disciplined pacing strategy, a regular person can cover the distance, obviously with appropriate training, can cover the distance in 48 hours without running a step. And certainly you see these runners right here as they're leaving Governor Basin and making their way to the single track up to Kroger's, will probably be walking the next 18 hours.
I think we're going to have eyes on Brian Kulmo approaching the finish here fairly soon as well, so we'll be keep aware of that. Brian, if I had to venture my guess, is either at Mineral Creek or just past it, so that would give him about, as you mentioned, a little over 2 miles to go.
Yeah. And while you're on the tracker, since folks are interested in the chat, any update on Dylan Bowman, Avery Collins, or Annie Hughes, who were runners in the first half of the race that were running quite well towards the front? All 3 have had their own version of struggles, particularly since Animus Forks and Uray. Could you give us an update on those 3?
Absolutely.
To the extent that you can.
So it looks like Dylan is about as I dragged on his tracker, his pinger just moved, and he's currently about he's actually heading to Putnam now. Should be about a mile out from Putnam.
All right, so in between KT and Putnam,
yeah,
closer to Putnam.
Annie Hughes has left KT, so on her way to Putnam. And Avery Collins, as far as I can tell, is still actually at KT.
Okay.
So
all right.
For those that are just tuning in, those are all names that were in our top 3 at one point or another during this race. Dylan Bowman, I believe, was as high as second briefly early on. Annie Hughes
Avery was in second also.
Avery was in second as well, and Annie was running in third for much of the race here, and actually is still in third.
It's still in third.
So, yeah. And that was one of the things that we noted before we went to bed last night, was that Annie had a sizable lead on the rest of the women's field. I'll see if I can kind of venture a guess as to how much that lead is at this point. Looks like our next woman behind Annie would be Kamino Miyazaki. Let's see if I can pull up this.
So Kamino has pulled ahead of
Claire. But it looks like it could be a tracking thing. They're actually fairly close to one another. It looks like Kamino might be about 6 to 10 minutes ahead of Claire, but they're both several miles back of Annie Hughes at this point, even though Annie has not moved too quickly since departing KT.
And so, for perspective, everybody, KT is about 13 miles from the Rock, with only one aid station in between and one large climb, the final climb, Putnam Porcupine Pass, and it will kick you in the teeth. So that 13-mile half marathon from KT to the finish is really no picnic. And even the descent after Putnam is pretty rocky, and you got to kind of pick your way, at least those first couple of miles, before it transitions to more of a traditional San Juan dirt trail and brings you down to South Mineral Creek.
Yeah. After Brian, one name that we didn't mention as we were talking about the runners that are approaching the finish of the race is Mark Hammond. Mark Hammond, having himself a very, very under-the-radar day, has been moving sneakily up the leaderboard, currently in 8th, was kind of hanging in that 8th to 13th range, and now I don't think there's a chance he'll catch Brian Kulmo, but there's entirely a possibility that he holds off Dylan Bowman for 8th place here. We'll be following that as the runners actually hit Putnam and then head on towards the finish. But
and Mark, as long ago as Animas Forks, was running in 12th and was very interested in where those runners were ahead of him. And has since passed, as you said, Dylan, Chris Price, and Jesse Haynes. I suspect Jesse Haynes is still getting going, just not quite in the top 10.
We had somebody requesting an update on Fish Rock.
Fish Rock,
So
excellent.
Fish Rock, for those tuning in for the first time, is Brian Powell, one of our racers, is trying to make this a fishing excursion as well as a running race or running run. I can tell you how the running is going, and it's going really well. Brian is about 80 miles into his race at this point, inside of the top 40 as far as our trackers can tell. And at last check, he had 2 of the 4 species he was trying to catch in the hills down. So we'll see if he is able to capture all 4 species of trout that he was trying to catch as he finished Hardrock. Just a truly fascinating endeavor to me.
Yeah.
When we were having dinner the other night, I thought he was joking.
April Fool's joke. Nope, not joking. My son Logan, my middle son, who is like a nephew to Brian. Brian has known Logan and my other 2 kids since they were really little, and Logan's a competitive athlete himself and is pacing Brian. And my wife is crewing. My wife Shelley is crewing Brian. She's actually awaiting his arrival at Chapman right now. I suspect, knowing the terrain between Telluride and Chapman, that he has not done much fishing. I do know that he got 2 species at Pole Creek yesterday, which is a very popular place to fish, and I suspect after Chapman between Chapman and KT, and then actually after KT and towards Putnam, he'll go after those last two species. So we'll get an update maybe when he finishes. Certainly if we can get one from Logan and Shelley. He's not taking the fish, he's catching and releasing them, which he customarily does when he fishes all the time, and he'll just snap a photo of the fish to prove to basically himself that he caught the fish, and he'll take it from there. Fish rock.
So I have questions now. We did establish that it is catch and release. Is it fly fishing or standard rod and reel?
It's fly fishing.
Really?
He has a small kit, but there's not a reel. He simply has a telescopic, like old school bamboo pole with a line that he can adjust the length of the line depending on if he's at a big river, a small river, a lake, and he'll just toss it out. Teknara is the company, Teknara, and he's got probably half a dozen flies in his little kit, and depending on what species he's going after, that's what he'll do. So no reel.
That
reel.
makes it even more amazing to me.
Yeah. So it's kind of like the old school bamboo pole that Huck Finn used.
Yeah, fly fishing is an art. I never have been able to figure it out. Looks like we have a runner heading down. Is that into Telluride?
Oh, great! So we've got our Telluride cam. By the way, excellent coverage in Telluride, both directions. We had a long conversation. We overheard a long conversation with Beat from Switzerland, and as he was beginning his climb up Oscars. This is the descent, the final part of the descent off of Virginius from Kroger's. So you've heard us talk about that. And they're now under tree line, and the town of Telluride, as you can see, is just off to the runner's left. And you're right in the chat. These runners are moving. I'm guessing the runner in the back is a pacer. Seems to be dancing a lot more than the runner in the front, but the runner in the front is looking pretty spry as well.
Yeah, they're both moving really well.
So we'll perhaps get our runner cam guy. Here he goes. And let's see if we can pick up some audio. In the chat, we would love to try and find out who this is. Not sure if the runner cam can hear me, but if you could get that bib number, we'd love to see it.
I'm thinking that might be bib number 6, possibly. If so, that would be David Huss.
So we saw a lot of the front runners coming into Telluride last night in the dark. Now you're seeing it in the daylight. They just come into the neighborhoods. David Huss, thank you very much. And our runner cam will probably take these guys all the way into the aid station. They should make a left-hand turn here.
David Huss going for, looks to be his third Hardrock finish.
68th place male. So again, I would say in this position, a 39-hour finish would be a stretch. He's at 28:41. So let's just call it, by the time he gets out of Telluride, he'll have 10 hours.
Last year,
10 hours to run 28 miles.
Last year, he finished Hardrock in 38 hours, 38 minutes.
Okay.
So that would be
in his ballpark.
Yeah, absolutely.
And by the way, looking at the way he's moving, I think it'll be interesting to follow him along. But I would be not at all surprised if he got himself in under 39 and didn't have to turn a headlamp on for the second day. So we saw this a lot last night, but here in the light of the sun. We have
I had to admit,
ran into the grass a little bit.
I had to reorient myself following the runners into Telluride, watching and out of Telluride, because it had been dark the entire time we saw them. So, yeah, when we see that Telluride sign now, that was literally the only thing we saw other than some lights off in the background. And the lighting in the Telluride aid station was very dim, very mood lighting feel.
All right, so this is David Huss on 39-ish hour pace. Got a drop bag. Great follow cam picture here.
It looks like, and we're going to keep eyes on this development, but Brian Cuomo looks like has crossed Mineral Creek, and there we go.
Seek and ye shall find. There's our follow cam.
Brian Cuomo, one of our runners that's still in the edges of the top 10 here at the 2023 Hardrock, heading along Rainbow Trail.
And we've talked about Brian quite a bit during this live stream. He is an active member of the Hardrock race organization. One of his principal responsibilities is designing and assembling the start-finish area, which is a beautiful place, by the way. And this year happened to find himself in the race and has acquitted himself quite well. He's got an outside shot at running under 29, but I would suspect it'll be more 29 and change.
Yeah, Brian's checklist of his resume, so to speak, includes all the gnarly Western U.S. races that people know and love. He ran the Bear in 2021, Wasatch 2019, Tusher's 100K in 2019, the John Kappas, so he's no stranger to these hills. I'm Tough, San Juan Solstice. Yeah, he's run everything in the West darn near. So this is just another day in the park for him, but just a longer day.
A couple of questions in the chat about the podium. And we do, as we're broadcasting races, we do talk about the podium, but Hardrock 100 is considered a run. And as such, while all the runners are celebrated and the winners are celebrated, there's not a formal sort of award ceremony for top runners. Rather, there is an awards ceremony at the end at around 8:30 or 9 o'clock on Sunday morning, and every finisher is celebrated and given, as I mentioned earlier, a custom print with their name and their finish time and their place. So it's a little different than maybe some races that some viewers might be accustomed to, where the top three people are put up on a podium and celebrated. That doesn't happen at Hardrock.
Yeah. And
hey guys.
Yes.
We heard that there was a golden blonde bear sighting at Governor's Aid Station. Did you hear about this?
No.
Yeah. So this was a few minutes ago, so I'm not sure if it's still active, but there was definitely a comment in the chat, and then that's the word from our filmer.
And there's
the blonde bear that came through the camp, and then
so I guess it was walking alongside the road that they all run on.
We were talking about the potatoes.
Oh, wow. Hope the
we're picking up a little audio from. Hang on, there's some audio.
How's it going?
Excellent. Watch out for the bear.
No,
Not kidding.
No joke. There's a blonde going around up there.
Thank you, Jamil. We're picking up some faint audio from Governor Basin. They are warning runners
Okay, guys.
of a bear up the road.
I didn't even think of that.
Just another characteristic of Hardrock and what makes it so unique. One of the conversations that you give a runner as they leave your aid station is watch out for the bear.
So they are on the road where the bear was spotted. The runners are on that for a short time before turning off onto single track trail and beginning the steep descent to Kroger's Canteen. So that is interesting, especially as As we know, Chris has pointed out, the runners that are going through Governor Basin right now are the back of the Packers, or the near to the back of the Packers, as they're about an hour and 14 minutes before the absolute cutoff at Governor Basin.
And this is the second bear sighting I've heard about during the race or around the race time, because Julian Galuzzi was out at Animas Forks yesterday and had taken a couple of photos of a bear not too far off in the distance near the Grouse Gulch, Animas Forks area. So yeah, this is wild country out here, folks.
Excellent. We're back on our Telluride runner cam again. We're getting really wonderful footage from Telluride runner cam. Again, lower slopes. We saw Beat here a little while ago. Our runner cam will try and get a bib number when we have a second.
Wait, is this Telluride or is this Rainbow Trail? Is this our follow cam heading into the finish?
I'm
Looks
mistaken.
like Brian Colmo.
This is Rainbow Trail.
Yeah. Because now this
is
deceptively
Brian Como.
steep.
This is Brian Como.
As we've mentioned, this hike right here, this stretch is much steeper than it looks.
I stand corrected. The quality was so good, I thought it was our Telluride camera.
Would that be possibly Josh Walker catching that?
So Brian is sitting in 7th place male, 9th place overall.
What was the wildest wildlife you encountered when you ran Hardrock? Don't say Dusty Olson.
No, just there was a section where there were some moose.
Oh, really?
Kind of had to up in the Pole Creek area.
It's amazing. Yeah. Moose are huge.
They are
you
huge.
Don't realize it until you drop close
yeah.
to them.
And a little bit unpredictable.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no bears, no mountain lions. Snakes at Western States, snakes at Wasatch.
Yeah, I've encountered a few snakes in my day. A deer here and there. Nothing bigger than that. A lot of javelina down where we're at, but never what I would call an apex level predator or anything like that.
Lots of black bears in Virginia when I trained at the Shenandoah National Park along the Appalachian Trail. Lots of black bears. They climb up trees. There, you particularly have to look out, in the early spring when they first wake up.
Yeah, I used to encounter a couple of bears every now and again in northern Wisconsin when going on muskie fishing trips, but never during my trail running time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it does look like Brian will be a little bit north of 29 hours.
So it's on right. So I'm on right now.
That looks like Telluride aid now.
Now I know that.
This last time we were in Telluride aid, we saw David Huss. Back to Brian Como on the road towards Shrine of the Mines.
Brian will head up this hill, then have the single track down into the streets of Silverton, head on from the single track to 10th Street, take a left on Snowden, and he will come around the corner of the school and kiss the rock. So Daniel Davis, one of our media crew here this weekend, is saying that Brian is trying to hit sub 29, so he's pushing. Thank you, Daniel, for that
Yeah,
update.
thanks. Yep. Dan works closely with Brian.
Yeah, so we don't get a ton of intel, but every so often we'll get a nice juicy tidbit that we can share. A lot of times we'll get tidbits that we can't share until we get more of a public confirmation, but this is a nice one, so thank you very much. So we can root for Brian to hopefully find that next level for the last few minutes and finish in under 29 hours. Gunnar asking about the muskie fishing in Wisconsin, Chippewa Flowage. Yeah, up north. Lake Namakogon was the place that my father and I used to do a lot of muskie fishing. I caught my first muskie 90 minutes into my first trip and never caught another one. And that was over many years. So I caught a 40-incher, 41-incher, I think, the first time, and then never caught one again. Come on, Brian, you can do it. Got about 7 minutes rather, to break 29 hours.
He's running with a purpose, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's moving. And his pacer, you can see his pacer's kind of cracking the whip. I'm sorry? Yeah. Yeah, he's got about 6.5 minutes to do it. He doesn't have to go far into town. That's one of the nice things, is that once he gets down into town, it's just a couple blocks. But I think it's going to take some hurting and some work here to break that 29-hour barrier.
It'll be interesting. It's not a huge downhill, but it'll be interesting if he's got downhill legs on that dead straight single track that he's about to turn right on, if he can gun it.
And following Brian, it looks like Mark Hammond is, in all likelihood, going to round out our top 10 overall, 9th male. And Dylan Bowman is actually coming up on Putnam now. So those would be some of the names we will expect to see next here at the Hardrock 100 finish line.
Look at this pacer. This pacer is stretching the rubber band and urging Brian on.
5.5 minutes from here, I think he's got a shot. He's going to have to push, but just however he hits this downhill trail area, because once he's on the road,
all right, this is.
And it's on. Brian Kulmo trying to break 29 hours, and has about 5 minutes and 15 seconds to do it.
Might as well let it rip now, Brian.
The race is within the race.
There we go. We just had an announcement in the gym announcing to the assembled folks that Brian is coming. Most of the volunteers, of course, know Brian as the finish line designer and builder. So a lot of the volunteers are going to be leaving the gym right now to go out and welcome Brian into the finish. He is hammering.
Yeah, he's moving really hard. And the gym behind us just essentially cleared out,
and
too.
The gym just emptied out as Brian Kulmo of Salt Lake City, Utah, designer and builder of the start-finish line area.
This is fantastic. Yeah, we're going to see if Brian can do it. He's got about 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Just a couple of blocks here.
We've seen 10 people run this stretch, and I think he's got the segment so far. 4 minutes.
Yeah, once he actually makes it down to Snowden, he's just got 2 blocks. So, and he's on Snowden. Oh, yeah, there's the school right there. He's got to go 1.5 more blocks around the corner, and he's got about 3.5 minutes to do it. So I'm liking his chances. Yeah, I think he's going to do it. He picked it up here at the end.
He really did.
His kick from
I mean, look at this. This could be someone running their Thanksgiving turkey trot 5K.
Yeah, his kick from County 6 to Snowden was absolutely fantastic.
Where's his pacer? Pacer dropped, or is that Pacer. Oh, no. Oh. There's Pacer.
No,
Yellow
that's
shirt.
Oh, no, the Pacer was in green shirt.
So Pacer might be dropped. Oh, he's got it. And let's hear as Brian comes into the finish. There's Dale. Brian Como, Salt Lake
Running
City, Utah.
hard.
Member of the Hardrock Run Committee, designer and builder of the finish line.
28.
He places that rock there that he just kissed.
28 hours, 57 minutes, looked like about 8 seconds.
And if I'm not mistaken, 7th place male.
Thanks, Preston, for the heads up. David Mitchell was his pacer.
Thank you. 7th place male.
Let's pull it up. Yeah, 7th place.
7th place male. 9th place overall.
Excellent.
This is
Excellent
great
run.
stuff.
And our next anticipated finisher, I believe, is still Mark Hammond. We'll keep an eye.
Probably be Mark Hammond.
Yeah, Brian with a fantastic looking kick out there. Hats off to him.
He did a great interview here in the studio with Brett and Jamil before the race, along with Dale and Dan, and talked about how he was juggling his responsibilities between training and trying to rest for the race and doing the finish line work that he does. So.
Sounds like he was actually, the word from the pacer was that he was running the uphills the last couple miles as well.
Yeah.
That's intense. So, yeah, Brian Kumo spending a tender moment with the Hardrock at the finish line.
Look at that. Nice
Dale
moment.
Garland.
Nice moment.
Dale Garland greets him.
He had it in the bag all day. Lots of love in the chat for Brian. Lots of love out among the volunteer team. As I said, the announcement was made that he was coming down the road, and the volunteers just flooded out of the gym to greet.
Come on, that's you too.
Greet their fellow volunteer and one of the key figures in the Hardrock race organization team.
So, yeah, our next few runners we can anticipate would be another handful of talent. I'll run them down really quick. Looks like, if I were to guess, Mark Hammond, Dylan Bowman, Chris Price, Annie Hughes, Avery Collins, and Jose Cruz are probably, in no particular order, going to be the next 6 or so finishers. So, and beyond that, there's actually another fairly tightly knit group in terms of where they're at. Sam Ritchie, Dan Barger, Kimiko Miyazaki, Claire Banwarth, Greg Brandt, Brandon Washington, Matthew Burdine, Whitney Mickelson, and Paul Jesse.
Dude, you did it. I'm proud of you.
So that's where we stand right now. Those
As
would be
we
the
hit
next.
the 29-hour mark.
Yeah, still plenty of time. These runners
11
have
a.m.
19 hours to go.
11 a.m. on Saturday, July 15th, here at Silverton, Colorado. We have had 9 total finishers at this point, so that's 9 under 29.
So apparently Brian was running 6:30 splits there at the finish. So that's pretty fantastic.
That is fantastic. It looked like it. It looked like the guy was literally running a 5K.
Was Hardrock the race where you spent the most time on a course?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I assume that's actually fairly common for.
Yeah, I mean,
for
unless
people.
you go do
The
200s and things
yeah.
like that. But yeah, certainly for 100 milers. Yeah.
Yeah. How much time does Brian have to? Well, we know at least 19 hours before he has to start kind of breaking things down and cleaning things up.
Yeah, that's a good question. How much?
Yeah, thanks,
downtime
John.
does
That
he
was
have before he has to switch gears and put on his volunteer shirt.
And he's hanging out here at the finish line, just kind of soaking it all in, which is fantastic. And hopefully he'll come inside and have a little bit of breakfast. I can smell it in the background, and it's making me hungry. So,
RJ asks about the oldest runner. We do know Rick Hodges is the oldest male runner at 74 years old.
Is Rick still on course? Do we know?
I do not know.
I'll have to take
but
a look.
I think he made it out of Ure in time.
Yeah, it looks like Rick is. Yeah, he is on Camp Bird Road. So
he's active.
Yeah, still there, still
he's ahead
moving.
Of the snail.
Yes. So if you go to the runner tracker at the top of the chat, there is a little snail picture that kind of follows the final runners. And Rick is actually, at this point, the final runner ahead of the snail. So not saying he's the final runner on course, as if the snail is not an official snail coming down the trail.
Right.
It's basically a tracker that signifies where runners have to be if they're going to actually complete a 48-hour finish in a normal year. So there is one runner who is actually showing us behind that snail, which is Benjamin Hawes. But Benjamin still has the capability to pass the snail.
Yeah, he could be behind the snail and still get to Governor by the cutoff.
Hashtag pass the snail, beat the snail.
12, and we're 12:30, so an hour and a half from now to get to Governor Basin.
I'm not sure who our oldest female runner is in this year's race. I'll see if I can grab that up. I believe it was... I thought it was one runner, but then it turned out that it was another. Let me see. I believe the person I thought was going to be our oldest runner dropped out. I know that Pam Reed is 62. I know that Becky Bates is 61. Becky Bates, an amazing story so far this race.
Story.
Becky Bates is 61 years young and currently running as 10th female.
Incredible.
Absolutely awesome. So we're hoping to see.
We do know Pam is 62, but I think there's at least one runner older, one female runner older than Pam. Oh, we're getting on the chat at least that Benjamin Hawes did get a split at Governor, so we might have a tracker issue there.
Well, that's good, yeah.
Back on some great camera work at Telluride. I have a feeling that's the Boopinator, Betsy Nye, with the blue visor.
Betsy and I about 20 or so Hardrock finishes, or 18?
A little less, 18.
Yeah. And former champion as well.
Mm-hmm. And known as one of the Betsies, the other being Betsy Kalmayer, who is probably a little bit behind Betsy Nye.
Yeah, the two of them combined 38 Hardrock finishes and 6 championships. Truly astounding. So if your name is Betsy, come run Hardrock and be a part of a very unique legacy in this race.
There she is.
It's like a picture I took a couple years ago with Howie and Robert Andrulis, where I said, this picture has 20 Hardrock finishes. Pay no mind to the fact that there's 10 on each side of me, and I have none, but...
Greg Soderlund used to joke, the former race director of Western States, when he would go up and introduce Tim Tweetmeyer, and he would say, I'm proud to introduce our special guest tonight. Between the two of us, we have 26 Western States finishes.
Tweetmeyer?
What he didn't say is Tweetmeyer has 25, and Greg had 1.
At least he has one. That's...
knowing Betsy the way I do, she's leaving. Here she is leaving Telluride shortly after 11. So that's 29 hours elapsed, and I have a feeling she's thinking of that 30. There's a thumbs up to the live stream. Thank you, Betsy. She's got 10 hours. She's run it 18 times. She almost went out the wrong way. She's got 10 hours to run 28 miles. If she wants to get that somewhat unofficial target of finishing before dark the second day. Betsy Nye.
Yeah, I saw Betsy around town quite a bit this week, and I saw taking pictures with a lot of people. She's very well known and very well liked here in this hard rock running community, obviously. She is part of the fabric of this race. Of course, our youngest runners on the women's side, Annie Hughes is still out there and still fighting to finish in third place. And our youngest men's competitor was our winner. Aurelien, who had a great race this weekend. And our second youngest, by a whopping 3 days, we discovered Arlen Glick, who finished fourth on the men's side. Of course, we have two women that have come in so far. Annalise finishing second, and our winner, Courtney DeWalter, in case you hadn't heard, has had an amazing weekend and an amazing month. Courtney won the race here today on the women's side, was the third overall, the top American, and set a course record, absolutely shredding a record that had been standing for over a decade, which in this sport is an eternity. So congratulations to Courtney. We're hoping to have her swing by and join us on stage. No guarantees as to when. We will let her take her time and come up when she's ready. But Courtney, if you're tuning in, there's always a spot on the couch for you. So we hope to hear from you soon.
We do have our Telluride follow cam with Betsy. We've been getting great coverage from this follow cam over the last hour or so.
Courtney was fourth overall, not third, because of an amazing finish on the men's side. Javier Dominguez finishing third behind Benat and Aurelien. Yeah, the Courtney DeWalter Javier Dominguez interaction when Javier passed Courtney with about a mile to go was actually pretty great. You could see that there was a lot of camaraderie and a lot of encouragement in that conversation. We couldn't hear what they were saying, but there was definitely a show of respect between the two of them. So, congratulations to the two of them, as well as all of our other finishers so far and those yet to come.
Betsy is starting the now familiar climb of Oscar's Pass, leaving Telluride on some sort of recreational town trails for a couple of miles at a gentler grade than she'll encounter as she gets closer to the top. Still well below tree line. You can see how very green and lush it is. Shortly coming out of Telluride, mile 72.8.
RP asking if we're going to get a Courtney or Arlen interview whenever they're ready. They both know that they've got an open invite on the couch. So I know that Courtney was feeling a little bit over it at the moment and probably needs to rest a little bit.
And Arlen's in bed right now.
He looks comfy
with his crew. So we will certainly try to get some interviews. We've got another 19 hours
Yeah, we
we're
have
gonna be
plenty of
around.
time.
Um,
And there might be some quiet moments out in the course, so we'll definitely find ways to bring people on and hang out. So
good footage from the camera at Governor's Basin.
yeah, I'm loving this. AJW, I love this. I'm getting to see these aid stations where yesterday when I was seeing them, it was at night and it was dark. So I didn't have a lot of context. And when I saw that road that the runners have to leave when they leave Governor Basin, oh my goodness, it's gorgeous. Absolutely stunning.
Let's see if we can get a little audio here.
So let's chill out here.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of.
He's like, yes!
Yeah, that sounds great.
I have to bring right home. Yeah. I have a tent with
It's
like
okay.
a bed.
I just sit down here.
Okay.
Those couches are pretty comfortable too. I'm fine. Okay, you want to have the view? All right, I'm sinking. Good call though. It's painful, but it's good.
This looks like a runner who's actually dropping or considering dropping.
No.
He's got plenty of time on the
Yeah. Just as a heads up, it looks like Pam Reed is hitting Kroger's Canteen.
Oh. I texted you a picture of Go ahead and put it up. It's Kroger's Canteen at night. If you could just because you have the magic ability to put things up on the screen. Check that picture out.
Oh wow, yeah. Let me. I'll actually forward it to myself.
That was Kroger's last night, and it gives you an idea. Knowing that Pam Reed is right there, we just want to give you a little still picture. Obviously we don't have video up at Kroger's, but this gives you a great indication of both the setting and just kind of the beauty, the almost surreal beauty of that aid station where we're learning Pam is right now.
All right, if we can pop to the iPad really quick.
Get an
Will?
idea.
Can we pop to the iPad really quick? So
There
this
we
is
go.
actually courtesy of Logan Jones Wilkins. So this is Kroger's Canteen.
Now this is Kroger's Canteen last night at around midnight. We're just receiving word that Pam Reed has gotten there right now. It really gives you a sense of how small that platform is, where they set up the canopy with the Christmas lights. There's a tent in the back, and where that runner is sitting is a small little bench where runners can sit. And we have word that Pam has just rolled through there on her way to Silverton.
All right, thanks Will. We'll just bounce back to the course
That was
coverage.
great. Thanks a lot for doing that, Chris.
Yeah, when you were describing the physical layout of that aid station, it looks like that's about the entirety of it.
That is. I mean,
Yeah.
they've got some behind the gentleman with the red jacket. They've got some other rocks where they put stuff, and they can have maybe one stove. But yeah, it's
yeah, it's pretty amazing. Looks like we might have frozen up our image here. We'll see if we can get that back. Which video? That was amazing.
That was very cool.
So
and a
that
little bit
was the
scary.
bear that was just off course outside Governor's Aid at mile 66. So they weren't joking.
No.
That was a sight to behold. That was absolutely beautiful footage of an absolutely beautiful animal, but not one I want to encounter when I'm running a 100-mile race. I mean, I'm already disoriented and probably going to hallucinate as it is. You know, how much worse if you're looking at... and besides, wasn't Bear 100 like last month? No, kidding. No, it's next month. But yeah, we've got some more course footage. We're going to see if we can follow these last few runners that are hitting Governors. But that's is that outside of Telluride? Okay. Yeah, Philip asking about Dylan and Avery. Both were in the top 3 of the men's race in the first half, but encountered some difficulties, and both of them they encountered some difficulties in the second half. Thankfully, both are still on the course and grinding towards the finish. Both of them are, I believe, actually to Putnam or near Putnam. Okay, Avery actually is about 4 miles out from Putnam. Dylan has left Putnam and is on his way. Mark Hammond is, in all likelihood, our next runner to finish. Currently heading down the trail towards Mineral Creek, going to cross 550, head up Rainbow Trail, then County Highway 6, and into Silverton. So that is okay. Thank you very much. Well, that is Frederick Grigard. As we are following him out of Telluride, currently running right around the middle of the pack. Looks like Frederick has a pretty robust race history. Tour de Gent finisher, Swiss Alps 100, multi-time finisher. Finished Western States back in 2014, so this is not his first time here running in the U.S. Does look like his first Hardrock, but yeah, UTMB, Western States, Tour de Gent, Swiss Alps, definitely no stranger to big mountain races. Looks like we'll see if we can get eyes on another runner's number here as well, coming out of Telluride. Bib number 6. That is...
that's David Huss.
Yeah, David Huss, who
we saw come flying into Telluride.
Yeah, looking good.
Now is on his way out and looking good as well, too.
Going to try and make it home in time for dinner here in Silverton.
Mm-hmm.
Going to grab himself some pizza and maybe a beverage right here on Green Street in Silverton.
Really, really appreciate this footage from our follow cam at Telluride. This is this kind of double track, lower slopes trail leading used by lots of the residents of the town. You can see folks just out for a hike cheering these runners on.
Yeah, the mid and the back of the Packers, if they've left Telluride, they're still in excellent shape to obviously to finish this race, but to finish it before the end of the day today as well.
Yeah, before that second sunset. And this is going up Oscar's Pass, as we've repeatedly now reminded you, but it's worth reminding again. 3 monstrous climbs to conclude the race. The first one, they're heading up now. I'm sorry. The second one they're heading up now is Oscar's. They've already completed the first one, which is Virginia's. And after Oscar's and their descent to Chapman, they'll have one more climb over Putnam Porcupine Pass. Yes, news on Pam. We did just get that she's through Kroger's Canteen. Oh, she might still be at Kroger's Canteen, but she's through or at Kroger's Canteen, mile 70-ish, and will be descending quickly, I would assume, into Telluride.
Yeah, it looks like she's departed Kroger's Canteen at this point. So
all right. So 62-year-old Pam Reed, well on her way to completing the triple of Western States, Badwater, and Hardrock in 20 days.
Skylar just gave me a hot nugget. Since 2003, of the 887 finishers in this direction, only 65 have gone sub 30.
Wow.
Yeah, it's hard to get under 30 hours.
That is a good tidbit.
So we looks like we might have one, possibly 2 more accomplish that feat. As we're about 35 minutes from the top of the hour.
Less than 10% in this direction have gone sub 30.
Mark Hammond has about, that doesn't seem right. Well, maybe it is. If that's the case, we're probably not going to have anybody break 30 at this point. Mark's, it's all on where the next ping comes. So Mark Hammond last ping was about 17 minutes ago and was about 2 miles out from the Mineral Creek. So it's possible that he could squeeze in sub 30. And Dylan Bowman probably not going to break 30 hours, but is only a few miles out from a finish after a very, very, frustrating or complicated day. It's not the day we expected for Dylan. I had him picked as my winner, and I think that even if you didn't think he was going to win, he was considered to be a contender to be one of the first few male finishers of this race.
Lily Leclerc asking about the potential for hiking the course in 48 hours.
Yeah.
2 well-known veteran hard rockers, Uli Cam, who finished the race 10 times, and Bob Ballard, who finished the race 6 times, were known to have hiked the entire course. They were very good walkers. They set a schedule, and almost all of their finishes were between 46 and 48 hours. But with proper training and proper discipline, and without spending too much time at aid stations, you can cover the ground in 48 hours.
And there are some people who actually do this outside of the race as well. Because the course is, I believe at this point, 100% open to the public. And that is known as a soft rock. And what you can do is you can basically digest the race course at your own leisure, whether you want to do it in 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, or do different segments. You can do full-blown sections of the course. You just need to download the GPX and also know what you're doing at 13,000 feet. This is even if you're just going out and doing it on a daily hike, you definitely want to be prepared for what's up here, because it is hard. It is gnarly territory. Wild and tough is not a they're not joking when they say that.
I love this section at this time of day for the runners leaving Telluride. You can see townspeople up and down the trail just saying hi, with little children, with dogs. You know, after these runners have spent hours and hours and hours in extremely remote wilderness, it's probably a little bit nice and refreshing to see, people out for a Saturday morning hike. in the beautiful town of Telluride. This is we saw Beat stop here, a little creek, spring it looks like, coming right out of the wall, dunking his hat in there, getting a little chill before it is continuing to warm up.
You're an advocate for certain spots on the Western States course in terms of where to get a dunk or get a water break.
Oh, I'm a big water dunk.
Are there certain places where you would advise the runners to pause, maybe at certain areas to kind of prepare them for what's coming up in terms of, maybe heat mitigation? And now, granted, to be fair, this is an unusual year in terms of the heat, but is there like, oh man, I love dipping my head into the Animas River as I come down from Grouse Gulch, or is it is there something else, maybe a creek in Telluride? Is there a place that you can think of?
Well, I'd say in this direction, the coming out of the 3 times you were relatively low, coming out of Sherman, coming out of Ouray for sure, and as we're seeing right here, coming out of Telluride. Whether it's a specific creek or a spring that you happen upon, I certainly think, especially when you're going into a second day in the heat, you want to do what you can to do some heat mitigation. So those 3 places for sure. And then I would also say in the other direction, at the bottom of American Basin before the final assault up Handy's, you run across a couple of creeks, and it's not all that hot down there, but there's no water. Once you leave that little creek that crosses American Basin, there's no water until you're back to Burroughs Park. So it's a good place to get wet. It's a good place if you have a filter to get some filtered water to top off your bottles or bladder. So I think strategically those would be 4 places: coming out of Sherman, coming out of Ouray, coming out of Telluride, and at the bottom of American Basin.
Yeah, American Basin, having done that stretch, that is an absolutely perfect way to describe it, because if you're coming up Handy's, it's a long way before you're going to find any other water on the course.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's great description.
Absolutely. A question in the chat for me. Thank you, Rick. Why do I consider States my favorite? Well, I've run it 10 times, and I'm passionate about the history and mystique of ultramarathon running, and frankly, it's kind of where I cut my teeth on ultra running. I was a relatively late adopter to Hardrock. I had the honor and privilege to get a chance to run it twice, once in each direction. I love the Hardrock family. I felt welcomed into it almost immediately when I first ran the race in 2009. The events are so different, even though they are both high demand events here in North America, even though they are events that are on most people's bucket list. They're so different. What might suit somebody for Western States might not suit them for Hardrock, and vice versa. I had to hit the sweet spot when it was time for me to run Hardrock. I lived at 6,000 feet at the time. I was able to train on very steep, long climbs, was able to hammer my quads in a somewhat regular basis, and was able to spend a fair bit of time hiking. 2009, when I ran, poles weren't really a thing. They were maybe just becoming a thing. So I ran it without poles. My pacer ran without poles. It's kind of what you did back then. So I would say, Western States, you never forget your first love, right? And Western States was my first love. Hardrock was a later in life love, but it was also a fleeting love because I only ran it twice. I think it's a privilege that's only available to few people, and so 2 is enough for me. I don't intend to put into the lottery again. I love volunteering here, but knowing how many people want to run it just once, the fact that I've had the opportunity to run it twice and once in each direction is enough for me. There's plenty of other races out there. So I hope that answers your question. I love both races. I'm passionate about both races. And I look forward to volunteering at both for years to come.
Looking at our next few runners to come in, Mark Hammond has crossed Mineral Creek, according to my tracking. Dylan Bowman is approaching Mineral Creek, should be hitting there in the next few minutes. And Mark is probably about 20 to 25 minutes from the finish line, maybe a little bit less, maybe 15 to 20. Dylan, a little bit further back, but should be in just over 30 hours total if I had to venture a guess.
So Mark is closing in on South Mineral, and Dylan is a little ways back.
No, Mark is past.
Is across South Mineral.
He's across South Mineral. So he is actually on Rainbow Trail right now.
Okay, we might be able to get eyes on him. I don't know if we have a follow cam out from part of our Silverton group. He would be the 9th overall finisher. No, 10th overall
10th overall finisher.
10th overall finisher.
So it looks like one of my personal rooting interests, Anthony Culpepper, is actually making his way into Telluride as well.
Oh, nice.
So moving right along, very successfully. Happy to see it. Happy to see him decide to toe the starting line this year, and I think that at this point, I feel very good about his chances notching his 4th finish.
Yeah, plenty of time on the clock if he's rolling into Telluride. May get a little dark on him.
Yeah.
Before he finishes, but probably not too bad.
Yeah, and I don't think that would be a deterrent in the least.
Not at all. Not
missing or coming in after a second sunset, because as we mentioned, Anthony was diagnosed with MS a few years ago, and he didn't know if he'd ever run this race again. He didn't know if he would be able to continue his trail and ultra running career again. But through effort, medication, and determination, he found himself able to start Hardrock this year, and now is about 29 miles from finishing his 4th.
And he has an all-star crew out there working with him, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, he's got the Currys, Mama and Papa Curry, Patty and Peter, J. Lou, Justin Luddick, Dusty Olson is one of his pacers. So you want to talk about a crew who knows these mountains and knows this race. I believe J. Lou's nephew is pacing him as well, and I know that J. Lou's nephew has run some trails with some guy named Walmsley around here, so I know that he can handle himself out here just fine.
Yeah.
Jason is his name. I can't remember Jason's last name, but Anthony is in good hands through the rest of this race.
Great. And I think while he's not quite yet in smelling the barn territory, he's definitely in that place where he can comfortably, take care of himself at the aid stations. He can comfortably, hike at a pace that's not going to exert himself too much. If it does warm up as it's forecast to do, he can be careful and not overdo it and not overcook himself. He's in that place right now. So congratulations to Anthony. There's still some trail left to run.
Still work to do.
It's going to be a triumphant finish for sure.
I'm super excited. So that is one finish I'm really looking forward to.
And let me take since we're doing that, let me see where my Fish Rock guy is.
Fish Rock
Brian
guy.
Powell. We've been talking about his fishing exploits out here on the Hardrock course.
Fish Rock or hard trout?
Hard trout, Fish Rock. I got a little grief on Twitter for referring to the race this year as Hot Rock. But
I mean, there's truth in that.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Brian has made that descent down to Chapman yet.
I'm going to see if I can pull up.
Which is, as we know, a beast of a descent.
Brian Powell has just left Chapman not too long ago.
Okay.
So Brian's next aid station is going to be KT.
All right.
And at
He's
this
in
point,
good shape.
he looks fantastic.
Yep, he totally sandbagged when we were out to dinner with him.
Yeah.
39 hours.
Yeah, he's looking well under the 39-hour mark. So I don't think he's going to see a second sunset out there.
Yeah.
So
he's probably got 36 on the brain now.
I could see
yes,
that.
yep.
I mean, recalibration of his goals.
Yep.
Does he have any other pacers beyond your family, or
No.
Okay.
Nope, he's going real minimal.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long?
And I don't know if Logan will go the whole time.
Yeah, I was going to say, how long
he might
is Logan
stop
with him?
and start again and stop and start again. You know, Logan will do whatever Brian wants to do, but you know, Brian's going up Grant Swamp right now. So sometimes it's nice to have someone else with you going up Grant Swamp.
But better to do it in the daytime
Yeah.
than the night because it is
yeah.
such a treacherous area.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we can find out a little bit more on what's going on with Mark Hammond, because he's got to be really close. I don't know if Josh has got eyes on him, but I know that Mark has crossed. Mineral Creek is on Rainbow Trail and is going to be approaching County Highway 6. And so it's just a matter of time. Probably about 2 miles out, maybe a little bit less than 2 miles at this point, as he actually is on the Rainbow Trail.
Rachel, good question. Thank you. My son Logan, 23 years old, he does not run ultras. He ran cross country.
Looks like we got audio back.
There we go.
Awesome.
So just real quick on Rachel's question. He ran cross country in middle school and high school, but really his passion is cycling. He was a professional cyclist on the road and is now a gravel cyclist and works as a journalist for the Global Cycling Network. But he's a very, very strong person in the mountains and has grown up, as have both of my other kids. Spending a lot of time in the mountains. And so when we found out that Brian wanted someone to accompany him for some of his loop, Logan raised his hand and by all accounts, has had a great night and day out there.
Is this the Josh follow cam?
So this might be trying to find
So
Mark
looking for
Hammond.
Mark.
Looking for Mark Hammond. Where's Mark?
It is a beautiful day out there. I keep meaning to go out on Rainbow Trail a little ways, but something always just happens and I end up not quite making it out there. A DJ, there was a bear sighting. We actually had some video of this golden bear that popped up not too far from Governor's Aid Station at mile 66, and we overheard some of the aid station personnel as they were talking to the runners, telling them, "Oh, by the way, be mindful of the bear."
Yeah.
I mean, that was literally what we overheard from them. So, no joke. There was a bear sighting basically on course, and it's a shock, but not surprising. That's the kind of way that I would look at it, because this is wild and tough country, and you can see anything from bears to moose, elk. I mean, when you're driving down 550 from Red Mountain Pass into Silverton, the last 4 or 5 miles out of town, it is not uncommon to see as many as 24 deer on the road in a 5-mile stretch. I mean, it is absolutely amazing how much wildlife is out here. So if you're a fan of the wildlife, definitely come up to Silverton and to San Juan County and check it out for yourself. You can wake up and look outside your tent and see if you're on Mineral Creek and see a half dozen deer foraging for food or taking a drink in the creek.
If you're wondering what we're looking at, by the way, speaking of the beautiful San Juans, this is our follow cam on Rainbow Trail, which is the trail right outside of Silverton, and also getting a little bit of tour of the trees, the flora. And,
I believe that's Kendall Mountain right there in the background of that shot.
We think our
here we
follow
go.
cam is trying to track down Mark Hammond, and lo and behold, he has. Here's Mark Hammond running solo and running well.
Looking good.
Looking really good.
Heading down that fast downhill. Definitely smells the barn and wants to get into Silverton.
There is Mark Hammond, 10th, potentially sub 30, but he's got 18 minutes. I'm not exactly sure where he is. But if he hits the road in a few minutes, which he might have a shot, especially at the way he's running. I'm sure he has 30 hours in his mind, but he also, more than that, has that rock pulling him in, waiting for the smooch.
And Mark, for those that aren't familiar with his resume, he's known more as a flatter, faster runner for the most part. I mean, he's obviously had some success, huge success on trail races, but like we were mentioning about Arlen a little bit earlier, Mark is not necessarily known as a mountain runner, but here again with a top 10 finish at Hardrock, he is definitely making some of us, who considered him, not in his element here, making us eat our words, because he is hauling, hitting County Highway 6 here, just above the town of Silverton. He is going to,
with 17 minutes on the clock for a sub 30. He's going to walk a bit, maybe walk a lot. We'll see. Nope.
Does he have a pacer that he dropped that he's kind of wondering about?
Well, he's got follow cam if he wants it.
Yeah.
Did you have a pacer? No pacer.
And he is up and running. And as we mentioned earlier, this is a much steeper road section than you might realize based on this angle. It is a sharp uphill climb. So. Mark looking to be the 8th finisher on the men's side and 10th overall. Doing a run-walk combination as he heads up that hill.
And walking with authority.
Absolutely, yeah, looks good.
Great that our follow cam got out there. Not sure if he's looking behind him for a pacer he dropped or the 11th place runner. But I think he's probably pretty comfortably in 10th place.
Yeah, I don't think that, our current 11th place overall, 9th place male would be Dylan Bowman, and Dylan is at least a mile back.
As far as we know, Dylan has not yet hit South Mineral, correct?
Yeah, it looks like he's just short of crossing Mineral Creek, so I would say maybe about 6 to 8 minutes out from Mineral Creek at this point.
Okay. So if we're going to have a 10th sub 30 hour finisher, it's going to be Mark Hammond. And we heard that stat earlier from Skylar. It's rarefied air.
Yeah. I think he's got it in solid shape. So
he's looking similar to the where Brian Colmo was.
Yeah.
With 15 minutes on the clock. So now of course Brian dropped some 6:30s. Down the stretch. So
yeah, Brian looked.
But we do know that Mark has foot speed. His some 13-ish hour flat stuff. I think he's been to Jackpot before.
Oh, Mark?
Yeah.
Mark has definitely run Jackpot. I believe that his PR for the 100-miler is sub 13. So he knows what it's like to run hard at the end of a 100-miler. Also, he placed 3rd at Jackpot last year and has had success at Western States.
Yeah, absolutely. Couple top threes at Western States.
Yeah, I don't think that Depot is hot on his tail. Depot is a little bit further back. I can't wait to see Depot finish. Actually, we're probably going to do a commentary switch out, so I'll actually be able to be down right there, which is kind of cool because I missed him by about 3 minutes the last time he finished this race. But Mark Hammond looking really good here as he ascends basically the final uphill of this race in any regard.
Yeah.
So Once he gets up to the top of this hill, he'll be able to actually see Silverton in its beautiful glory and head over to the shrine for the Shrine of the Mines, head down the single track briefly into the streets of Silverton. So yeah, Mark Hammond is the man of the moment right now here on our Hard Rock 100 live stream coverage in 2023.
And he is employing this run-walk strategy and walking with authority.
Yeah, Mark is just so disciplined. I mean, you know, he might be doing it because he's a little bit tired, but he also is forcing himself to actually run up this hill.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, no surprises there. Yeah, I'm thinking that he's probably about 5 to 6 minutes out. So I would expect his finish to be in the 29:54 range, give or take. Maybe a little bit faster than that, because if he wants to, once you hit the streets, as we saw from Brian Kulmo, you can really move.
You can move.
So.
There's his first glimpse of Silverton. Another look back.
Looks like Chris Price has also hit the point where he's got about 5-6 miles to go as well. So we'll see him probably in the next hour or thereabouts, probably before the 31-hour mark is eclipsed, the 1 p.m. mark here in Silverton, Colorado.
And as we see Mark just about cresting the hill, we'll remind you that Chris and I will be signing off in a few minutes and hand over the microphone back to the capable hands of Skylar and Brett. We'll be back again a little bit later. But we like to mix it up here.
Yeah.
Different commentators. And so we'll take advantage of the little bit of a gap that will likely be between Mark and Debo to do that.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a sizable gap between Mark and Debo. Not like maybe 8 to 15 minutes, somewhere in there. It's hard to tell with Debo's tracker. It looks like it's having some issues, but I'm not thinking that we're all of a sudden going to see Debo pop in frame to pass Mark for multiple reasons. Number one, he was feeling fairly sideways the last half of this race, and number two, I just think he's a little bit further back than people are realizing. So we'll see what happens here, but yeah, we'll spend the last few minutes of our commentary shift here following Mark Hammond in, and Mark, just kudos to him for all of his success in races, but Hard Rock is definitely different compared to everything else on his resume.
He's about there. He's got 10 minutes, a little less than 10 minutes. If he pulls a Como, he's pointing, getting some help from our follow cam.
Yeah, I think my 44 mark might have been a little bit aggressive, or 54 mark might have been a little aggressive, but oh no, he's
there.
He's right there, and gaining steam. And from here, yeah, it's all downhill then flat. The less mature hands of Brett and Skylar. I think they're calling us old here in the chat.
Yes. There's the old guys and the young guys. Well, I'm actually looking forward to spending a little bit of time outside, seeing a few finishes.
I love hanging out at the finisher shoot. It is so great.
Oh, man. Yeah. Mark's going to break 30. We're going to have 10 sub-30 finishers.
Yeah, Mark's 3 blocks out. And, yeah, I mean, Dylan is probably... I'm sorry? Okay. Mark's tracker is now moved into town. Wait, Dylan's is moving big time. So he's got to be hitting Mineral Creek right now. So I would say that puts him 2 miles out, so probably about 30 minutes out. So Dylan Bowman should be finishing by the bottom of the hour here. So I would expect him, it is 11:52 a.m. here. I would expect him to finish by about 12:30 at latest.
Potential 30-30.
Yeah.
And our follow cam guy, you might just want to make a U-turn and turn there. Might just want to make a U-turn and head back out and find Debo once Mark gets his finish.
Follow cam's doing some amazing work here this weekend in Silverton.
Really
it's one thing to be a follow cam and to follow runners. It's another thing to do it here where it's 9,300 feet.
Yeah.
And I know at least a couple of these runners have come up from Arizona. So I don't know how acclimated they got before they had to start following some of these elite level runners as they're smelling the barn here in Silverton. So
before we sign off, there was a question about qualifying races.
Yes.
And in addition to the qualifying races, are there any automatic qualifiers for Hardrock? There are 2. The winner of the men's and women's race. That's it. So Courtney DeWalter and Aurelian will be offered spots in next year's race. If they accept them, they get to run. If they don't accept them, they go, there's additional spots in the lottery.
Looks like a sprint finish here between Mark and
a little one. I
a
think
little one.
Mark wanted to make sure he had his 30 hours before he and he's looking at his watch, and now he knows it's in the bag. And Mark Hammond,
your latest finisher here of the Hardrock 100 in 2023. The final steps to the Rock in Silverton.
And you were right. 29:44.
29:54, 17.
29:54.
Looks like for Mark Hammond as Dale greets him with a hug and a well-deserved buckle. So congratulations to Mark Hammond. And
Great
we'll
stuff
just
for Mark.
kind of
Great,
hang out
great
here
stuff for
and
Mark.
we'll.
That rounds out our overall top 10.
Yep.
We have had 8 male finishers, Mark being the 8th, 2 female finishers, and it's warming up. We're closing in on the noon hour, the 30-hour mark from the start of the race, and we're about to sign off and take a little break, I think.
Yeah, well, it's kind of a fluid thing here up in Silverton. It's. I'm happy to help out and fill in wherever possible, and I know you are as well. And so are.
Debo's across the creek.
Dylan Bowman has crossed the creek, has crossed Highway 550, and is now hitting the Rainbow Trail here in town, giving a hug to family as the hardest part of the journey is now drawn to a close. It is not done. Dylan is probably going to be another 30 or so minutes out from the finish, but good vibes to Dylan Bowman as he has encountered and fought through some rough times this weekend. There's no doubt that this is not the day that he had expected or hoped for, but part of being involved in a race such as Hardrock is that you have to roll with things as they happen, and he was not having a good time for much of the second half of this race, but still he perseveres.
Sometimes it's not about the day you want; it's about the day you get.
That's a good point.
And this is the day Debo got, and I mean, there are people who would kill for a 30 and change finish at Hardrock.
Absolutely,
So,
I'm
while
one of
it's
them.
It's not up to necessarily his A standards, as I mentioned when Maggie was in here. It might be one he looks back on when he's no longer running these things as fast as he is now, as one that he's glad he persevered through and glad he got it done.
Yeah, it was a rough day, but yet, there was talk, there was buzz about him possibly pulling the plug earlier on. I had contact with a couple people who were speculating that there was a possibility that he didn't make it out of Chapman. And lo and behold, he made it out of Chapman. And once he got back on the trail, I think that he realized that he was going to have to finish no matter what. Sometimes if you're a level at this runner or at this level of runner, you might decide to call it a day because your running is your lifeblood, your bread and butter. And in this case, Dylan felt it better to push through and persevere to the finish here. So we'll be having our coverage when Skylar and Brett come on. They'll be actually on the call to watch Debo finish. I will be down at the finish line to watch Debo finish, and I'm really excited about that because, as I've mentioned to anybody who can hear me with an earshot, I've known his family for over 25 years at this point, and I could not be prouder. I'm going to text his cousin and actually probably meet up with his dad here in just a little bit and let them know how excited and proud I am of him and what he's done here today.
Great stuff. Well, Chris, thank you.
Oh, AJW, always a pleasure.
It was a blast. Good time spending a couple hours with you.
So, Will, are we going to go to a quick break and then bring it back with Skylar and Brett and Maggie? It looks like, are you coming back on? All right. The Dream Team coming on.
The Dream Team coming on.
The Hardrock aficionado is going to bring it to you on the other side here. Thanks for sticking around with us. Stay sticking around. We are by no means done. We've got a lot of race yet left to cover, and we're looking forward to bringing the rest of it to you.
Thanks, everybody, for playing along in the chat and for watching our live stream. We really appreciate it. I'll see you again later this afternoon.
All right, take care, folks.
Take care, everybody.
Check, check. All right, for those of you watching live right now, you're seeing Debo on the screen in the last couple of miles here of the Hardrock 100 endurance run. We're going to go ahead and switch streams so that we can make sure that we bring this fresh to you all the way to the finish. It should auto push you over, but to verify that you do make the switch, make sure you hit that subscribe button on the Run Steep Get High channel. Otherwise, we'll see you. We'll be in the same place. You'll be in a new stream momentarily.
Thank you, Skylar.